Reaper Witch, Dead and Gone. Book 1, Wolves and Zombies, by Chanda Stafford and Drake Mason. I spent 3 years avoiding the dead. Now they're coming after me. When a handsome detective showed up at my tarot shop talking about zombies, I nearly threw him out. Nobody is powerful enough to raise the dead, except me and my uncle. And that's a secret I plan on taking to the grave. I've been hiding out reading tea leaves rather than attracting unwanted attention from supernatural rivals. But when the zombies make it personal, and someone sends demons to kill me, I know this is a fight I can no longer avoid. Besides the annoyingly handsome ghost who wants me to solve his murder, the charismatic wolf shifter who I used to date before things got too serious, and the mysterious enemy hiding in the shadows, there's also the demons I grew up with, and the local police who know I've got more abilities than my permit allows. I might be able to prevent a zombie apocalypse, but not without revealing myself, which would mean either languishing in a jail cell or returning to the role in hell I'd do anything to avoid. Even worse, I'm actually starting to care about a few of my new cohorts, which makes things more complicated if one of us ends up dead. Chapter 1. The rusty blue hatchback ahead of me slows to a stop. 3 cars in front of it, a cop waves his arms, directing traffic around the blackened husk of a truck and several emergency vehicles. Smoke wafts into the early morning sky, but neither of the ambulances have their lights on. Here I thought my Monday sucked. Hopefully, the driver was able to get out in time. I tap the steering wheel. Damn it. I hate accidents. Siri, start my scanner app. The screen on my phone flashes to life. Code 16 on Broadway and 5th. Single vehicle accident, no. The voice crackles. I know that dispatcher, and that code. I've got to get out of here. I turn my phone off and toss it on the passenger seat. I can't be around dead people. It never ends well. If I get too close, I'll have more problems than missing my 9 a.m. card reading. The car in front of me inches forward, and a narrow side street barely wide enough for my compact car appears on the right. Veering sharply, I stomp on the gas and zip down the street, a chorus of horns honking behind me. 1 block, 2 blocks, and we're past the accident. Phew, I'm safe. For now. 5 minutes later, I pull behind my tea and tarot shop, make like a tree and leaf, and kill the engine. The peeling yellow paint and boarded-up back windows probably don't add much appeal for my customers, but it's mine, and I love every inch of it. Besides, the front isn't that bad. I remind myself to wash the bay window and sweep the steps, but that's about as far as I go for aesthetics. A gleaming black motorcycle with flames on the side roars down my street and pulls to a stop in front of my shop, parking on the grass. Granted, it's dead grass, but still, I have a driveway for a reason. I tamp down my annoyance. Don't piss off the client, Max. Clad in black leather and faded blue jeans, the guy that gets off of his bike is about 20 years past his prime, with a scraggly gray beard trailing down to his copious stomach, and a black and white skull and crossbones bandana wrapped around his head. "You the psychic?" he asks, looming over me. The low rumble of his voice matches the sound of his engine. "Are you my 9 o'clock appointment?" It doesn't hurt to be cautious, especially in my line of work. "Yep, my old lady said you was legit. I, got a question I need answered." He rolls something around in his mouth and spits a wad of chew into the grass. Oh, this day just keeps getting better and better. Great, follow me. I unlock the door and hold it open for him, pressing my fingers against the opal and jet amulet around my neck. Intuition and protection, my most essential bedfellows. The stones don't heat up against my touch, so the guy's not a demon. I have to check. Those bastards are pretty crafty. The guy limps to the little round table I use for readings and sits, the ratty wicker chair creaking beneath his weight. His beard spills out onto the velvet tablecloth, and he tucks it away. Interesting. Most people at least glance at all of the carvings on the walls, the books, the hand of glory trapped under a glass dome to stop idiotic kids from trying to pick it up. I clear my throat. I'm Max. What's your name? Bud, he says. Okay then, a man of few words. Let's get started. I grab the deck of cards stacked next to me and shuffle them without thinking, trying to ignore the energy pulsing from the man across from me. It's dark, and now that we're this close to each other, I can't stop the images that spill from the cards into my head. A balding man in a business suit kneels on the floor, his hands clasped in front of him. I just need more time, please. A gun appears, pressing against the man's forehead. You have 24 hours. With a start, I shake off the vision. Who is this guy? I don't want to see anymore because I know, without a doubt, that the next image I see will be of my client pulling the trigger. That's what this man does. That's the kind of man he is. Hands shaking, I separate the cards into 2 stacks and then shuffle them together again. I have to keep this professional. I've read for murderers before, so this shouldn't be any different. I'm going to do a 3-card spread for your past, present, and future. While I'm shuffling, try to think about your question. I fan the cards out before him. Now, pick one. He gingerly plucks one from the spread, and I lay it on the table. Then I have him pick 2 more, and I place them on either side of the first. You don't have to tell me, but it helps if I know what your question is. His eyes, a light brown, meet mine. The question. I nod. I have a job opportunity, and I was wondering if I should take it or not. His words are weighted. Whatever Bud's problem is, it's not about a new job. There's something else, something deeper, but I sure as hell am not going to ask him. I turn over the first card. An old man sits at the edge of a rocky cliff, contemplating the cosmos. Waves crash against its base, and the moon shines overhead. He holds a lantern in one hand and a gnarled wooden staff in the other. It's upside down. This is the Hermit, the card that defines your present circumstances. It's inverted, which means upside down, and stands for isolation or loneliness, often to the point of harmfulness, like you've lost your way. That don't make any sense. Bud shakes his head. I'm not lonely. I have lots of friends. He's right. I don't feel any loneliness from him. There's a discord here, a disconnect between the cards and the client. A haziness that tells me that the card is correct, but maybe Bud's not asking the right question. I could also be accidentally reading someone else, another client I have booked for today, or someone I've read recently. No, that doesn't feel right either. I bet the cards relate to his real dilemma, the one he won't talk about. I flip over the next card. A middle-aged woman in a black cloak stands with her head bowed before a stream. 5 golden chalices are clustered around her feet. 3 of them lay on their sides, their contents spilled, while the other 2 remain standing. This, the 5 of Cups, and it's your past card. It shows what's influencing your life today and the decisions you make. It often represents loss and despair, dwelling in the past, and an inability to look toward the future. God, what a depressing card. This guy must have had a lovely childhood. Have you lost someone close to you, such as your parents or a sibling? Bud shakes his head. Nope. You must be doing it wrong. I ain't lost nobody. I never read them wrong. I may embellish the truth a little, especially when I see glimpses of a client's impending death, but I never read them wrong. My fingers hover over the last card as it hits me. This isn't about him at all. This is about me. Crap. As if directed by some higher power outside of myself, I turn over the last card. In the middle of the image is a stone tower. A jagged bolt of lightning strikes the top, and flames burst from 2 little windows. In the back of my mind, I can almost hear the tiny figures scream for help, and the fire crackle as it consumes everything in its path. The tower. Like the last time I read my own cards by mistake, I have a feeling this isn't going to end well for me. What's it mean? Bud taps the card with one oil-stained finger. This is the future card. The tower, I say, my voice hushed. It represents destruction and change, turmoil, the annihilation of everything you've held deeply in the past so that something new can come. It doesn't have to be terrible, but it usually is, at least for me. It embodies change, sometimes difficult and challenging. Out with the old, in with the new. I take a deep breath. Come on, Max, you can do this. Don't let Bud see how rattled you are. I don't think you should take this job, whatever it is. It doesn't look like it's a good idea. Huh. Bud leans back. His hand disappears under the table. The gun from the reading flashes in my mind. I don't know about that. Seems like a pretty easy decision to me. Who did you say your girlfriend was again? My question rings in my ears. Danger. Run. Get out of here while you still can. I didn't. Bud pushes up from his chair, using the table for leverage. He touches a lump in his pocket, and my heart leaps into my throat. This is it. This is how I'm going to die. In a shady tarot and tea parlor on the wrong side of town, surrounded by stuffy books and the hand of a murderer. Tell you what, I say, forcing cheeriness into my voice. Maybe if I pretend everything's fine and I don't know what's happening, I'll walk out of this one alive. My readings usually aren't this wrong, so why don't I let this one be on the house, free of charge, and you can come back and we'll do another reading later. Please don't come back. How does that sound? Bud stares at me for several seconds, as if trying to make a decision. Then he scans the room, his eyes taking the sigils carved into the walls and the floor and painted on the ceiling, the shelves lined with books and teacups and oddities from around the world. The old armoire that he can't possibly know is filled with hundreds of little glass jars, each containing something more precious than life itself. Then his eyes widen, filling with something that looks an awful lot like fear. Maybe he does know. Not everything, of course, no one does, but enough to freak him out. Yeah, sure, that sounds good. He pulls out a crumbled bill from his pocket and drops it on the table. After he hurries out of the door, I stare out the front window, pressing my hands to my chest as if that might slow my racing heart. You know that guy was here to kill you, right? I leap away from the table, whirling around. An auburn-haired man leans against the fireplace, his arms crossed. If it weren't for the arrogant smirk on his face, he'd be pretty hot. A little like Robert Pattinson, except that this guy's dead. Who are you and what are you doing here? I have some of the strongest wards available on this place. The man shrugs and joins me at the window, watching as the motorcycle thunders down the street. Your pal there was a low-level henchman. What did you expect? You told his boss's girl to leave him and he couldn't have that. Bud was sent to take care of you. He turns to me, assessing me with his pale blue, cloudy eyes. But you knew that, didn't you? Just like you know he'll be back. I swallow the sudden lump in my throat. I can take care of myself. The ghost barks out a laugh. Yeah, sure you can. Why didn't you summon a demon or something? Isn't that what your permit is for? I bristle at his snide tone. My 16th birthday party got a little out of control when someone brought an Ouija board and I accidentally summoned a demon. Well, at least that's the story I gave the police. The truth is, I was pissed off at the rumors that were already spreading about me and wanted to give the high school gossip mill something to really talk about. It was the first time I manifested my father's powers, and apparently that's all anyone remembers about me. It's safer that way. Who are you? I ask again. My name is Luke Madrid, he says, executing a deep bow. newly retired from the PD. And this life, I guess you could say. I used to be one hell of a detective until I got stuck with the SCU. He must be talking about the Supernatural Cases Unit. It has one of the worst solvable rates there is because suspects can, quite literally, make evidence disappear. My death well has kinda put a damper on things. He frowns, and his gaze turns inward, like he's trying to remember something. I almost feel sorry for him. That gradual losing of oneself must suck, but he's haunting me without my permission, and it's starting to piss me off. What are you doing here? His lips crack into a half-hearted grin. I want to hire you for a case. My case, to be exact. You might have seen it on your way here this morning. Shit. The car accident? He chuckles. It wasn't much of an accident. Someone rigged my truck to explode. It's a good thing my partner was late, or he'd have been dead too. Unless it was your partner who did it. Hell, if I had to work with this guy all day, every day, I might be tempted myself, and I don't even know him that well. Luke shakes his head. Dave would never do that. It was somebody who didn't want me to solve the case I was working on. I know it. An icy chill runs its fingers down my spine. I've heard these things happened, but Lost Lake is a small town on the outskirts of a big city, and pretty quiet for the most part. What were you investigating? Zombies, he says. Someone's creating an army of zombies they can bend to their will. I must have misheard him. That's impossible. An incredulous laugh bursts from my lips before I can stop it. Zombies don't exist. They shouldn't, he says. Just like witches, psychics, ghosts, and demons shouldn't exist. And yet, here we are. Damn it. Ghost 1. Max 0. I shake my head. You're wrong. The registry would know if there was someone who could summon and control the dead to that magnitude. They'd put a stop to it. Are you sure? He asks, his eyes piercing mine. In some distant compartment of my brain, I wonder what color they were when he was alive, and not the pale, milky blue all ghosts have. Rumor has it lots of people game the system and keep their major abilities secret while registering something minor. Something that won't send up any red flags. Beads of sweat form on my brow. There's no way he knows who I am or what I can do. No one does. I'm sorry, I can't help you. I don't investigate murders. I'm not a cop. And I don't work with ghosts. It's too dangerous. They never pay either. You're not getting rid of me that easily, sweetheart. It would be a shame if another, let's just say, less scrupulous medium like your old pal Frank Gyllenhaal heard about your real gift and decided to collect the bounty for unregistered users. I'd hate for you to end up in Alcatraz. You wouldn't, I sputter, head spinning. Just think about it, Luke says, his outline growing hazy. It must be taking a lot of effort for him to remain here for so long with my protections up. But don't think too long. We don't have much time left. With those words, he disappears, taking with him the last remaining shreds of peace and quiet left in my day. God, I hate Mondays. Chapter 2. SCU Detective Luke Madrid's funeral lands on Thursday. Across the street from the cemetery, Luke stands next to me in the rain. They're sure rushing to get you into the ground, don't you think? I ask, trying to angle my umbrella so I don't get too soaked. Wet t-shirt contests were never my thing. Luke frowns, his expression almost as dark as the clouds crowding the sky. I heard them talking in the station. They called it a freak accident. His voice is bitter. I don't blame him. I'd be bitter too in his position. You know, he says, I'm still getting used to this whole dead thing. I always thought ghosts were stuck somewhere, like where they grew up or where they died, but I'm not. I can just think of a place, and pop, I'm there. It's the weirdest thing. Welcome to Weirdville, I mutter. Luke rolls his eyes. An old wrought iron decorative fence separates the cemetery from the rest of the world. That weak barrier wouldn't keep anyone, living or dead, out if they wanted. Toward the front entrance, an enormous willow tree sags under the weight of its branches. Beneath it, a small group of mourners circle a mahogany casket. A couple of them weep, but most stare, stone-faced in their grief, as the priest says his final words over the dearly departed. A woman, dressed in black, cradles a lace umbrella that must do nothing to keep out the rain. She dabs her eyes with a black handkerchief. Perfectly styled platinum blonde hair cascades down her back, almost glowing against the darkness of the dress. "Look at her," Luke grumbles, waving his arm at the woman, acting like she really cares. I bet she's only crying because she found out I took her off of my life insurance policy after the divorce was finalized. I cast a surprised glance at him. Interesting. I wouldn't have pegged Luke for the little White House with a picket fence type. He glares at the woman. If he were alive, I bet his eyes would be a stormy gray, swirling with emotion. He shoves his hands into his pockets as the priest drones on, his voice a monotonous hum from this distance. I don't dare go any closer, though. It's not worth the risk. I clear my throat. So, is there anything else you wanted to do before you leave? This is usually the part where spirits cross over. For some reason, seeing their own funeral tends to help move them along. That is, unless they have unfinished business, like Luke. It's worth a shot, though. I don't have time to run errands for a morose former cop with a chip on his metaphysical shoulder. I'm hurt. He barks out a laugh. It almost sounds like you're trying to get rid of me. I told you, I'm not going anywhere until you help me solve my case. Wait a second. I thought you wanted me to solve your murder. He waves his hand, dismissively. Yeah, that too. They're connected, I'm sure of it. There's no logical reason anyone would want to kill me otherwise. I wave discreetly at his grieving ex-wife. What about her? She looks like she has expensive tastes. Maybe she did it to get back at you after the divorce. If only it were that easy. Unfortunately, these things rarely are. Not a chance. A wry smile crosses Luke's face. The only reason Gloria married me in the first place was to get back at her dad. He wanted her to marry rich, so she picked this poor schmuck from LA who wanted to be a cop. Honestly, I don't know who was more relieved when we got a divorce, me or him. Besides, last I heard she's already dating some rich lawyer in Boston. I bet she flew down just for show. There goes that theory. Siblings? Former best friend? Ex-boss? Neighbor whose dog you ran over? Someone related to one of the scumbags you put away? I'm an only child. No friends except for the guys in my unit. We used to travel a lot growing up, so we didn't have time to put down roots. Glowing recommendations from former bosses. And no, I didn't run over anybody's dog. I guess it could have been someone who knew somebody I put away, but I can't think of anyone that I've pissed off lately who would have enough money to hire a hit, or enough knowledge to plant a bomb like that themselves. Besides, I didn't recognize the guy holding the detonator, and I would have if I'd met him before. You saw the person who detonated the bomb? You didn't mention that before. My blood turns into ice. This definitely wasn't an accident then. He winces. I must have forgotten to tell you that part. Yeah, right before my truck blew up, I saw a guy in a gray hoodie standing on the corner. At first I thought he was holding his phone, but then, when he saw me, he lifted it up and pressed a button on it. Then everything went black. He mimics an explosion with his hands. Are you sure the guy wasn't just holding his phone? You might have gotten stuff mixed up in the heat of the moment. Impossible. Luke shakes his head. I remember every second leading up to the bomb going off. Well, shoot. Figures I'm not going to be able to get rid of Luke that easily. And afterward? I'm more curious than anything. Most ghosts don't remember their first few minutes post-life. Luke is no exception. He frowns, an uneasy look crossing his face. I don't know. Why don't I remember? It's okay. I almost touch his arm until I remember my hand will go right through him. I doubt that would help lift his spirits at all. The rain fades into a drizzle as the priest finishes his speech, and the lovely Gloria places a single red rose on Luke's casket. Luke mutters something under his breath, which I ignore, and the grave attendants lower him into the ground. As his body disappears, Luke swallows a lump in his throat, his Adam's apple bobbing up and down. Poor guy. The grave attendants stand back, and a man in an ill-fitting gray suit tosses something into the grave. The sun peeks out between the clouds, shining on the man's bald head. Who's that? Luke sighs as he watches the man scan the crowd. That's Dave Channing, my partner, former partner. He scrubs his hand over his face. God, will this get any easier? I lift a shoulder and drop it. Hell if I know. I don't remember ever dying before. Let me tell you, Luke says, it's not for the faint of heart. From inside the cemetery, Luke's partner's eyes meet mine, and I take a step back, trying to fade into the trees on the other side of the road. Surprise sparks in Dave's gaze. Shit. He's seen me. Dave squeezes Gloria's arm, causing Luke to suck in a deep breath, and then starts striding quickly toward us. Luke, your partner's coming this way. How do I get rid of him? You can't. If you think I'm stubborn, you haven't seen anything like Dave Channing. I grimace at the note of awe in his voice. This is just great. I back up another step as Dave crosses the street. He stops a few feet from me, shoulders slumped in exhaustion, face pale except for the dark circles under his determined eyes. He looks so tired, he's barely able to string 3 words together to make a coherent thought. Not that I blame him. The death of one's partner probably does that to a person. Who are you? Dave says, his voice thick with the kind of rasp someone gets from a lifetime of chain smoking, hard drinking, and a tough life. Since Luke's no help, I decide to try for ignorance. Nobody. I'm just passing through. I saw there was a funeral going on and wanted to pay my respects. Not a lot of people use this cemetery anymore. That, at least, is the truth. The majority of the dead resting here are older, much older than I am, and possibly date back to before the war. Bullshit. Dave glares at me. He's a blunt one, that's for sure. I bet he and Luke worked well together. I saw you staring at us the whole time. You knew Luke. How? He laces the question with vitriol and anger, rage barely contained under a human facade. Tell him you see me, Luke says, waving his arms to get my attention. Tell him I'm still here. Come on. I ignore him. Dave doesn't see him anyway, so it seems like the best course of action right now. I don't want to show my hand too early. Besides, there isn't a whole lot more Luke can do if I anger him besides haunt me, which he's already doing. I don't know what you're talking about. I swear I don't know anyone named Luke. Which was true, until I met the ghost practically jumping up and down beside us. I don't believe you. Luke jumps in front of me so he's right next to Dave. Tell him I'm here, he begs. Tell him you see me. My eyes flick away from Dave to Luke. I'm sorry, I say, as much to Luke as to his partner. I didn't mean to cause any problems. God damn it! Luke stomps his feet. Why don't you tell him you can see me? I thought you helped people. I sidestep Dave, unfortunately walking right through Luke. I'll just leave you alone now. Dave grabs my arm, his fingers digging into my flesh. He's desperate for answers. Most people are when they're grieving. Who are you looking at? He asks, his voice ragged. Can you see him? Is that why you're here? You're one of those mediums who can talk to the dead, aren't you? I'm nobody. I shake my arm free gently, and his shoulders sag under his grief. I'm sorry. I hurry down the street to my car before Dave comes to his senses enough to follow us. Luke appears in the passenger seat as soon as I slide into the driver's seat. What the hell happened? He folds his arms across his chest. Why didn't you tell Dave I was there? His glowing blue eyes are wide and wild. He's just as desperate as his partner, in his own way. Just give me a minute. I start the car, anxious to get away from the cemetery. Even though I've only been here half of an hour, at most, the pull of the dead is almost unbearable. No matter how long they've been in the ground, the dead always want to come back. At least when I'm around. I feel drained, exhausted, and I want a nap. Unfortunately, I'm an adult with a business to run, and I don't have nap time. No, that was ridiculous. All you had to do was tell him I'm there. Tell him it wasn't an accident, that I was murdered. Dave would have helped you. I know him, he has a good heart. But you did nothing. I take a deep breath and count to 10. It's time, ghost cop, and I have a chat. Look, this thing here, I gesture between the two of us, is not a partnership. I'm not your lackey, or your coworker, or your secretary. You don't get to go around telling me what to do. That's not how this works. If you want to talk to the guy, haunt him yourself. I thought you helped people. Says who? I'm not some Girl Scout who goes around leading wayward spirits to the light. I don't help them resolve their mommy or daddy issues so they can rest in peace. I didn't sign up for this crap. Anyone who told you that is wrong. Delusional. I might have helped a ghost or two here and there, but I'm not some good Samaritan, so get that out of your thick head. I'm not going to help you solve your case, or your murder. I've got enough problems of my own. Namely, a biker dude named Bud, who chickened out on killing me once. My gut tells me he'll be back, and I need to be prepared in case he summons enough courage to go through with it this time. Is it about the money? Luke asks. I'll pay, if that's what you're worried about. I laugh. In what? You can't exactly go to the bank and withdraw some cash? He hesitates. I have a storage unit. It's about a mile away from my apartment. Nobody knows about it. Not even Dave. Oh yay, a storage unit. What do you want me to do? Have a garage sale with all your useless crap? Or do you want me to get rid of any evidence before someone else finds it and sullies your pristine reputation? Luke mutters something under his breath that sounds an awful lot like a swear word. My storage unit is where I work on my cases, the ones that I can't solve, no matter how hard I try. I have notes, pictures, recordings, stuff that could help you solve the case. If you agree to help me, I'll tell you where it is. I arch an eyebrow at him. Solving the case won't pay my rent. A muscle jumps in his jaw. I also have cash in a bug-out bag, just in case I have to skip town. There's more in there than you'd need for rent for a year. Unmarked bills, too. I whistle softly, impressed. Maybe I should reconsider. That is, if he's telling the truth. How do I know you're not lying about the money? Luke makes an exasperated sound. I'm not. You'll just have to trust me. I grew up on the streets, okay? We never had enough money to get by. Never. So when I got this job, I started saving up. I called it my rainy day fund. I put it in the storage unit, which was under another name so Gloria wouldn't find out about it during the divorce. Smart idea. She sounds like the type to take you to the cleaners. He grimaces. She did. My storage unit was the only thing she didn't touch. Lucky for you, I say. And you, he replies. What do you say? Will you help me? I pull out on the road, fingers flexing on the steering wheel. It's tempting, sure, but something tells me this case will lead to trouble, and I don't want any part in that. I've had enough trouble to deal with for 3 lifetimes now. I'll think about it, I say, even though I know I won't. All the money in the world won't do me any good if I'm in Alcatraz. Or worse, dead. Chapter 3. Wake up! Wake up! Luke paces next to my bed, wringing his hands in front of him. You've got to get up. I groan, rubbing my eyes. What's wrong? It better be good if you're waking me up at... I squint at my clock, 3:07 a.m. His hands clench. If he were alive, I imagine he'd be shaking me. Get up! It's important. I pull the sheet over my head. No, sleep is important. Coffee is important. Not killing anyone in road rage is important. But getting up at 3 o'clock in the morning for whatever stupid thing you think is important is not. He crouches down next to me, his eyes serious. The zombies. They're out there right now. You've got to come with me. We might be able to catch whoever's controlling them. My blood runs cold. Shit. I swing my legs over the side of the bed, suddenly wide awake. Where are they? Even if I don't believe there really are zombies, something's got him worked up. Luke's blue eyes cloud over. I don't know. One moment I was here, waiting for you to wake up. Okay, so that's not creepy. And the next I was there, standing in a living room, watching. He gulps and glances out the window. Rain pelts the street below, and reflections of the moon glow in the pools forming on the cold concrete. Do you remember anything about the place? I ask, gently. Take it easy on the poor guy. This is all new to him. He hasn't been a ghost for very long. There was a house. He closes his eyes, as if that'll help him remember. I hope it does, because there's a lot of houses around here. He needs to be more specific. I think it was blue. Slightly better. There was a car out front, and a truck. Now we're getting closer. Do you remember what part of town? I grab a pair of jeans and slip them over my pajama shorts. He may be dead, but he's still a man. Call me a prude, but I don't like changing in front of strange men. Luke frowns. No, I'm sorry, I think it was north of town, next to the airport. I heard something loud, like a plane, go by. That shouldn't be too hard to find then. There's only one street branching off of the airport. Well, it's a start. I grab my gun loaded with silver bullets and a handful of extra slugs stuffed with salt crystals and shove those in my pockets. I also grab the antique dagger inscribed with sigils from under my pillow and clip its leather sheath to my pants. Come on, Luke says, his voice rising in urgency. You've got to hurry. I grab my keys. What about the people in the house? His gaze grows unfocused. I don't know. Let's just go. My stomach sinks at his words. I don't want to go, especially if people are dead. But if there are zombies there, then I need to see it. All right, lead the way. I drive Luke out to the airport to Spencer Street. There are only 5 houses on it, and the porch lights are on at 2 of them. Luke sucks in a quick breath as we get near the end of the road and stop in front of a little 1-story house without a porch light on. A few scraggly bushes decorate the lawn, and a massive dead tree rests on its side between the house and the thick wall of trees behind it. This is it. Luke grabs my arm, but grimaces as it passes right through. I pull into the driveway, the hairs standing up on my arms. Something's wrong here. I don't know if it's zombies or not, but something is seriously wrong. Where are the cops or the neighbors? Zombies aren't exactly quiet. At least the ones on TV aren't. If they attacked someone, then that should have drawn some attention. Don't you feel it? He gestures at the house. There's some kind of bubble around the house, muffling everything. He shakes his arms. It makes me feel like there's a bunch of ants crawling all over me. Damn. He's right. Now that he's mentioned it, his voice does sound a little bit faint. Whoever orchestrated whatever's going on here planned it carefully. It's a glamour, a kind of spell, a shield, if you will, so others can't see what's really there. Maybe we should call the cops. Maybe he's right, and there is something gruesome and terrible in the little house. Do you think they'll believe you? 2 for 2. You're probably right. I'm already on Dave's hit list. My fingers flex on the steering wheel, and I take a deep breath. Let's just take a look around. The worst that'll happen is whoever lives here will call the cops for a couple of trespassers. 1, he says. Oh yeah, I'm the only one who will get arrested if this ends up being a bust. I drive all the way down the gravel driveway, my headlights illuminating the faded blue siding on the house. Luke's shoulders stiffen, and I don't have to ask him if this is the house from his dreams. He recognizes it, as sure as if he was there. And maybe he was. I don't know how all this ghost stuff works either, and I'm kind of the resident expert. Despite the sense of foreboding growing in my gut, I pull my car around the back of the house so it can't be seen from the road. Then I turn it around so we can haul ass out of here in case the zombies start chasing us, if there really are zombies. There's an old chicken coop in the backyard, and a clothesline that stretches from one side to the other. I'm half expecting to see a swing set, but there isn't one. Phew. At least no kids to worry about. Thank God for small favors. The backyard is silent, except for the sound of my breathing and the faint patter of my footfalls. After about every other step, I freeze, half whirling around to run at the slightest threat. A light flashes on over the back door and I jump. I don't feel any death calling me, so that's good. Excellent, even. Since I feel death anywhere else calling to me, I imagine zombies would be drawn to me just as much. It's all right, Luke says. Just a motion detection light. I don't think it's locked. The Shermans aren't the type of people to lock their doors. The Shermans. Did you know them well? Going inside will be so much worse if he was friends with these people. Nobody can stay objective in a situation like that. No, it's like, I don't know. I just know. Just like I know their back door is unlocked. But that doesn't make any sense. How would you know that? Ghosts don't knock and wait for someone to answer. Luke grimaces. The zombies didn't knock either. Oh, I shudder. If you get me turned into a zombie, I'm going to make your afterlife a living hell. He arches an eyebrow and his lips twitch. And it isn't already? Touché. I slink up to the back door and pause. This is it. Either there are zombies on the other side that I can't sense, or there's nothing but a couple of irate homeowners I've woken from a deep sleep. I touch the door, my fingers barely grazing the knob, and it swings open, silently. This is not a good sign, especially since I'm stuck with a partner who can't even hold a flashlight so I can see the monsters waiting to kill me. I pull out my phone and flick the flashlight app on. It'll do in a pinch. The back door to the Sherman's house leads into a small laundry room, cluttered with a washer and a dryer, as well as 2 laundry baskets full of clothes. Down the hall is a tiny kitchen decorated in the lime green and brown favored in the 70s, as well as a small wooden kitchen table. And no zombies. No anyone else either. So far, so good. Maybe I'll get out of this unzombified. Again, I reach out with my other senses to see if I feel something. Anything. But I don't. No complaints here. That feeling of relief lasts until I get to the living room. One step in, and my foot squelches as it sinks into the carpet. My eyes slowly travel downward, as if they have minds of their own. The dark brown carpet is thick and wet with some kind of liquid. Maybe one of the Shermans just spilled something on the ground. A lot of something. Sure, let's go with that. I start to scan the rest of the room from the floor up when I realize that the carpeting isn't brown everywhere. It's supposed to be beige, light beige, like the couch and the walls. except the walls are splattered with... Bile rises up in my throat. That's not some 90s-inspired paint effect. That's blood, and it's everywhere, all over the walls and the floor. I take another squelching step. I still don't feel any dead. This is so strange. "Where's it coming from?" Luke whispers, his voice reverent. "Didn't you see it in your vision or whatever that was?" He shrugs, but it's more like he's hunching his shoulders and then dropping them in embarrassment. "I don't know. I heard screaming and saw the zombies and... it was horrible. I don't feel anything." Not that I don't believe him. It's just if there were zombies hanging around, I'd know. In the silence of the darkened, blood-soaked room, something drips off of the arm of the recliner and splats into the carpet. Luke glides ahead of me and rounds the front of the recliner first. He fumbles for his gun, the gun he isn't wearing, and disappears, popping back into existence at my side. "We've got to get out of here," he says. "Now." His voice is shaky. Whatever he's seen, it's bad. I take a deep breath, and now it's my turn. "I need to see the body," I say, even as Luke shakes his head. "I'll be able to tell what killed him. Or her," I amend. "That's impossible." "I've seen lots of dead bodies. Trust me, I'll know what killed it. Werewolves go for the jugular, and sometimes hamstring their prey. They kill people for fun or for sport, not for food. Vamps attack the neck, and sometimes the groin, but only suck the person's blood. At any rate, I don't feel the dead body, which has never happened before, especially if I'm close to it." "No, really, you don't want to see this," Luke warns again. I brush past him and ignore the way the carpet sucks at my shoes, trying to keep me in one spot, and the suddenly cloying iron scent that fills the air. By the time I face the front of the recliner, I kind of wish I'd listened to Luke. The body sprawled out in the chair used to be human. Of that much, I'm sure. It doesn't have a face anymore, or fingers, or a neck that's not missing huge chunks of flesh and muscle, but it was human at one point. Shredded clothing hangs off of its torso, black from all of the blood and gore. The left arm is almost picked clean, its bone glistening under the light of my phone. Entrails shine darkly when the light hits them, and I push back the rising gorge in my throat. You have to look at this analytically, Max. Try to figure out what did this, before it can do it again. One of the victim's arms hangs over the side of the chair, and a drop of blood slowly forms on the end of its wrist stump and drips onto the carpet. I take a step closer, too close, and the mangled wrist twitches. Oh, God. I stumble back, putting several feet between me and the body. Why didn't I feel it? I always feel them. I clamp my hand to my mouth, stifling a scream that will certainly attract whatever did this, if there are any still around. "Is there anyone else in the house?" I whisper. Luke sucks in a breath, watching my reaction. "Yeah, I'm freaking out. Deal with it." "This way." He hurries ahead of me down a hallway across the room. Luke stops in front of a door at the end of the hall and peeks in ahead of me. I wonder if he's trying to save me from seeing another horrific sight, or if it's his cop nature still trying to catch the bad guy, even though there's no physical way he can do that. He materializes back in the hallway again and leans against the wall. Scrubbing a hand over his face, he shakes his head. "She's in there." "Seriously, Max, you don't need to look." "I have to," I say, gritting my teeth. Maybe there's a clue with this second one that wasn't there with the first. Maybe whatever did this got sloppy or careless, or... The second body splayed across the bed is even more of a mess than the first. Whatever did this went for the guts first, as if they were a delicacy. But there are chunks, mouthfuls even, missing from the arms, the legs, the neck, and the head. I lean against the wall next to Luke for a second, and gulp down the bitter, acidic taste in my throat. What did this to them? Zombies, Luke says. I told you, they're real. And right at that second, as my mind tries to grasp what I've just seen, I feel it. Them. Lots of them. And they're dead. And they're coming toward us. We've got to get out of here. I push myself away from the wall, my mind immediately going into panic mode. They're coming back. Run. Now. I race down the hall, flying past the body in the living room, through the kitchen, the laundry room, and out the back door. In the backyard, a raspy moan arises right from the bowels of my nightmares. A shadow darker than the night separates itself from the trees and shambles forward, stumbling toward the house and me. A second one follows it, and then a third. I dive into my car as the first bloody, rotting corpse breaks into the light. Its putrid arms reaching for me, flesh hanging in ragged, rotting clumps, its dead eyes clouded over. Yet still, it somehow knows exactly where to go. I shove my keys into the ignition. In my head, I see every zombie movie ever made. They're getting closer and closer. I can feel them all now, coming out of the trees. I stomp on the gas, fishtailing my car, and roar down the driveway. So, Luke says, as I pull onto the highway, do you believe me now? I gulp. Yeah, he's got me convinced. I think we better check out that storage unit of yours. Chapter 4. Big Ed's storage unit sits on the edge of town. A rusty chain-link fence topped with barbed wire circles the lot, its front gate padlocked shut. I park down the block, behind an abandoned convenience store, and grab a pair of bolt cutters from my trunk. The bright, nearly full moon offers enough light so I don't need my flashlight. Luke eyes the rest of my goodies, from the extensive set of tools and weapons to the more arcane salt, crystals, and herbs. Is there a witchy Girl Scouts or something I haven't heard of? Luke whistles. This is amazing. I chuckle. Let's just say I believe in being prepared. I slam the trunk of my car shut and give it a pat. This old girl has been with me through thick and thin. I'll drive it until it falls apart. Luke kicks the tire, and I don't make any comments as his foot passes straight through. Which could be sooner rather than later, he quips. On the plus side, it blends in with all the other shitty cars and abandoned buildings around here, so I doubt anyone will break in. Jerk, I mutter. We pass the front gate and walk around to the back of the lot. I stare at the fence and pick a spot where a scraggly bush leans against it. It's the only cover I can see, so it'll have to do. Why not just pick the lock on the front gate? Luke asks. He watches me wiggle behind the bush that'll hopefully hide the hole I cut. Because I don't want the cops called on me. Hell, they still might. Whatever you've got in here better be worth getting arrested. The late night air stills, and I remember the way it felt right before I heard the low moan of the zombies. Yeah. Whatever Luke's got in this storage unit better be good. Or getting arrested won't be the worst thing that could happen to me. Of course it's worth it. Are you sure you're not just going to take my money and run? I think he's trying to be serious with the side eye he's giving me, but it looks pretty funny since his eyes glow a light, innocent blue. The thought has crossed my mind. Actually, it hasn't. But maybe I should consider it. If there's as much money as Luke says there is, then I could buy a one-way ticket to some island and wait out the zombie apocalypse. But even I know I can't do that. I'm here, aren't I? What was it you said back there? I'll just have to trust you? Trust goes both ways, detective. Let's see what you've got and then figure out what we need to do next. Fine. Luke points at a row of units about 100 feet from the spot I picked. My unit is the third one from the end. Number 83. Good, we're not too far. You really went all out security-wise. This one is the creme de la creme. Luke shrugs. They take cash. I didn't want to leave a trail. Crouching down behind the bush, I grab a hold of the chain link and give it a shake. Almost immediately, raucous barking erupts, and two dark shapes race toward me. I scramble out from behind the bushes as two enormous, muscled dogs throw themselves against the fence, snarling. "You didn't tell me there were dogs." "Oh yeah, I forgot. Sorry about that," Luke says, not sounding sorry at all. "Lucky for you," I say. "This isn't my first rodeo. And unfortunately, the appearance of the dogs means I have to give up another of my secrets." Against the cacophony of two angry Rottweilers, I approach the fence warily. The dogs throw their bodies against it, leaping up into the air as if to climb the fence. I stick my hand out, palm up, and close my eyes. Drawing from a well deep within myself, I reach out to the dog's energy and wrap my own around it. Then, I tighten my hand decisively into a fist. Abruptly, the dog's barking cuts off. They stand silently in the fenced lot, staring at me. Good. I tighten my mental grip to ensure that they can't attack me. "What the hell did you do?" Luke asks. I resist the urge to glance at him. I have to maintain all of my focus on the dogs, or I'll lose them. "That's crazy," he says, as they both sit at the same time. "I guess I just have a way with animals." I smirk. I like them. They like me. Secretly, though, I can't help the pride that wells up inside me. It's not often I get to show others what I can do and actually have them be impressed. Usually there's a lot of screaming and running away involved. "You've got to be kidding me." I smirk. "Wouldn't you like to know?" I loosen my grip on the dogs. Good puppies. The one on the left's tongue lolls, and both of their stumpy tails start wagging. "Now go to bed, okay? You're good dogs. Good dogs." I loosen up a little more and watch their body language. The smaller one on the right pauses. "Good dogs. You're such good dogs." Then her eyes shift to her partner and her tail starts wagging again. There we go. I crawl between the fence and the bush and wedge the bolt cutters around the first bit of wire. Using all of my strength, I lean in and snap the first piece of metal. The dogs don't move, so I snap the next piece and then the next one, until I've cut enough of the fence to create a me-sized hole. "Ready?" Luke shakes his head. I can't tell if he's impressed or wondering how I haven't gotten on the SCU's radar yet. "Sure. See you on the other side." He walks through the chain-link fence while I shimmy through the hole, ripping my jacket in the process. Man, I like this jacket. Oh well, if there's as much money as Luke says there is, I can buy a new one. Once through, I pat each of the dogs on the head and send them back to their kennels. Stumpy tails wiggling, they frolic like puppies before trotting away. "That must be a witch thing or something," Luke says, watching the dogs. "Or something," I reply. I walk past him to the unit with the number 83 spray-painted on the front. I crouch down and wiggle the padlock on the bottom of the rolling gate. It's a solid lock, thick and heavy. I jam the bolt cutters as far as I can around the metal ring holding the lock in place. "I've got a key," Luke says, "if you don't want to break the lock." I set the bolt cutters against the door. "You have a spare key for the storage unit?" He nods. "Around here?" "Well, yeah," he says. "Just in case I wasn't able to get back to my apartment to grab the other key." That's almost smart, except just about anyone could find it and break in. No one will ever find it unless I tell them where it is. His eyes flash with irritation. "Show me where it is, then." I stand up and brush myself off. We don't have time for this. If we stay here too long, it'll be dawn and someone will catch us. You know, it's a good thing Ed doesn't work on the weekends. Luke glances over his shoulder, uneasily. "You know the guy?" It strikes me that he probably wasn't so nervous in life, but in death, I'm kind of his only hope. If I get thrown in jail, or worse, He's screwed. I smirk. I used to go to the same seedy bar he did, until he came on to me one night and I had to break his nose to get him to leave me alone. I'm surprised he hasn't nuked his liver with the amount of alcohol he drinks. It has to knock him out until at least noon. Muttering under his breath, Luke leads me to the far end of his row to unit number 70. This one's even more beat up and dented than his is. It looks like the owners took a crowbar to the rolling gate and the frame around it, trying to pry it open, but it didn't work. It did, however, bend the edge almost to the top of the unit, leaving a rim of sharp, twisted metal just barely wider than my finger, and apparently wide enough to stick a key inside. It's in there. Luke taps the rim just above my line of sight. I wince as the metal edge digs into my fingers. You're lucky I'm up to date on my tetanus shots. I can just about get my fingers around it enough, and there. I wiggle the key out and hold it up triumphantly. It might not have been the brightest idea to leave a spare key for your unit here, but at least you picked a great place to hide it. Are you sure you were in the right profession? Would I have lived longer in yours? Touché. Living in the shadowy underbelly of the world doesn't come with a retirement plan. Back home, people are probably taking bets as to when someone will knock me off. The odds are most definitely not in my favor. The key slides easily into Luke's lock and I twist it open. After I remove it, I stuff both in my pocket. I'll need to lock up when I leave anyway, and I'm sure as hell not leaving them out where someone could lock me in and leave me here. Luke covered his tracks well. It could be days or weeks before anyone finds me. With one last glance to either side to make sure I'm still alone, I grab a hold of the bottom of the rolling gate and pull it up. The metal door screeches in protest. I stop when it's about 2 feet off of the ground. That should be enough room for me to squeeze through. You know, you could have oiled the thing before you died. I'd have appreciated that. Duly noted, Luke says, dryly. Next time I'll try to be more considerate. I flip him the bird before laying on the ground and pulling myself under the door. Once through, I shut it enough to hopefully keep out both wandering eyes and zombies, and turn on the flashlight beam on my phone. Columns of paper boxes line both side walls, and 2 4-drawer filing cabinets are tucked away in the back corner, partially hidden by several dusty plastic totes stacked precariously on top of one another. In the middle of the unit rests a 6-foot-long folding table covered in a map and pictures. I whistle softly. Are these all from this case? And a couple others I haven't been able to solve. Luke's hand hovers over one of the boxes, as if he was about to pry open the lid, but he stops. This has got to be frustrating, being on your home turf, but having to rely on a reluctant helper like myself. He gives himself a shake. There's a light on the box over there. He points at a camping lantern on top of a tote. I grab it and turn it on. A warm yellow glow fills the room. There we go. That's much better than my phone app. Luke stands over the table, staring at one of the pictures, so I pick it up. It's a body, its legs bent and arms twisted. Whoever it was, face is gone, ripped off almost, and it's eerily reminiscent of the Shermans, except it doesn't look like the zombies ate as much of this one. Another zombie attack? The words sound so foreign on my lips, like I should be watching a movie about this, instead of living it. Gladys Hawthorne. She was found 6 weeks ago. My gaze darts from the picture to him. How come I've never heard of this? His eyes drop to the picture. No one has. Gladys didn't have any family or friends, so there was no funeral. My chief wanted me to get more of a handle on it before it leaked out and caused a mass panic. The guys who ordered my hit, unfortunately, had other plans. A cold whisper dances across my skin. If I don't want to end up like Luke or get turned into zombie chow, I better get searching and figure this thing out. I set down the picture of Gladys Hawthorne and pick up another. This one contains another dead body, male this time. The next 5 pictures are the same. The 8th, however, is different. In that one, there's an empty hospital room, complete with bed, chair, and an IV stand. No body, living or dead, nothing but blood pooling on the floor, splashed and smeared across the walls, and even streaked on the chair. Whoever it came from didn't survive. "What's up with this one?" I tap on the picture to get Luke's attention. He glances up from the map he'd been studying. Carl Sandberry, age 51. He was a school psychologist. He came to the ER presenting wounds along his arms and one on his neck. He was babbling incoherently and lapsed into a coma. 4 hours later, he flatlined and doctors pronounced him dead. Before they could remove his body, he sat up and tried to attack one of the nurses. Security shot him 7 times to subdue him. Holy shit. And you think he was bit by a zombie? Luke nods. Oh yeah, the bites were human. We think he got bit that morning, which gives the virus an incubation period of about 10-12 hours. If something like this got out into the public, especially with that kind of rapid growth, it would be catastrophic. It's no virus, or the other victims would have come back to life. It has to be someone with a hell of a lot of power directing them. More than me, more than anyone I know. He must have been close, maybe even in the hospital, and wanted to see what would happen. It was a sick, twisted experiment. Oh God, how do you know all of this? Luke turns his shrewd gaze on me. I pause, trying to figure out how to word this without giving more of my secrets away. I've heard of 2 people who can raise the dead. Neither of them do it willingly, because the bodies kind of suck the life out of the person who raised them. Luke frowns. I thought necromancers were a lot more common than that. I pick up the picture again and then set it down. They're not necromancers. Those are just witches with a little extra oomph and a thing for the dark side. They can craft a spell to reanimate a corpse for a little bit of time, but mostly the body just twitches and moans. Enough to get their jollies off. Sometimes the bodies take a step or 2, but that's about it. It takes a hell of a lot of power to actually raise the dead. Normal humans and even most supernaturals just don't have it. But you do, don't you? He asks, his voice flat. It's not really a question. Maybe he's heard rumors from other ghosts that he's questioned. What is it you're not telling me? I look away and stare at the ground while I think of something to say. I'm not a necromancer. I may be a witch. At least that's what's on my permit. But I don't craft spells to raise the dead. I've got a fair bit of power, enough to summon a lower demon, but I've never wanted to bring people back to life. That's not entirely true, but it's true enough for this conversation. So why would people do it then? You don't have to raise the dead to talk to a ghost. Look at me. He gestures to himself. Psychics and mediums are a dime a dozen, though the good ones are harder to find. Shock, power, who knows? Humans as a whole are sick, twisted, and more messed up than any monster I've met, except for the zombies. I've got to change the subject before he circles back to me. I don't like lying, but I do it all the time. Somehow, though, lying to Luke seems even worse than normal for some reason. Or maybe it's your overdue conscious coming out. Yeah, that'd be great timing. Besides, these aren't really zombies. At least, I don't think they are. They're powered by something or someone who gives them energy to keep going. Energy is life, and death, at least physical death, is the ending of that energy. Zombies in the traditional sense are created by a virus that keeps them going. These don't have that. These have to be directed by someone. Even the way they killed, and then left, and then came back. There was, I gulp, still meat on the bones per se. Night of the Living Dead zombies wouldn't do that. So the Shermans won't come back to life? He asks. I smooth my hands out on my pants, remembering how Mr. Sherman's dripping wet wrist bone had twitched right before we escaped. Not necessarily. If whoever was controlling them was close, they could give his corpse the extra oomph he'd needed to come back. Acidic bile burns my throat, but I gulp it down as the realization hits that we were that close to the asshole responsible for all of this horror. Why didn't I feel them, though? The glamour. Son of a bitch knew we were there, but couldn't feel a damn thing. Jesus. So what's this map of? I lean over the table, trying to change the subject. In a few seconds, I realize it's a map of our city and the surrounding township. There are 7 red pins on the map, with red lines stretching between them. Several other black pins lie outside of that, but they're not connected, either to each other or the red pins. A blue pin is poking right into the center of the hospital. The red pins are the zombie attacks around town, all within the last 6 months. And the black ones? Strange sightings, creatures that can't be identified. He points to a little clear box on the side of the table. Grab a red one, will you? Might as well stay up to date. His voice is gruff. He doesn't want to do this any more than I do, but I take out a red pushpin and find the approximate spot on the map that marks where the Shermans lived. We've got to call the cops and warn them about the Shermans. They'll arrest you? Grab a box. Luke points to a small stack of empty boxes. What for? To take back to your place. I doubt you want to spend a lot of time here, especially after dawn. Let's pack up the essentials and take them back home. I'll explain more to you then. But what about the Shermans? I don't want anyone else to get bit and turn into a zombie. He arches an eyebrow. So you do have a conscience. Here I was wondering when you were going to ask me where the bug-out bag full of cash was. Oh yeah, that. I quickly scan the room, finally spying a duffel bag tucked behind one of the paper boxes. I'll come back for it later, I say, now that I know where it is. Or I could just take it now. Book a flight to the Bahamas and drink margaritas while the world goes to hell around me. That does have its appeal. Huh, I almost see a heart in there, even if it is 3 sizes too small, Luke jokes, eyeing me curiously. Maybe we do have a shot in hell of solving this thing after all. Chapter 5. Doing a reading in Make Like a Tree and Leaf is a lot different with a ghost standing over my shoulder. I still have to work, you know. I snap after my second client of the day leaves. A regular, Berta Thomas, had even asked me if I was all right, and it took all of my concentration to give her an accurate reading without swearing at the ghost complaining behind me. I doubt she'd stay a regular for much longer if I did that. Yeah, well, while you're staring at the bottom of a cup of coffee grounds, people could be dying. I glare at him as my next customer pulls into the drive. People are dying every day, albeit not by zombies. And this is important. Not only does it pay my rent, but it also helps give people a sense of direction, of comfort. It's not just staring at coffee grounds, as you say. Seriously, I would have thought a detective for the SCU would be a little more open-minded. Luke disappears, annoyed. Without him, my shop feels emptier, lonelier. Get a grip, Max. He's an annoyance, not a partner, not a friend, not anything. He'll be gone soon enough. Hello, my dear. One of the first clients I've ever had, Marjorie Walters, strolls in. In her late 70s, Marjorie still stands tall and elegant, wearing a deep plum pantsuit and heels. Her fingers and ears sparkle with more jewels than I could afford in my lifetime. I can't wait to tell you what's transpired since our last session and get your input on my next move before the meeting with my divorce lawyer. Harold is being so difficult. Husband number 7. Marjorie marries rich and walks away even richer. When she first became a client, she said her grandmother had the sight, as she called it, and she thinks I do too. She comes every month, if not more often, always with a specific question, and willing to pay a premium for an hour of my time. I can live with that. I clasp her hands in mine and smile. I'm so glad you could come. I can't wait to hear all about it. Of course, she says. After the reading, though, if you don't mind. Half of the time I'm more counselor than psychic, even though I don't claim to be either. I'm mostly pretty good at reading people and connecting with the cards. They're like a bridge between this world and the next. I just have to tune in. Marjorie Walters? Luke whistles, strolling into the room from the kitchen behind me. This must be how you stay in business. That woman is loaded. You know husbands 1, 2, and 4 died of mysterious circumstances, don't you? 3, 5, and 6 got out in time. She's a black widow. He stops behind Marjorie's chair. Too close if he'd been alive, but he's not, and she doesn't notice him, so I don't say anything either. It's none of my business if my client's past husbands died. As long as I don't end up on her hit list, I'll keep my mouth shut. Would you like some tea, or would you rather try the cards? Let's have a go of the cards this time, dear. I'm not in the mood for tea. She perches primly in the seat across from mine, her hands resting in her lap. I grab my deck and start dealing, trying to get into the zone, as Luke bends down to peer into the woman's purse. I bite my tongue to keep from snapping at him to knock it off, but he's not successful anyway. He hasn't mastered the ghostly skills necessary to actually move objects. Some ghosts can, and he probably could outside of my home and shop, but the wards I've kept up mainly to piss him off seem to sap a lot of his strength, which is good. God help me if he develops into full poltergeist abilities. Do you have your question? She nods. Of course. After a second of thought, I pick a more elaborate horseshoe spread for my client. It's not one I normally use, but for some reason, it calls to me, so I go with it. Unlike most of my clients, Marjorie prefers me to pick the cards. She says that with my gift, I'm more in tune to what she needs than she is. My hand hovers over the cards, feeling Marjorie's energy hum when I reach the right one. Then I feel for the next, and the next, until I have 7 cards in a half-circle pattern on the table. This is new. Luke leans over my shoulder. What's it called? I ignore him until I glance up to see Marjorie watching me closely. I've never done this spread with her before either, so I decide to give in and explain what I'm doing. This is the horseshoe pattern. We start on the left, which is the card for past events that are affecting, or led up to, our current predicament. I turn the card over. The devil. Lovely. This better not be about me again. The rumble of a car pulling to a stop in front of my shop breaks my concentration. Not now, damn it. I don't need a walk-in interrupting Marjorie's reading. Did I lock the door? Crap. I think I forgot. A car door slams shut. Irritation creases the fine skin on either side of Marjorie's eyes. Heavy-booted footsteps clomp up the walk and across the porch. Maybe whoever it is will take the hint and leave when I don't answer the door. They knock, hard, 3 times, rattling the door in its frame. When I don't answer, they knock again. I'm sorry. I scoot out from my seat. I'll be right back. I hurry to the door, ready to send whoever it is away, until I see the shit-eating grin on Luke's face. What? I mutter. You'll see. He chuckles. God, I hate ghosts. I brush past him and pull back the gauzy curtains. My stomach sinks. SCU Detective Dave Channing, dressed in his dark blue uniform, stands on the other side of the door, a perpetual scowl on his face. At least it isn't Bud, the cowardly biker. After taking a deep breath, I open the door just enough to give Dave an icy smile. Detective Channing. There's no sense in playing the ignorant dog-walking citizen now. He knows who I am. He must know what I am, or at least what's printed on my permit, so I'm done playing games. I'm a little busy here with a client. Would you like to make an appointment? No. He plants his hands on the door and pushes it open, nearly running me over in his haste to get past me. I need to talk to you. Marjorie stands up. Is there a problem, Max? No, everything's fine. I can barely get the words through my gritted teeth. Dave stalks around my shop, opening cabinets and rifling through drawers. Are you sure? I have the best lawyer on retainer. I could give him a call for you. Does he have a warrant? Finally, after circling the room, Dave stops at the table. He picks up one of the cards that's still turned over, which ends up being the Fool, and tosses it aside. Asshole. Dave grabs Marjorie's purse from the floor and hands it to her. Your appointment is over, Dave says, ignoring me. You'll have to reschedule another time. He takes her elbow and leads her to the door. Luke grins behind his partner's shoulder. He's enjoying this, the jerk. He's told me 1,000,000 times how much he'd rather we worked on his case than read the cards or tea leaves. Marjorie's mouth gapes open and then snaps shut. She's probably never been handled like this before. I want to kill him, but then I'd have 2 dead cops annoying the hell out of me. Marjorie plants her feet at the front door and cranes her neck around to see me. Are you sure you don't need help, Max? I lift my hands and drop them. No, we're good. I'm so sorry, Marjorie. Detective Channing, I enunciate his full name clearly so she remembers it, probably needs help with a case again. Her eyes light up with interest, and the detective's nostrils flare. It serves him right. No doubt she'll be calling her friends about this. Word will get out, and I might even get a few new customers. Maybe I should thank Dave. That is, if he doesn't arrest me. After he shuts the door, I stomp up to him and plant my hands on my hips. What the hell was that? I poke a finger at his chest. You have no right at all to waltz into my place of business and kick out my customer. What you did was illegal. Dave arches one graying eyebrow. Report me to my supervisor then. I don't care. He settles heavily into the chair Marjorie just vacated. Sit. He points at the other chair. You and I need to have a chat. Luke jumps between us. Tell him I'm here already. He's a good cop. He'll help us. Yeah, no. My experience with Detective Channing so far hasn't shown him to be the friendliest cop I've ever met. I'd rather face a dead cop's ire than reveal myself for what I really am. People with my gifts are few and far between, and if they knew about my extra special abilities, I'd be toast. I sit opposite him, and Dave steeples his hands in front of him. Why are you here? What were you doing at my partner's funeral? I ran your plates. You're not some innocent bystander. He's not entirely wrong. I don't know what you're talking about. I can feel myself start to waver. Maybe I should trust Dave. If Luke vouches for him, perhaps he is one of the good guys. But then he looks at me with that angry glint in his eyes, and I clam up. I've seen that particular strain of masculine fury before. Until I know for sure he's on our side, he's not getting anything from me. You're a witch. You can summon demons. Cut the bullshit. Tell me what you know about Luke. I wince at the vehemence in his voice. He may have been almost like a brother to Luke, but he's definitely no friend of mine. If you don't mind my asking, how did you end up on the SCU? It's not like you want to be there. No SCU detective I've met does. And I've met a few, mostly from run-ins Dad had before he retired. You must have really pissed someone off. A muscle in Dave's jaw ticks. I could arrest you, throw your ass in Alcatraz. Luke stares, bug-eyed, at his partner. For once, he doesn't say a word. Go ahead and try. I haven't done anything wrong. Oh yeah? He says. I looked up your permit. Seems you filed it under a different address. An old address. Have you moved recently? My blood runs cold. Shit. That was 6 months ago, but I could have sworn I'd registered my new address. I thought so. And I can tell by the look on your face that you know you're supposed to submit a formal change of address within 14 days of moving. I must have forgotten. He could arrest me for operating without a valid permit. Throwing me in Alcatraz might be a stretch, but I'm still technically illegal. I have to come up with something to satisfy him enough to forget about the permit issue. Okay, fine. I was at the cemetery because I saw your partner in a dream. Seriously? Luke throws his hands up in the air. That's what you came up with? Just tell the damn truth for once. But you're not a psychic, Dave says. You're a witch. Potato, potato. Most human-based supernaturals have primary and secondary abilities. Yes, I'm a witch, but I have a way with the cards and tea leaves. Most of it's just telling people what they want to hear or something vague enough to satisfy the customer, but sometimes I hit on something big. I never have prophetic dreams, though. That's what made it so strange. I saw your partner get into his car accident. What the hell? Luke yells. I cringe away from his rage. That's impossible. Even though he's derisive, I can see a glimmer of something in his voice. A glimmer that makes me want to keep going. It's not. I'm sorry. I saw him driving through town, and then a guy standing on the corner holding what looked like a remote, and then his vehicle blew up. Bullshit. That was an accident. That's impossible. Dave leans forward, grief sharpening the desperation in his eyes. Crap. I should have thought this through more beforehand. My stomach twists and some of the truth tumbles from my lips. I feel like it might be related to one of the cases he was working on. Something you didn't know about. You're lying! Dave's explosion is immediate. He jumps to his feet, flipping my table over on its side. You don't know anything. We inspected his truck. It was an electronic malfunction, nothing else. You're a liar. What are you, out to make money? Is that what you want? He staggers toward me, his expression darkening, his hand automatically reaching for his gun. I don't think he'll shoot me, but I can't take any chances. I stick my hand out, palm facing toward Dave, and time stops. This isn't a controlled freeze, like with the dogs in the storage unit lot. This one stops everything, except for me. Dust motes pause in the air. Dave's eyes widen. His hand trembles, ever so slightly, but it can't complete its path to his gun. Luke hovers over his partner's shoulder, also frozen. Dave's eyes dart around, but that's the only movement he can muster. I'm stronger than him, at least in this way. Unaffected by my own ability, I plant my hands on my hips. Now you listen here, detective, I sneer. I don't have to help you. I don't have to do a damn thing but live my life and try not to kill anyone. If you've done your research, you'll find out I'm pretty good at the former, and I've never been charged with the latter. Consider any information I give you a professional courtesy, nothing more. Now, you're going to get the hell out of my shop and never come back, understand? He can't nod, but I continue as if he had. If you don't, you'll regret it for the rest of your miserable life. Got it? A bead of sweat trickles down his forehead. Blink twice for yes. He blinks twice. Good. I pat him on the arm. Now get out. I hold my closed fist in front of his face and open it. It's not necessary, but it looks good. He staggers backward. You witch! I've been called worse. I wave dismissively at him. Ta-ta. After the door closes behind the detective, I release the rest of the room. Now free to move, Luke pops in and out of existence. What the hell was that? He blurts. Is that what you did with the dogs? I couldn't move a muscle, but that doesn't make sense, because I'm dead. What did you do? Just a little something I picked up when I was a kid. I sag against the door, exhausted, waiting for the black spots dancing around the edges of my vision to go away. It's been a while since I had to rely on that particular party trick. even on my home turf. I could only hold it for about a minute before passing out. If you say so, Luke says. Now, if you can just keep from getting arrested or killed before we solve this case, that'd be great. I'll do my best. Chapter 6. After I catch my breath, I call Mrs. Walters up and reschedule our appointment for the next day. I'm intentionally vague about the reasoning, which I'm sure leaves her even more curious and eager to get information out of me. Then I cancel the rest of my appointments for today. My brain's fried, I won't be able to get anything out of the tea leaves or the tarot cards. I need to give my abilities a rest, and I'm ready to sink into bed for a long nap. Luke, however, sees this as a golden opportunity for other, more physical exertions. "You're the worst roommate ever," I gripe, lugging the paper box full of pictures and files from the back seat of my car to my apartment. "You're lucky I live on the first floor. There's no way I'd truck these things up a flight of stairs." I kick the half-open door the rest of the way, and the thin wood bounces against the wall inside. My landlord isn't big on security. I don't even have bars on the windows to give the illusion that there's anything worth stealing inside. "I'd carry it for you if I could," Luke says. He follows me into the kitchen, his hands stuffed in his pockets and his shoulders slouched. It's not like I have any choice in the matter. That softens my attitude a little bit. He's right, he doesn't have any choice. I do, and I'm taking all of my anger out on a guy who just wants to stop the zombie apocalypse. I need to quit being an ass. I drop the box on top of my crooked linoleum table. "I'm sorry. I guess I'm still kind of pissy from when your partner showed up at the shop. In my defense, he did start it." The corner of Luke's lips twitch. An actual apology? I never thought I'd see the day. I mean, it's half-assed, but it's better than nothing. And he's back. Don't get used to it. It'll be a long time before you get another one, if ever. Don't I know it? You've got to cut Dave a little bit of slack, though. He's grieving. If you would just tell him I'm here and that you're helping me, I'm sure he'd lighten up. After what he did to my table? I scoff. It was wobbly as hell after I put it right side up. If I can't fix it, I'll have to replace it. I can't read tea leaves or deal cards on a broken table. That's not going to happen. Can you imagine what he'd do if I told him you were standing right behind him all along? He'd probably shoot me. For real this time. He wouldn't do that. And I bet he's looking into my death right now. Dave's like that. He blows a fuse at first, but then he thinks about it and does the right thing. Yeah, well, he can blow a fuse somewhere else. I can't afford new furniture every time he comes to visit. Luke gives my kitchen and living room with its second and third-hand furniture a once-over. If this is what you're replacing, he might be doing you a favor. I swear under my breath, then go back outside for the second box. Once I've got all 3 boxes inside, I open the first. It's the one with the maps and the photographs, so I spread those out on my kitchen table, recreating the scene in the storage unit and placing the pins right where Luke put them. Once that's done, I trace the line between each of the pins. There has to be some connection between the sightings and the killings. Did you hear any rumors or anything while you were questioning suspects? Luke shakes his head. There were no suspects, and I couldn't find a connection between the killings either, besides the obvious. I talked to a lot of people, and as many supernaturals as I could wrangle in. Vampires, wers, witches, you name it. No one had a clue what I was talking about. The only interesting bit I got was from a werewolf who said the woods smelled like death. That's it. And I didn't think anything of it back then, because the first death happened in the city limits. But now, he stares at the vast green expanse of state forest surrounding most of the town. Now, I just don't know. Maybe there was something to what he said after all. The shrill ring of my cell phone cuts off anything he was about to say. Annoyed, I glance at the screen. Oh yeah, as if my day couldn't get any better. The numbers 666 appear, and nothing else. I click the answer button. If I don't pick up, the insufferable man on the other end will send someone to check on me. Hi, Dad. I stand up, leaving the kitchen. To what do I owe the pleasure? Behind me, Luke chokes on a laugh. What in the world is going on over there? Dad roars. The reception crackles between us and cuts out for a second. You've been gone for 3 years, and I've entertained your little snit regarding your responsibilities. But now this? I don't know what you're talking about. There's been a couple murders that might be supernatural related, but I'm working on that. Does this count as me officially taking the case? I suppose it does. I don't give a rip about a few dead humans, Dad says. Pythias came to me a few minutes ago. He said something about a cemetery. What are you doing out there? I run my hand through my hair. I don't know how he knows about my cemetery visit, unless he's having someone follow me. That wouldn't surprise me. But why does he care? Luke's just a dead cop. I mean, it sucks, but a lot of people die every day. Luke's no different, except that he won't cross over. That too, though, isn't terribly unusual. There are millions of those, though luckily, they're not all haunting me. How'd you know about that? Damn it, Maxine. I cringe when he says my full name. I told Pythias it wasn't true. What have you gotten yourself into? It's nothing. I'm helping a spirit crossover, that's all. Silence. Okay. Maybe we're not talking about the same thing. I'm not doing anything bad. What did Pythy say? The minor demon would cringe if he heard the nickname. He hates me. The feeling is mutual. Did you raise an entire cemetery full of corpses? He asks. I imagine his eyes, eerily identical to mine, piercing the phone and staring right at me. What? No! My voice is so loud, Luke floats over to me. What's wrong? Luke asks. Nothing. I turn away, waving him off. Everything's fine. Everything is most certainly not fine. The line crackles again. I pull the phone away from my ear so I don't get shocked. Look, Dad, I don't know what you're talking about, and I certainly didn't raise a whole cemetery. If you didn't do it, you have to find out who did. And how am I supposed to do that? Silence. Shit. Dad's quiet. He's never quiet unless he's pissed. Use your abilities, Maxine. You're good at what you do. Yes, I know you're going through some kind of identity crisis right now, but you still remember your training. Use it. I sigh, pinching the bridge of my nose, as if that'll ward off the oncoming stress headache. All right, Dad. I'll look around and see what I can find. He's got to be mistaken. If there was a mass exodus from a cemetery around here, I'd have heard of it, felt it even. But if he's right, it's got to be related to the zombie attacks. There's no way this is all a coincidence. No one, not even me, is that unlucky. Do you need any help? Dad asks. I hear a whine and a high-pitched yap in the background. I can't help my smile. No, I'm good. Is that the new hellhound pup? What did you name it? Al, he says. The boys are getting up there in years, and, well, I want them to help train the next generation. Makes sense. My dad has always loved his hellhounds. Best companions he's ever had, he says. Don't worry about me, okay? I'll be fine, I promise. I'll always worry, he says, his voice gruff. You're my daughter. After I hang up with my dad, I tell Luke what he said. Luckily, he doesn't ask where my father gets his intel. Huh? That's weird. Let me check and see if I can figure out what's going on. He pops out of existence. Maybe being a ghost does have some perks. I pace back and forth, glancing out the window, just in time to see a black and white cop car idling slowly through the parking lot. It comes to a stop in front of my apartment. Oh, joy. My new BFF has returned. Dave levers himself from the driver's seat and lumbers up my cracked sidewalk. He runs a hand through his thinning hair and stomps on a cigarette butt right before he gets to my door. I open it a crack before he knocks. I don't want to let him in if I don't have to. You found my apartment. He raises a shoulder and drops it. It wasn't hard. What can I help you with? I need you to come with me. Now. I want to show you something. He turns and stalks back to his car, leaving me little choice but to follow him. If I don't, he'll just come after me again. Dave waits next to his car and opens the back door for me. I almost make a quip about how it's been years since I've seen the back of a cruiser. But I don't. I doubt it'll endear me to Dave very much, although I'm sure Luke would get a kick out of it. Would have anyway, if he were here. Dave gets in the car and starts it up, pulling away from my apartment complex without a word. Man, it would suck to go on a road trip with this guy. Luke pops into existence beside me. What's going on? You left before I got back and... I jerk my head at Dave. I'm not saying a word in front of the cop. Luke curls his lips and makes a frustrated sound. This is getting old. Just tell him you can see me. I hate being ignored like this. I rap on the metal screen between Dave and me. Where are we going? I'm sure you can guess. God, I hate him. I glance at Luke. I want to ask him if he saw or heard anything when he poofed out of my living room, but I can't. Damn it. No, I can't. Just tell me. I'm a witch, not a mind reader. Luke snorts and Dave chuckles. Yeah, I'm hilarious. Maybe he found a connection between what happened to the Shermans and me. I didn't say anything earlier, but that follows what Luke said about the cops wanting to keep it secret. I wonder if they've assigned anyone else to the case that got Luke killed. That could get awkward. Almost as awkward as Dave searching my apartment and finding all the case files belonging to his dead partner. Now that could get me into Alcatraz. About 5 minutes later, Dave parks in front of the Heavens Trail Cemetery behind 2 other police cruisers with their lights flashing. A crime scene van is parked just inside the gates, but there aren't any fire trucks or ambulances. This is odd. I take a breath and release it, waiting for the pull I normally feel getting this close to a lot of dead things. It doesn't come. The hairs on the back of my neck stand up. We're here, Dave says. Ready to go for a walk? Absolutely not. I can't go into a cemetery. I just can't. Dave opens my door and jerks his head for me to get out. I do so, standing stiff-legged, jaw locked, eyes closed, and hands balled into fists at my side. I can't go in there. No way. Jesus Christ. You didn't have a thing for cemeteries when I saw you watching Luke's funeral, Dave says. It's not going to hurt you. Speak for yourself. I peek out at the cemetery and my jaw drops. In front of me is a sea of graves, at least 100 or 2, and they're all empty, the holes gaping like open maws leading directly into the underworld. A couple of the grave markers have been knocked over, but most stand as silent sentinels to the bodies that left them behind. Holy shit. Dave grunts in agreement. With Luke trailing behind us, Dave leads me through the huge wrought iron gates. My steps are tentative, as if at any moment, a skeletal hand will reach up out of the dirt and break free. It wouldn't be the first time. He stops when we reach the center of the empty cemetery. Where are the bodies? I ask. You tell me, he says, his voice clipped. Luke leaves my side to stand next to his partner. In life, he would have been an inch or 2 taller. They have to be somewhere. They can't just get up and disappear. That's why I brought you here, he says. Call it a hunch, but I'm guessing you might know what's going on here. I have no idea. honest. I hug my arms around my waist, chilled at the very prospect that so many corpses are missing and no one saw a thing. Well, no one willing to report it. Tell him the truth, Luke says. This has gone on long enough. Dave's gaze drills into me for a few seconds, as if he can see the truth inside me. After I left your shop, I talked to a couple of people. My stomach sinks. Depending on who he talked to, this could get really ugly. I mentioned your little trick and they implied you could do a hell of a lot more than that. Shit. I smooth my hands out on my pants to keep from punching something or someone. When I find out who told him, I'll kill them. I don't know what you're talking about, I say. I figured you'd say that, Dave replies. He reaches for his pocket as if looking for a pack of smokes, but then stops. I don't blame him. Trying to figure out where 100 corpses went is enough to drive anyone toward their vices. Crime scene techs pulled your prints off of a house with a couple unsolved murders out by the airport. You know the area, right? I gulp. Yeah, I know a few people that live out that way. You were out there last night, weren't you? The neighbors report seeing your car at the house where the murders took place, but I suppose you don't know anything about that either. I'm doomed. My resolve wavering, I flit through a litany of smart-ass comebacks and excuses, but none of them will work in this case. If he finds out I was there, then he'll blame this on me. And if they look hard enough, they could figure out who I really am and what I can do. That wouldn't be good. Now that I've got your attention, I'll tell you how this is going to work. You're going to tell me everything you know, or I swear to God you'll be on the next boat to Alcatraz. Alcatraz, where the skies are blue and the water has enough salt content to keep all but the most powerful supernatural contained. Cells where the walls are thick and the bars are iron. An island so remote that the only people its inhabitants could hurt are each other. And damn near inescapable. Sure, I can swim, but there are sharks. Not my idea of fun. Luke leans over my shoulder. Now might be a good time to tell Dave you can see me, he says. I swallow a lump in my throat and look Dave right in the eyes. He's bluffing. He has to be. There's no way they have that much evidence against me already. He's fishing for answers and hoping that he can break me down enough to give them to him. Go to hell. Chapter 7. I'm going to need you to come down to the station, Dave says, his voice heavy. He runs his hand through his hair. Why? My shoulders stiffen. Are you arresting me? The last time I saw a pair of handcuffs was when I was 15 and got arrested for shoplifting. Good thing that's the only crime they charged me with. If I could find something that sticks, I would, Dave says. Behind him, Luke snorts. But I can't. He turns away and stares through the cemetery toward the ominous wall of forest a couple of blocks away. Gray clouds creep toward us, promising more rain. Please, just come with me. I don't like the sound of that. To the station! He barks out a laugh. Yeah, we didn't really have anywhere else to put it. This is starting to sound better and better. It? I glance at Luke, who's standing next to his partner, arms crossed over his chest. You need to go with him, Luke says. I don't know what he wants to show you, but I do know Dave, so it has to be important. Dave's good at his job. Whatever this is has him stumped, and it sounds like he thinks you can help him figure it out. Thank you, voice of reason that I never wanted. I'm sorry, detective. If you want me to go on another joyride with you, you're going to need to arrest me. Now, if you don't have any other questions, I'm leaving. When he doesn't answer, I turn smartly on my heel and stride from the cemetery, feeling both Luke's and Dave's eyes boring into me the entire way. Unfortunately, I only make it about half a block before Dave's patrol car pulls up next to me. For God's sake, let me give you a ride home. You must live 5 miles away from here. I'm good. I keep walking. Yeah, I don't really relish the long walk home, but it won't be the end of the world. Besides, it's a matter of principle now. A fat raindrop pelts me on the forehead, soon followed by another. Just great. Dave revs the car to keep pace. "Stop being so stubborn," he says, and mutters a few choice words under his breath. "I'm extending a goddamn olive branch here. Let me give you a ride." Fine. I slip into the back seat as that little voice in my head harps on what a bad idea this is and how much I'll regret it. Luke appears in the front seat, but he ignores me. Great. Maybe he'll haunt his partner for a while and leave me alone. A few minutes later, Dave parks behind the police station. Damn it. I knew I should have listened to that little voice. "Seriously?" I snap. "What happened to your olive branch?" Dave pulls the key out of the ignition and rubs his temples. "I know, and I'm sorry. Look, I'm desperate here. I just need 5 minutes. And then, if you still don't want to help, I'll take you home, I swear. Just do this one thing for me and I'll never ask you for help again." I arch one highly dubious eyebrow. Somehow I don't believe that. Luke pops into existence next to me. "Come on. I know Dave. Please go inside and look at whatever it is he wants you to see, and then I'll stop bugging you about telling Dave you can see me." That might actually be worth it. Peace and quiet, at least for a little while, certainly has its appeal. "Fine," I say, unclipping my seatbelt, "but I'm going to hold you to that. 5 minutes, and then you'll leave me alone." Luke crosses his heart. "I promise?" "Yep," Dave says. That doesn't sound very convincing. Still, I follow Dave through the back door to the Lost Lake police station. Once an old Catholic church, it had been converted into a police station when the old one burned down during the supernatural war 10 years ago. Lucky for me, that was before I moved here, but one doesn't move into a new community without getting the history from the town gossip, especially if one belongs to the same general group of individuals who burned it down in the first place. The narrow hallway we pass through is lined by several unmarked doors. Near the end, Dave stops and opens one of them. "Go ahead," he says, his voice gruff. His hands shake a little bit as he gestures for me to precede him. With a glance at both him and Luke, I stride into the room, faking a confidence I definitely don't feel. This doesn't feel like a trap, but if it is, I'm going to be pissed. Not summon a demon on my 16th birthday kind of pissed, but it'll be close. The room Dave has brought me to is dark. There are 4 gray walls and a gray speckled linoleum floor. There's a metal folding table in one corner, but other than that, the room is empty. Well, empty, except for the window stretching from one side of the room to the other. There's a light on in that room, and I'm drawn to it. Whatever it is reaches out to me. It's dead, and it's hungry. What the hell do they have in there? Luke floats ahead of me to look in the window first. Fuck! He backpedals, quickly, passing right through his partner. Eyes wide, he puts his hands out to stop me. "Don't go over there. You can't unsee that." Fear wars with revulsion in his eyes. Déjà vu from the Sherman's house settles over me. "But I have to," I murmur, forgetting for a second that Dave's behind me. The draw to see what's on the other side of the window grows stronger. "That's why you wanted me to come, right?" "Who are you talking to?" Dave asks. He glances around the room, confused, because we're the only 2 people in here. Living people, that is. "Sorry," I say. "I thought you said something." Suddenly, I feel tired. So tired. And it's not just from the energy suck from the other room. It's from all of this. Luke showing up and demanding my help. The Shermans and our race to escape the zombies. The empty graveyard where, apparently, someone is busy building a zombie army. I don't want to look, but I have to. Luke knows it too. just as sure as he knew I had to look at the Shermans. He floats to the side, a resigned expression on his face. The creature on the other side of the glass is slumped in the corner of the room. It was human once, but there's little resemblance now. What with his or her face ripped off, eye sockets gaping holes in its head, one hand reduced to a stump, and one foot missing. Its chest and abdomen are shredded, and its intestines hang out of its stomach in dark, glistening cords. It's not moving, thank God. Maybe I'm far enough away that it won't. The creature's remaining foot twitches, its mangled toes flexing as if waking up. Shit! Dave joins me at the window, hands clasped behind his back. His shoulders are tense, but not enough to tell me he saw the zombie move. Earlier this morning, we responded to calls of a potential homicide near the airport. We found this thing moving around inside. It tried to attack one of our officers. They shot it several times, but nothing fazed it. After a few minutes, it started to slow down, and animal control was able to use a control stick to restrain it and guide it into an ambulance. Another toe flex, but still Dave doesn't see it. I rode in the back of the ambulance with it. He scrubs a hand over his face. That was the longest ride of my life. Halfway back to the station, it started jerking, almost like it was having a seizure, and then collapsed. We didn't want to take it to the hospital, in case it came back to life. We put it here because, well, we didn't know what to do with it. Good idea. It's definitely not immobile anymore. Tremors move up the foot, from the toes to the arch to the ankle. The pull grows stronger. What the hell? Dave steps closer until his face is up against the glass. I've got half a mind to warn him, but I figure the glass is probably bulletproof anyway, so he's relatively safe. With a guttural groan, the zombie forces its mutilated body upright and wobbles precariously, leaning against the wall. Then, it takes a step toward us. My hair stands on end, and my heart starts pounding. Dave swears, "What the fuck? It's alive again. It was dead a second ago." I flinch away from him as he rushes to the door and yells for help. The energy suck between us grows stronger. It's a fresh corpse, and those are always more desperate for my energy than the old ones. I've wondered if there's some part in them that remembers being alive and yearns for it. Max? Luke says. What's going on? Are you doing that? My mind snaps away from the creature and to how I'm going to get out of this. Panic wells up deep within me. If they find out what I can do, I'm done for. Someone with my abilities won't be allowed to exist free in the real world. I've got to think of something. The creature drags itself forward another step. Dave hurries back into the room, followed by 3 of his fellow officers. They cluster around the window and watch the creature slowly approach us. At least they're not looking at me. That's the only saving grace so far in this clusterfuck. Unable to see where it's going, the zombie stumbles into a metal table bolted to the floor and crashes to the ground. Its legs and arms thrash, trying to find purchase and slipping in its own blood and gore. My stomach churns, and the creature lifts its face toward me. Dave's words come back to my mind. Potential homicide. Not a double homicide, just a potential one. When you were at the house where you found this thing, did you find any bodies? I ask, my voice barely above a whisper. I know the answer, but I have to ask him anyway. No, he said. Just this thing, why? Acid fills my throat. This is one of the Shermans. Oh, God. They were dead when we went into the house, and I wasn't there long enough to fully bring them back. Something, or someone else did that. Images and smells, and the squishy, sticky feeling of stepping in all of the blood in the living room comes rushing back. I rush out of the room, hands cupped over my mouth. At the end of the hallway is a small bank of cubicles. I grab a small trash can and empty out everything that was in my stomach. I was close, way too close to whoever created these things, and I didn't feel a thing. After I finish heaving, I rest my head against the desk, eyes clenched shut. Oh my God, no wonder Dad called. This is big, huge. As far as I know, there's only one other person who can bring people back to life just by their energy, and my uncle's not here. Someone sits next to me, and the chair creaks. I peer through the dark brown strands of my hair to see Dave watching me, a sympathetic grimace etched on his face. There's regret in his eyes, but behind that is a steadfast determination to figure out what's going on. And I don't like it one bit because I bet this means I'm not getting out of here in 5 minutes, like he promised. I'm sorry, he says. I should have warned you. Please don't make me go back in there. Dave hesitates, and I know he's going to ask me to go back in that room, to do what he wants me to do, to help him solve this mystery. I should have walked home. You have to. There's something about you that thing is drawn to. We have to figure it out. No shit, Sherlock. Of course it's drawn to me. I'm like the goddamned Pied Piper for dead things. Luke crouches down next to me. He tries to pat my shoulder, and just for a second, I swear I can feel his icy touch. Are you okay? I grab a tissue from the box on whoever's desk this is and dab my mouth. Just peachy. Are you talking to me? Dave asks. What? No, I didn't say anything. Placing my hands on the desk, I force myself upright, wavering from side to side. Dave grabs my elbow to steady me. Come on, let's go. He offers me a hand, but I plant my feet on the scuffed linoleum. Are you really going to make me do this? He nods. Yeah. We need to see if it will do anything or if we can ask it questions without it trying to attack us. Of course you do, I mutter. Who cares about the person feeding it energy? No one. That's who. His eyes flash, but he doesn't respond. In another world, I wonder if he'd arrest me for talking back to him. I hate Dave. Yeah, I know why he's making me do this, but I hate him all the same. I'm struck with the urge to do something big and flashy, a display of power they'll remember me by. But I tamp it down. I have to remind myself I'm trying to avoid getting arrested. Dave hands me a mint and I pop it into my mouth. The cool mintiness drowns out the acidic bile. That's much better. I take a deep breath and brush myself off before following Dave back to the observation room. The room is filled with cops now, their cynical gazes watching me for any misstep, as if I, and not whoever initially created the zombie, was responsible for all of this. Steps leaden, I approach the window. The officers part to let me pass, each giving me a wide berth, as if I might clap my hands together and make lightning shoot out of my fingers. If they only knew what I could really do, they'd wish for the lightning. The corpse of Mr. or Mrs. Sherman lies where it fell, tangled up with the legs of the metal table. But as soon as it senses my presence, it jolts, as if hit with an electrical current. The pull between us tightens, like an umbilical cord fueling an undead abomination. The zombie flails around for a second, before freeing itself and climbing to its feet. Then it limps forward, dragging the leg with the missing foot, until it reaches the window where it stops. Its meaty face glistening, teeth stained red and gleaming, empty eye sockets searching, all inches from my own. The police officer directly on my left mutters a prayer, while another rushes from the room, gagging like I did a moment ago. Dave clears his throat. I can sense that he's going to ask me to step away, to stop doing whatever it is I'm doing. But I'm not done yet. Filled with a sudden rush of anger, of frustration, or rage at being forced into a situation I had little control over, I decide to put on a show the boys in blue will never forget. Hands shaking, I press my palms against the glass, and the zombie does the same, smearing blood in its wake. We're connected, this unfortunate corpse and I. and even though I don't give it any verbal instructions, I know it'll follow my every command. They always do if I get too close to them. Good thing I don't live next to a cemetery. I move my hand to the right, and then back to the left. The zombie waves along with me. Then I walk slowly the length of the window, and again, the zombie follows like a well-trained dog. One of the cops draws his gun, and another makes the sign of the cross. The thing pulls more and more energy out of me, and it takes a lot of my concentration to keep it from going crazy and bursting through the door. I can feel its hunger, its desire for flesh that was implanted by its maker, but I refuse to let that take over. Dead bodies are vessels, like cars. Whether it's a vehicle for transporting your kids to school, or one used to plow through a group of innocent bystanders, depends on the driver. Whoever imprinted upon this zombie had a lot of power to make it remember its bloodthirsty task, even after I brought it back again. I force my own will upon it, until it does what I want, and that stronger, baser urge steps back quietly into the shadows. My head starts to pound. I'm doing too much, too fast. I'm not prepared for anything like this. I have to be careful or I'll lose control. But I can't stop. I'm almost there. And as Dave presses closer to the glass, I suddenly figure out what I'm going to do. I ask the zombie to stand on one foot. It does. I ask it to sit in the chair. It does that too, even though it's more haltingly acquiescent this time. "Max, stop," Luke croaks. "You've made your point." His expression is pained. He tries to stand in front of me, but I walk right through him. I'm not done yet. I push a level of energy, of control, through our connection, an amount I've not used in a long time, and it makes my head spin. I knock on the window. The zombie does the same. It lifts its hand and displays a skeletal middle finger. Then I force it to utter a phrase, one that only comes from the zombie and not me. "Fuck you, Dave," the zombie rasps from its gaping, lipless mouth. "Fuck you." Chapter 8. I stumble from the room, black dots dancing around the edges of my vision. In my haste to get away before I pass out, I turn right instead of left and hurry through the cubicles, ending up in what was the church's vestibule and is now the lobby. Rich mahogany panels reach halfway up the walls toward stained glass windows, depicting the 7 stages of the cross. The older man sitting at the receptionist desk gives me a confused look, probably because I'm not a cop and came through the wrong door, but I don't explain myself. There are only 2 more people in the lobby, a harried mother and her teenage son, so I'm probably safe to freak out for a few seconds until Dave finds me to take me home. Or asks me to make the zombie perform on command. We could have a zombie circus act. At least then I could charge an admission fee and make the zombies eat anyone who doesn't pay. A pair of uniformed officers lead a burly man in black leather through a side door. They pause at the receptionist and say a few words to him before heading my way. The guy in handcuffs looks up. "Hey, I recognize this guy, Bud the biker." His eyes widen, and I wave, giving him a jaunty smirk as his attending officers drag him past me and down the hall. I wonder what they brought him in for. Maybe my biker problems will be solved without having to lift a finger. I collapse into one of the chairs far away from the mom and her kid, close my eyes, and take several deep breaths. The dizziness and panic slowly fade, and I start to feel almost human again. Dave settles into the chair next to mine and rests his hand on my knee. "I'm sorry I had to put you through that. I don't know why, but I had a hunch you could help. I never imagined that the zombie would follow my every move?" He flinches from the venom in my voice. "Yeah, that. Any idea why it came back to life and followed you around?" Luke appears next to his partner, and he listens intently to our conversation. I shrug, trying to appear nonchalant. I think it's because I'm a witch. I choose the words in my lie carefully. The closer I am to the truth, the easier the lie will be to remember. I could feel it suck the power, the energy right out of me. This, at least, is the truth. Then I tell Dave the same thing I told Luke. These aren't conventional zombies, like the ones in the movies. They're not spread by viruses or bacteria. These are more of the voodoo type, ones controlled by magic and power. That's why he went dead again after you left the Sherman's house. You took him away from the source of his power, whoever it was that created him. And that's why he came back when we brought you in the room. Yeah, I guess so. Would that happen with any supernaturals like vampires or werewolves? I shake my head, trying to find the words. I need to explain that I'm special, but not too special, or they'll parade a bunch of creatures in there to see if the dead guy starts walking again. Which he wouldn't, and then they'd have even more questions for me. Probably not. That thing needed a lot of juice, if you will. I've met very few witches who can match my power. Dave narrows his eyes. I thought you were a Class C witch. Are you saying you're an A or a high B? I look down at my feet, studying the mud-speckled tennis shoes. At least I hope it's mud. I never really thought it could be something else. Something worse that I picked up from the Sherman's house. Damn it. Now I'm going to have to throw them out. Even I get squicky at cleaning someone else's blood off of my stuff. Yeah, my family might have fudged on my application. Everybody does it. Dave chuckles, and his shoulders seem to relax a bit. Guess I can't blame you there. I've seen what happens to the higher levels. Sees pretty much fly under the radar. Which is quite all right by me. What I don't get, he says, is how it knew my name. Shit. Okay, so maybe I shouldn't have gone for the big finale, especially if it's going to bite me in the ass. No idea. Maybe you pulled him over when he was alive, and he remembered you. Huh. I don't think he believes me, so I rush to change the subject. The sooner I can get out of here, the less likely I am to stick my foot in my mouth. Can we go now? My voice sounds weaker than it usually does, less confident as the prospect looms of having to walk past the room with the now thrice-dead corpse, feeling the pull and having to push back against it. Dave sits in silence for a few minutes before standing up. Let me check with my boss, and then I should be able to take you home. Want to wait here? I glance at the mom and her son. They watch us with wide, terrified eyes. Not that I blame them. They look like the average, normal, upstanding citizen, not used to the cop scene. I hope they never get used to it. No, I'll wait by the back door. This saves me having to parade outside and get into a cop car out front. I don't have much of a reputation left, and I'd like to keep what I have intact. At least more intact than leaving the station in the back of a squad car. Kinda defeats the purpose. A couple of minutes later, Dave ushers me out the back and into his vehicle. I sink into the seat, the breath leaving my lungs in a big whoosh. I can't believe how much better I feel being outside the police station, and away from the body. That helps too. Luke pops up next to me in the back seat. Are you okay? I stifle a laugh. Hardly, I whisper, hoping Dave doesn't hear me. I've sprung enough surprises on the guy. Any more and he's likely to shoot me just to get me to stop. I'm sorry that happened. I didn't know what Dave was going to show you. His brow creases in concern. Which doesn't make any sense. Why can I just think of a place sometimes, and then appear there? And other times I'm stuck here? I hate it. God, I thought things were supposed to be easier when you're dead. This time, I can't hold back the barest of snickers. Who gave you that idea? Dave glances in his rearview mirror, and I stifle a fake yawn to redirect him. If he saw me staring and laughing at thin air, he'd take me right to the psych ward in the hospital. I don't know, like everyone. The other ghosts I've talked to, for one. And my aunt. She saw things. I guess you'd call her a supernatural. She died before the war, but back then people said she was psychic and that she had a gift. I close my eyes. God, what a day. I just want to go home and sleep. Luke slouches next to me, staring out the window as we drive through a town bustling with life, activity, and little to no use for the paranormal. Then again, regular people like it that way. Supernaturals, both human and other, scare the hell out of them. They don't understand us, and history tells us that humans kill the things they fear. The brutal slaughter of mythical and magical creatures during the supernatural war attested to that. Dave pulls into my apartment's parking lot in silence. Once there, he turns the car off and sits and stares at his hands. I was waiting for Luke at the station, the day he died. His voice is so low I can barely hear it. I was running late, or he would have picked me up. I had to drop my daughter off at school. She's in 9th grade and she forgot her lunch, so I had to drop off some money in the office for her. Usually, I would have been back in time and he would have picked me up. I was late, though, and I told him to go ahead. I'd meet him at the station. That was the last time I talked to Luke. I'm sorry. His haggard gaze meets mine in the rearview mirror. I keep thinking that maybe I would have heard something. Hell, smelled something or seen something different that would have clued me in that there was something wrong with his truck. Maybe I could have stopped it, saved his life. Luke was my best friend, my brother. We'd been partners for 4 years. When I got switched to SCU, he put a request in so we could stay together. That's the kind of guy he was. He saw me going down the drain after my wife died and put a stop to it, poured out all the alcohol I had in the house, and handcuffed me to the stairs until the worst of it passed. His lips twitch in a hardened grin. I called him every name in the book. A normal man would have left me alone to die, but he didn't. He said I had a daughter to raise, and Ashley would have wanted it that way. She wouldn't have wanted me to end up like I did, and he said I was on a fast track to joining her, and then where would our daughter be? Shipped off to some foster home. That's no life for her. He pauses, and I shift uncomfortably. I don't know if he wants me to say something or wait to let him finish, so I opt for the latter. There's nothing I can say that will take away his grief or make him feel better, so I wait. Sometimes that's the best thing to do anyway. Next to me, Luke buries his head in his hands. Dave's words are killing him, and there's nothing I can do about that either, except help Luke find peace, and that might take a while. Anyway, Dave says, I guess I just wanted to apologize and explain a little bit of why I've been so hard on you about Luke's death. He was one hell of a guy, and I don't know what to do right now without him. He clears his throat. And I've been thinking about what you said about Luke's death and how it's not an accident. My breath catches in my throat. Luke said he'd come around, but I guess I never thought I'd see it. Luke's head jerks up, his softly glowing blue eyes shifting from Dave to me and then back to his partner. Yeah? I asked my supervisor if I could look into it. Look into what you said. I mean, about the guy on the street corner, and about if there was a bomb in the truck. His fingers flex on the steering wheel. What did he say? That there was nothing to look into. It was an accident, plain and simple. Dave's voice hardens, changing from grief to fierce determination. Oh boy, I know that look. And are you going to leave it alone? He shakes his head. Hell no. But I'm letting you know too, in case you get wrapped up in this further, that if anything happens to me, then it won't be an accident either. If they come for me, then your life might be in danger too. And this crappy apartment, he gestures out the window at the run-down brick building in front of us, doesn't have shit for security. I'm going to figure this out, with or without my boss's approval. It's the least I could do for Luke, after he's done so much for me. But what about your daughter? He grimaces. I'll talk to Mercedes. Maybe send her to visit her girlfriend over in Royal Oak after school gets out until this all blows over. She won't like it because she loves going swimming, and Royal Oak doesn't have a nice beach like we do here, but she'll go if I tell her to. Now, I'm not saying you have to help me. I'm just saying I want you to be careful, because if they get to me, then they might find you too. And I don't want nothing bad to happen to you on account of this case. It's not worth your life. But it's worth yours. He shrugs. Like I said, Luke was a damn good guy. Mercedes is the only thing keeping me here now, and she'll understand that I've got to do this. Luke was like an uncle to her. She'll understand. I hope so. I swallow, gulping down the lump in my throat. Hopefully, he won't push so hard I end up with 2 ghosts haunting me. Chapter 9. The next morning, I open the shop. Luke isn't impressed. I've still got a business to run, I snap, juggling my ire between glaring at him and unlocking the front door. And we've got a zombie apocalypse to solve. Which do you think is more important? He makes a weighing motion with his hands. He's got a point, but so do the late bills sitting in a pile on my kitchen table. I know, and we'll figure something out. But I've looked over the pictures. I've looked over the maps. I've put out a few feelers, but nothing's popping up. It'll take time, and until then, I need the money. Time is one thing we don't have. I've got money, use some of that. I roll my eyes. I don't know why, but I can't take his money. It feels wrong somehow, like I haven't done anything to earn it. Or maybe it's my independent streak coming out. You know, you can always haunt someone else. I bet there's some idiot out there who'll help you. There are tons of mediums out there. I don't want a medium. I want you to help me, like you promised. I didn't promise anything, but I will help you. Jesus, Luke, give me a break. I throw my hands up in disgust. Yesterday, I showed Dave that the dead bodies suck the life out of me and mimic my movements. That's a big step. It doesn't explain the fuck you part, but hopefully he's forgotten about that. Like I told you, Dave's a good guy. You can trust him. Yeah, well, the good guys die more often than the bad, and it looks like Dave might be on a collision course with a zombie horde, so I don't know if that designation is a good one. The bell above the door chimes, heralding my first customers of the day. 3 boys, all late teens, jostle and joke with one another. Immediately, I peg them as run-of-the-mill junior assholes, probably here as a dare, and definitely not to buy anything. Can I help you with something? I paste a smile on my face, but there's no friendliness to it, and the sharp tone of my words could cut glass. No, we don't need your help. The boy in the front, blonde, blue-eyed, puffs up his chest, a knowing smirk on his face. He's the football jock type that'll get all the girls and grow more and more handsome with age, until he hits 40, has a midlife crisis, and develops a beer belly to match his inflated opinion of himself. This one's trouble. His buddies stay behind him in good minion style. One a carbon copy, only with dark hair, while the other is a bit of a misfit. His hair's a touch too long, his face a little too gaunt, and his clothes hang off of his body as if waiting for a growth spurt. He's not one of these guys, but he'd love to be. I can sense the longing rolling off of him in waves. It sucks to be a teenager and not belong to the cool crowd, the popular group, and this kid will do anything the leader asks him to, which means he's more apt to be a pain in my ass than the other 2 combined. His need for acceptance could lead him down a dangerous path indeed. Luke leans against the wall, watching the kids. Do you know these twerps? He asks. No, but I know their type. I murmur, keeping my head down so they can't hear me talk. That's all I need, to be labeled crazy by a bunch of kids. The Salem witch trials started in pretty much the same manner, and I have no desire to repeat the outcome. There's a reason they came here, and I doubt it's anything good. As normal with teenagers, especially boys, they head straight to the candles. Not the ones dressed for love or success, the conquering ones shaped like a giant red penis with a voluptuous naked woman straddling the base. I cater to all types here, and just because I'm not a practitioner of hoodoo or voodoo doesn't mean some of my patrons aren't. And if they want to buy candles like this, then great. I will take their money and wish them the best. I think they're going to steal something, Luke murmurs, pointing at the third boy. He stands about as far away from me as he can get, his hands out at his sides, and glances over his shoulder at me. His buddies are scattered. One peruses the books, nonchalantly picking one up, opening it, and then setting it down again, while the other stares blankly at the baggies of freshly dried herbs hanging from a display case next to my armoire. Yeah, me too. I wander closer to the third boy, the outsider. The boy stares curiously at the hand of glory propped up under a glass dome display case. Are you looking for anything in particular? No, I'm good. Mesmerized, his hands twitch. He wants the hand. I can feel it. I step back, just to see what he does, because there's no way in hell he's laying a finger on the hand, and, predictably, he reaches for the glass case. I wouldn't touch that if I were you, I say, my voice flat. His hands jerk back and he gulps. I wasn't touching anything. What is it? It's the hand of a convicted murderer that's been turned into a candle. The Gent who sold me this one said it came from a man in Ecuador who killed 7 prostitutes. The boy's eyes widen. Is it real? Yup. And it said that anyone who touches it suffers a painful, incurable disease where all of your limbs rot off, starting with the most important one a man has. I jerk my head toward the kid's crotch, so he gets the picture. The boy gulps and backs away, slowly, right into a rack of old witchcraft magazines. The boy's gaze darts up to meet mine and his eyes flash yellow. Oh. Yep, that makes more sense now. I bet the boy's part werewolf. Not enough to recognize or shift, but enough to be an outcast. Poor kid. I should introduce him to Remy. On second thought, being around my ex-boyfriend never ends well for me. Or maybe I should say it ends too well, and I have a hard time remembering why he's my ex. Blondie elbows him, but the boy shakes his head. Number 2 rolls his eyes, and they all leave. Not purchasing anything, but not stealing anything either. Luke and I watch them through the curtains as they cross the street toward a black sports car. Over their heads, a dozen crows perch on an electrical pole and in a tree. They're not making any noise. They're just watching, waiting. I barely suppress a shiver. What was that all about? Luke asks, watching the boys speed off in their car. I explain my theory about the third boy, and Luke nods. I leave out the death omen bird part. That would just fuel Luke's belief that we have to solve this zombie problem now, even though I don't know of a solution. Weird, but I guess that makes sense. Then he wanders over to the hand of glory. Does this thing really make your dick shrivel off? I laugh. Hell no. You use them to unlock doors you don't have a key for. They don't make anything shrivel and fall off. Well, the bacteria might if you dig around in the actual hand part and then touch yourself. I give him a mock shiver. So I don't recommend that. Is it really made of a human hand? I thought it was just a prop. A fake. I touch the glass outside the hand and feel the power emanating from inside. Nope. This one's the real deal. Strong witchcraft made this thing. Took me years to find it. Wait a minute. If this thing can unlock any door you don't have a key for, does that mean you could have used it to unlock my storage unit without bringing the bolt cutters? I give him an outraged look. Hell no. This thing cost me thousands of dollars and a hell of a lot that isn't currency. I wasn't going to waste that to unlock a crappy storage unit in the worst part of town for a ghost I barely even know who claimed to have money hidden inside. Well, when you put it that way, he grumbles. The phone rings, and I know who it is without looking at the caller ID. And here I thought he was going to leave me alone. Fat chance of that ever happening. "Hello, Dave." The detective on the other end of the line chuckles. "You knew it was me." "Yup." I wedge the phone between my shoulder and my ear and sit back on the office chair in my storage room. There's a little more privacy here, at least. "Sorry to be calling again so soon. I need your help." "Haven't I done enough? I thought you were going to leave me alone." He clears his throat. I wonder if he feels embarrassed, even the slightest bit, to be bothering me again. But then I remember our discussion yesterday. Nope. Dave will do whatever it takes to avenge his partner's death, even if that means trampling anyone in his way. "What do you need?" I ask. "I want you to look at something. It's about that friend of ours." Like I haven't heard that line before. He must be talking about Luke, but why is he being so vague? Unless he thinks somebody's listening to his phone calls. Shit. This is getting worse than I thought. No wonder I don't like working with a partner or apparent partners. In this case, there are too many other variables. "Yeah, sure, that's fine. Do you want to come over?" Luke glides into the room, a quizzical look on his face. I wave him off. I'll explain everything later. "Why don't I pick you up?" Dave says. "I know of a nice diner. They have great coffee." "Sure." I have a feeling that I'm not going to get out of this anyway. "What was that all about?" Luke asks after I hang up the phone. "Dave wants to pick me up. Something about you or your case." Huh. Luke peeks around the curtains in the front window. He must have been close. I join him in looking out the window as Dave parks in the driveway and honks on the horn. Yeah. Or he figured I'd say yes. Jesus. Dave honks again. I'm coming. Dave's idea of a good diner is this seedy joint 2 blocks from Ed's storage units. River's End Bar and Grill isn't anywhere near a river, and to say they have potable coffee is debatable. I'd been there once and vowed never to go again. I can still remember the rancid aftertaste their week-old coffee had left behind. "This is your idea of a good time?" I smirk at Dave's glare in the rearview mirror. When I glance at Luke, he gives me the same look. "They've got good coffee, and they're open 24 hours, Dave says. If those are his only requisites, then a lot of places would qualify as good. Outside the car, Dave stares at the graying wood siding and the half-lit fluorescent sign. "I guess it's not much, but it's a safe place for us to talk. I know the guy who runs it. He's got a room we can use." "How do you know?" I try to use terminology that won't give anyone listening in any indication that we know what's going on. But Luke groans. "Remember what I said about you making a good cop? I take that back," he says. Dave shakes his head slightly, his eyes warning me to shut up. "Point taken. I can do that. Just trust me." He grabs a black messenger bag from the trunk of the car and slings it over his shoulder. Then he takes both of our cell phones and tosses them in the trunk. Good idea. If someone's listening in, they might have bugged both of our phones to record even when it looks like they're off. Just the thought sends a shiver down my spine. But I'm glad Dave is one step ahead of me in taking these precautions. By the time I slip through the creaking doors of the River's End Bar and Grill, Dave's talking to a burly middle-aged man standing behind a dark wood bar, whose back wall is covered in beer steins and mirrors supporting different brands of alcohol. "This way," Dave grunts. Luke and I follow him down a narrow flight of stairs that creak with every other step, and into a room at the end of a hall. The air has an earthy, musty smell that makes me wrinkle my nose. "You brought me to a cellar?" I ask, turning slowly to take in the walls lined with old wooden shelves packed with boxes and bottles and enough cobwebs to stretch around the world a dozen times. Dave grunts and grabs a cord hanging from the ceiling. He pulls it, and a yellow light bulb flickers on. Oh, this is great. It's the perfect room for clandestine meetings. Dad would love it. I think my phone puts off more light than that. Dave crosses the cellar to a folding table near the back wall. He moves a deck of cards and pulls a laptop out of his bag. Sit. He points at one of two folding chairs. He sits in the chair closest to him and turns the laptop on. I glance at Luke, and he shrugs, so I sit. He looks as baffled by Dave's behavior as I am. I wonder if Luke even knew about this place. Dave pecks at the keyboard for a few seconds before turning the screen toward me. I got the footage from the traffic cam on the corner where Luke's truck exploded, Dave says. Luke watches over his partner's shoulder, his face blank. This has got to be horrible for him, though. How? I thought your boss told you to leave the case alone. Dave scowls. Don't you worry about that. Watch. He clicks the play button, and the video screen bursts into life, showing a bustling street corner in the middle of town. Cars pass through an intersection, then stop when the light turns red. People cross the street, some faster than others. Everyone's got somewhere to be. Well, except for one person. There's one figure that doesn't move, a silent sentinel in a gray trench coat. He stands a few feet back from the corner, oblivious to all of the people milling around him. Unconcerned, until a red truck approaches the intersection. Then, the man pulls something out of his pocket and retreats to stand under the awning of an antique shop. When the red truck stops at the intersection, the man adjusts his grip on the object, and even though I can't see it from this angle, he must push a button or something, because the truck, along with Luke's life, his hopes and his dreams for the future, bursts into flames. Stunned, I sit back in the chair while Dave fast-forwards a couple of seconds and zooms in on the figure. The figure glances up, just for a fraction of a second, toward the camera. My heart jumps into my throat. Shit. I know that guy. I mean, that demon. I practically grew up with him. Bartholomew, low-level demon. He does a lot of dirty work no one is willing to touch. He's also one of my uncle's right-hand henchmen. Son of a bitch. Chapter 10. After I get back to my shop, I close all of the shades and turn off most of the lights. From a cabinet next to the sink, I gather several candles, both black and white, and 2 red ones. I also grab a mason jar half full of coarse salt, several palm-sized crystals for protection, a clump of dried white sage, one of my steel daggers, and a bronze chalice inscribed with ancient symbols around the edge. I push the table I use for readings to the side of the room and lug out a heavy rug from the back bedroom I use for storage. Rolled out, it's nearly 10 feet by 10 feet, and made of a coarse wool, with a giant symbol called the hexagram of Solomon woven into it. Before I begin, I light the sage and cleanse the room. I do it pretty often anyway, but it doesn't hurt to do it again. Then I sprinkle the salt on the rug and murmur a prayer to consecrate that, even though I did it after I used it the last time too. Dad always taught me to be thorough, because sloppiness can get you killed or possessed. A salt circle around the hexagram will help contain the demon. Sure, it won't trap them. This isn't the movies. But it will hurt like hell if they cross it. Anything that gives me a few precious seconds to get to safety is worth it to me. Bartholomew is an ugly bastard of a demon, and he'd probably attack just for fun. Luke hovers outside the circle. So, is there any chance you'll tell me what you're doing? Not that I'm concerned or anything, but you look like you're pissed, and that's a tad bit terrifying. You were a detective with the SCU. Haven't you seen a summoning before? This was so not in my original agreement with Luke. I was supposed to help solve his death, not stop zombies or call a pyromania-prone demon from the pits of hell. Why couldn't he get murdered by someone human? His eyes widen, Holy shit. We read about them, but they never did one in front of us. Where's your Ouija board? I snort. Novices use Ouija boards. Kids at birthday parties use Ouija boards. Bored housewives looking for some fun use Ouija boards. I don't need one. He scratches his chin as he studies the symbols on the hexagram. So those symbols will help you call upon someone who can tell you who killed me, right? Is that how this will work? I hesitate, unsure how deep I want to go in my explanation. This is high-level stuff. And while I know they don't have a class on demonic summoning at the SCU Training Academy, there are some things Luke doesn't need to know, nor would he be able to understand. But since I figure a lot of this will come out in the wash, as my grandma used to say, I decide to go for the truth. The person who killed you wasn't a person. It was a demon. What? Luke flies back a few feet, the shock on his face wiping his earlier curiosity clear off. No way. Why would a demon attack me? I don't know. That's why I'm going to try and summon him. My guess is he was paid to do it. I take a deep breath. Here goes nothing. I recognized him from the video. I didn't want to say anything to Dave yet. Demons aren't beings to mess around with. His name is Bartholomew, and he likes to make deals with humans. Dirty deals. I bet this is one of them. I don't mention that he works for my uncle or that I call him Barty. So you're saying I was killed by a demon? Yup. Luke stares at me for a few seconds, as if waiting for me to continue. But I don't, because I don't know what he wants me to say. We don't run into demons a lot in the SCU. They had one at the academy and paraded him around like a fucking show and tell. He had so many shackles and chains on him he could barely move. A lot of us guys thought it was a joke. Like, how could this man, this thing, kill 12 people? But then they showed us the videos, the pictures, the evidence. It was bad. Vinny arrested one once, and it put him in the hospital for 6 weeks. He nearly died and had to have a bunch of surgeries afterward. The demon almost tore him apart. And you think this hexagram will keep one contained? He gestures at the symbol on the rug. That was probably a rogue demon, one without a master, because no one wants them. Most demons are way too smart for that. They know if they want to continue existing, they need to stay under the radar and play by certain rules. There are things far worse than being arrested, you know? Luke frowns, his expression sour. Yeah, I guess. I never imagined it could be a demon. I always figured it was someone I'd arrested. I don't blame you. I thought the same thing. But I need you to listen to me. No matter what happens, no matter what Bartholomew does, you have to stay out of the way. You can't interfere. Demons are pretty damn powerful, and a pissed-off one is even worse. If he sees you, he might get even more pissed than he already is about being summoned, and take it out on me, or you. What can he do to me? I'm already dead. It's not like he can kill me twice. I arch an eyebrow and give him a dry laugh. You'd be surprised. Grumbling to himself, Luke retreats to the doorway separating the shop from the kitchen and waits, arms crossed over his chest. Good. He's about as safe as I can make him. I place the crystals around the circle to help enhance the protection and set the candles at each point in the hexagram. Then I grab my dagger and cleanse it with salt. This one isn't like my ceremonial blades, which are etched with symbols and runes. This one has a clean blade, because I use it for protection as much as anything else. But luckily, the only blood it's seen lately has been my own. There are benefits to have left the fold of my family, and that is one of them. My hands are cleaner. With Luke watching me, I set the circle by lighting the candles and invoking the protection of various deities. Some demons are pretty specific about what it'll take to lure them in, but most respond well to gold coins and good booze. Demons love to drink when they're not out slaughtering people and causing chaos, although sometimes those two things go hand in hand. The invocation is in Latin as all of the Western ones are, and after I finish, I draw my blade across my bicep. A thin line of blood follows a sharp, burning sensation. I hold the chalice up to the cut and drip blood into its basin. I've never understood why all the movies show people cutting themselves on the hand. It's so impractical. How are people supposed to fight if they've got this big cut on their hand oozing blood all over the place? Not to mention all of the nerve endings and tendons they could nick. Nope, it's not worth it. I only take blood from a spot that won't hinder me if I'm incapacitated. After I get enough blood, I press my hand against the wound to stop the bleeding. Then I drop the last of the ingredients into the chalice, and a flourish of smoke appears, winding and twisting its way toward the ceiling. Message sent. I twist off the cap to the alcohol and wait, crouch down at the head of the hexagram. I don't have to wait long. An oily, sticky fog coalesces in the middle of the symbol, about 3 feet in front of me. I wrinkle my nose at the sulfuric scent and stand up, loosely holding my dagger in one hand. Worst case scenario, I can use it to boot Barty's ass back to hell if he attacks me. I need a blade of some sort to open a rift between the worlds, and my scythe works best. But in a pinch, I can use anything with a sharp edge. Hopefully it won't come to that, and I can appeal to whatever sense he has to tell me why he killed Luke. The mist grows thicker and thicker until it's nearly opaque, and there's a flash of light in the middle as a passage between worlds opens for barely a second. Slowly, after the rift closes, a shape appears. Humanoid, taller than me, with thinning black hair and yellow eyes, accompanied by pale, grayish skin. The demon glares at me, his hands held loosely at his sides. He's wearing an AC/DC t-shirt and ripped jeans, a hell of a lot more casual than I've seen him in before, so he must have had the day off. His thin lips twist in a grotesque grin, revealing needle-sharp, pointed teeth. His face blurs for a second. He's probably debating whether or not to show me his true form or to keep the humanish mask on that demons wear so people don't run screaming when they see them. Not that it would affect me. I grew up with this guy. The problem is, he's not Bartholomew. Hello, Pythias. What the hell are you doing here? I plant my hands on my hips. Oh my, Maxine, is that any greeting for your old friend? His voice is a simmering vat of acid and deceit. Cut the shit, Pythy. Why are you here? I didn't call you. Considering you were a bit vague in your invocation, any number of us could have come through. I barely beat out Abaddon, and you know how much of a fan he is of yours. I grimace. Yeah, he hates me. Go to hell. I don't want you here either. I need to talk to Bartholomew. I just left, thank you, and it'll take me forever to get the stench of that place off of my clothes. And Bartholomew? Well, he is indisposed right now. What are you, his answering machine? Hardly. Pythias sneers. Oh, and your father sends his regards. You really ought to consider visiting him sometime. Hell is lovely in the fall. The winter tends to get a little cold, as you know, but in the autumn the colors are divine. I'm not up for a road trip. What do you know about Bartholomew's hit on an SCU detective? Pythias jerks his head toward the kitchen. Is that him? I nod, and he chuckles. Oh my, he looks ready to bite my head off. Are you taking on charity cases now? Why not just send him to the light or dark or wherever? You've got enough problems to solve without taking on anyone else's. Answer the damn question. I grit my teeth before I bite his head off. He's right. I don't have the time nor the energy to be a good Samaritan. All the more reason to get this over with so I can move on with my life. Fine. Pythias sighs. I don't know much, I'm afraid. Bartholomew has been out of the office a lot lately, so to speak. He's been on assignment in your world for the last 6 months or so, running errands and causing mayhem. A bit predictable, if you ask me. I prefer more of an unusual approach when I'm taking care of business. Not Bartholomew. He's much more smash and burn. Pythias wrinkles his nose. There's a fine aesthetic that can be achieved when rending one's soul from one's body. An art form, almost. And dear Bartholomew has the touch of a bull, not the grace of an artist. 6 months? I glance at Luke. He looks like he wants to say something, but he stays in the kitchen. Maybe he's taking me seriously about the demon's strength. Pithy reaches toward the alcohol, and I decide to get a few more questions in before he leaves. What about the zombies? Do you know anything about them? Zombies? Pythias asks, but there's a note of fake surprise in his voice. I have no idea what you're talking about. Asshole. He knows exactly what I'm talking about. Don't lie to me, Pithy. His nostrils flare at the use of his nickname. Tell me what you know. I know lots of things, little girl, and you'd do best to be careful. His eyes flash red. You're far away from your daddy's protection. Even though you were destined for greatness, anything could happen to you here in the human world. He takes a menacing step toward me. What the hell is he doing? Pythias has never threatened me before. This is insane. There has to be something going on here with the zombies that I don't know. Shit. The one time I hate being out of the loop. I hold up my dagger. Take another step. I dare you. I'll send his ass back to hell faster than he can blink, and there's no telling in what part he'd land. Pithy stops. I might not be as strong as I would be if I practiced and honed my powers, but I'm no slouch in the power department. Answer the damn question. His lips curl back in a feral, pointed-teeth smile. What I know, dear Maxine, is that you have no idea what you're up against. You have no clue what's going on in our world, and it's about to hit yours quite dramatically. Hell has a new heir apparent, a new player, if you will, and he's not taking no for an answer. With that, Pythias grabs the whiskey and disappears in a flash of smoke, leaving more questions than answers. Son of a bitch. Chapter 11. What the hell was that? Luke paces the room while I finish cleaning up. It doesn't make any sense. What's an heir apparent? Your father is in hell, as in the devil kind of hell? Damn it, Max. What else haven't you told me? He raises his hand as if to slam his fist into the wall, but stops, probably realizing it wouldn't do any good. I don't know what to say, so I roll up the rug and drag it back to the storage room. My mind is muddled with the echoes of the conversation between me and Pythias. Weariness weighs on me, but it's more mental than from the energy I exerted. It's from what I have to tell Luke. Did they ever teach you about scythes in the academy? He stops short, his gaze confused. No, why? I'm not surprised. There aren't a lot of us out there. We can open up gateways to heaven and hell to shoo along pesky spirits who've lost their way. I hold up my hand to stop him from talking so I can finish. Most find their paths on their own, but there are a few who don't, either because they have unfinished business, or they got lost, or something. Luke waves at the spot where Pythias stood. That's impossible. I used to think another person who can control zombies was impossible, yet here we are. Luke gives me an odd look before continuing. But the demon? You knew him. Is that a Scythe thing too? He paces the living room, his hands balled at his sides. I know lots of demons. What's your point? He disappears and pops up in front of me. Newsflash. That's not normal. You're like on a nickname basis with both this guy and the one who killed me. What aren't you telling me? Lots of things, and I'm not to start bearing my soul now. 1. Demons have only one name, like Madonna, except that she's human as far as I know, though she might have some siren in her or fairy. I pause to consider the possibility. Bieber's got some fairy in him, and Timberlake's half siren, so it wouldn't surprise me too much. What? No, don't change the topic. How do you know all of these demons? And why in the hell weren't you afraid of him? You just called him in and went head to head. What the hell was that? I almost tell him that I've known Pithy almost all of my life, and that he'd never hurt me despite his threats. My dad might not be a Scythe, nor is he the devil, but he'd still smite Pithy's demonic ass to kingdom come if he messed with me. What about... Luke's face pales. Oh shit, he says, and disappears. Oh shit is right. Something that pulls Luke away, especially right now, will probably find its way to me eventually. A few seconds later, he pops back into the room. Max, you've got to follow me. Hurry, he says, just as my phone rings. One glance tells me it's Dave. This is definitely not good. It's Dave, I tell Luke. Long time no see, I say, putting the phone up to my ear. I'm on my way. Meet me out front. He hangs up before I can answer. What's going on? I ask Luke. He paces to the window and back. Zombies. I bet that's what Dave called you for. He can handle anything else. Again? Why can't these damn things give us a break? Someone honks their horn outside. Dave's patrol car idles in the driveway. I flip the open sign to closed as Pythias's words reverberate in my mind. You have no idea what you're up against. I have a sneaky suspicion I'm about to find out. I hurry out the door, spurred on by the urgency in Luke's voice. If there really are zombies attacking in broad daylight, that's either really brave or really stupid of their maker. I doubt whoever made the zombies is an idiot, however. Stupid people don't live long in our world. It's about damn time, Dave mutters when I open the door and slide in the back. Stick me on the payroll and maybe I'll move a little faster, I say, smiling sweetly at Dave. He scowls and guns it out of the driveway. Luke chuckles. It's a good thing Dave doesn't know Luke's here, or I'd be playing mediator all of the time. And that would suck. Big time. Sirens blaring, Dave flies through town past both cemeteries, and I breathe a sigh of relief. At least whatever it is doesn't have to do with the 100 missing corpses. That relief lasts another 5 seconds until Dave pulls in front of Lost Lake Elementary School. Holy shit. I stare out the window as Dave jerks to a stop next to a line of police cars, both normal and ones with SCU on the sides, parked haphazardly in a semicircle around the parking lot and playground. About 20 zombies throw themselves at the old brick building, scratching at the windows, banging on the bricks, and clawing for a way to get in. The fresher ones leave bloody trails and handprints in their wake, and undead moans provide a thrumming hum to the shrieks and screams of the children trapped inside the school. A couple more feast on a fallen police officer. No wonder the rest of the cops aren't approaching them. The rest of the living police officers crouch behind their cars, guns drawn. They're not firing, though. I bet it's because they're so close to the school. One of the fresher zombies, based on the blood matting his tattered clothing and dripping off of the many wounds on his arms and torso, breaks a window and thrusts his arm inside. The glass pierces his flesh, but he doesn't flinch. Instead, he uses it as leverage and starts to climb inside. The screams grow louder and more frantic. I wrench the car door open before Dave has turned off the vehicle. Someone must be directing them toward the school, not the cops, who would be easier prey. Damn it. When I find the sick son of a bitch who's going after kids, I'll tear him apart myself. Don't follow me, I say, slamming the door behind me. To their credit, several of the cops yell at me to stop, which is more than I expect. They are probably in shock after watching their fellow officer get torn apart in front of them. About 20 feet from the writhing, groaning mass of corpses, I skid to a halt. Okay, genius. Time to think of something. Luke pops up next to me. What do you think you're doing? Hell if I know. I reach out with my power, and the two of the zombies closest to me pause, before continuing their onslaught on the building. The one that broke the window is almost halfway through, his legs pinwheeling behind him as he tries to gain purchase on the slick brick outer walls. Another zombie notices and follows, both grabbing and pushing its comrade at the same time in an attempt to get to the screaming children inside. Then another joins in. The shrieking grows louder, spurring the zombie's frenzy, and with a crack, another one breaks a window 2 rooms down. Double fuck, I'm running out of time. I've got to do something. Get out of here, Luke says. There are too many of them. I can't, I say, gritting my teeth. I reach out again, casting my power like a net at the zombies, farther than I have in years. I feel something dampening my abilities, and my hand flies to the opal and jet amulet around my neck. My mother gave it to me before she died. I haven't taken it off since moving to Lost Lake, but now isn't the time to get sentimental. I tear it off, breaking the leather strap, and power floods through me, radiating outwards. I feel invincible, unstoppable. Nothing can get in my way. I whistle, loud enough to make Luke cover his ears, and that's when the zombies stop. As if as one monstrous being, all of the zombies turn toward me. The one halfway through the window drops down and staggers to his feet. Their undead eyes find mine, and their mouths gape open, lines of spittle and blood dripping from their jaws. Unfettered by the amulet, I cast my power over them, a dragnet of steel, but it doesn't work exactly the way I want it. The zombies lurch toward me, coalescing into a monstrous, undead mob. I strengthen my mental grip on them, tighter, tighter. But I can't quench their hunger for flesh, either mine or the cops behind me. Crap, I'm not controlling them, I merely exchanged one target for another. My head throbs as I push more energy through me toward them. More. Black spots dance at the corners of my eyes. More. 15 feet. 10. More. I can't do it. Dave grabs my arm just as the first zombie reaches for me, its blackened, rotting fingers grasping at my clothes. Dave drags me back toward his car, and the zombies follow. When we get too far ahead, they stop and mill about as if they don't know what to do. Then they turn back toward the school. Damn it, that won't work. I'd rather have them chase me than the kids. Let me go. I rip my arm out of Dave's grasp. They're turning back. Shit. He points his gun at the nearest zombie, but he doesn't take a shot. He can't. He's still too close to the school, and right behind the zombies are large glass windows. Even from here, I can see children cringing against the far wall of the classrooms. Get the car and bring it here. I have an idea. This better be good, Dave mutters. With one last look at the zombies, he spins around and races toward his car. What are you going to do? Luke hovers next to me. His gaze flits from me to the zombies and back again. What the fucking Pied Piper did? The episode at the police station gave me an idea. A very bad idea, but it's all I've got. I slowly approach the zombies once more, and they turn toward me. Raising both hands, I push out as much energy as I can funnel through me, drawing on stores of power from the depths of my soul that I haven't used in years. Energy sings through my fingertips, and finally, as one, the zombies close their rancid jaws. Oh my God, it's working. Their arms drop to their sides, and they shuffle toward me, sleepwalkers to their former state. Even their moans quiet, but they're still there, making the hairs on the back of my arms stand up. Backing away, I listen for the rumble of Dave's engine. There. He pulls up alongside me, just as I feel something, some energy, push back against mine. My control wavers, and a couple of the zombies at the back of the mob stumble. The rest of them move forward, but those two don't. Those two, both older zombies, if the state of their rotting corpses is any indication, turn back toward the school. What's happening? Luke asks. The asshole who created them is trying to get control back, I hiss, and push out more power, more control. the two zombies in the back still, and then snap to attention as if on an invisible leash, before turning to follow the rest toward me. I barely have time to glance at the police cruiser when Dave rolls down the window. "Get in the damn car!" He doesn't have to tell me twice. Keeping my eyes on the zombies, I open the passenger door and hop in. After all of the shit I've been through, I deserve to ride in the front, damn it. Inside the car, I take a deep breath, and then let it out. The zombies mill about the car, some scratching at the windows, others just walking into the sides. They surround us, but I still feel safer having the metal doors and windows between us. And then I feel it again. Someone chipping at my grip on the zombies. I scan the parking lot, but there isn't anyone besides the police officers and a group of gawking bystanders. I reach out using what extra senses I have, and I can tell a few of them are supernaturals, but they're not strong enough to be the one controlling the zombies. These idiots are lucky they don't get themselves eaten. "Who's that?" Luke points behind me, and I turn quickly. There. Across the street stands a man, silhouetted against an old brownstone house. Wearing a black trench coat, he's too far away for me to see his face, only that he has dark hair and pale skin. I'm certain, even from this distance, that I've never seen him before in my life. "Is that who's controlling the zombies?" Luke asks. "I think so," I say. "It's got to be him. There isn't anyone else around who could do it, and this guy is staring so intently, he has to be responsible." The nearest zombie presses its rotting face to the glass and snaps its jaws open and shut. "Focus, Max. You're not paying attention." I strengthen the bond between the zombies and myself until their jaws go slack again. That was close. Max?" Dave asks. "What are we going to do now?" I glance away from the man in the trench coat for a second. "Do you have any place secure we can put the zombies in, like an empty airplane hangar or something? We need a place we can lead them into, and then shut the door until they all die. Again." "Let me make a call." Dave grabs his radio. "And while you're at it." I look back at the figure, but he's gone. Crap. I can't go after him either, because I have to focus on the zombies. There was a man there watching us. Dark hair, black trench coat. See if you can send a couple cops after him. I think he was the one controlling the zombies. Dave swears. "On it." "I'll see if I can follow him," Luke says, and he blinks out of sight. That's a good idea. Wearily, I sink against the back of the seat. It's so hard to maintain this much control. I make a mental note to practice more often so I don't get caught off guard and unprepared like this again. Okay, I got it. Dave clips his radio back into its holder. They're clearing out a warehouse on 22nd Street we can use. Do you think they'll follow if we lead them there? I roll my head to the side and raise my hand. The nearest zombie, the one with its grotesque face pressed against the glass, does the same. Good. We're only a couple of blocks away. I can do this. I have to do this. Yeah, they'll follow me. Make it fast though, Dave. I don't know how much longer I can hold them. You got it, he says, pressing lightly on the gas. Chapter 12. The zombies bump uncoordinatedly around us, but like the mindless monsters they actually are, they follow us all the way to the warehouse. Once they're safely inside, I close my eyes, resting my head against the headrest in Dave's patrol car. My head pulses against the blinding light. Dave stands outside, staring at the cold, gray warehouse. Even about 20 feet away, I can hear the zombies banging against the walls, trying to escape. It was a goddamned zombie parade, Dave chortles, slapping the hood of his patrol car. That was incredible. Yeah, incredible. The Macy's Day Parade for the undead. Dave shakes his head. Now we just have to figure out how in the hell did they get to the school anyway? Where were they hiding? You're a cop. They had to be hiding somewhere. Look for an empty house or one where a bunch of people were eaten. Smartass, he says. Can I go home now? My question seems to take Dave aback because he pauses. I don't know, I'll check. He trots over to ask someone, probably his supervisor. I don't really care who it is, but I want to get out of here before I pass out. And theoretically, if I'm gone, the zombies should just collapse. Luke still hasn't returned, but I don't have the energy to worry about him right now. We're good for now, Dave says, sliding into the driver's seat. Hey, are you okay? I peek through my eyelids to see worry on his face. Holy shit. I never thought I'd see the day that he actually cared about my health. Not that I've known him long, but still. I need to go home. Can you drop me off at the shop? His eyebrows creep up his forehead. Are you sure you're in any condition to drive? You look like shit. Thanks for noticing. Yeah, I'll be fine. Just take me to my shop. Got it. He starts the car and it lurches into gear. So, what's going to happen now? Well, in about 10 minutes, I plan on taking a nap. He snorts. About the zombies. What in the hell do we do with them? I open one eye. What did you do with the last one? We took it to the morgue. It's still there. We strapped it down with about 100 straps and locked the door, but it's there. We're honest to God not sure what to do with it. Can we bury it again or will it come back? That's a good question. Now that I know there's a new player in town, I don't really know. If it were any other time, I'd tell him he could just bury the thing again. But now, I'm not sure. Do you remember how they take care of zombies in the movies? Cut their heads off, spike them through the brain, or be boring and shoot them. I don't care. I've never had to kill zombies before. Usually they just die again when I get far enough away. I lean back against the seat again. Dave grimaces. Sounds like fun. Yep, it'll be a blast. I close my eyes, the rhythmic rumble of the car lulling me to sleep. Dave taps the steering wheel. God, that's annoying. Right when I'm about to tell him to knock it off, he pauses. Do you think there are more of them? I don't know, Dave, I say, annoyed with all of the questions. I'm not an expert here, but yeah, probably. I doubt that was the dramatic climax whoever sent them wanted. A few minutes later, he pulls into the driveway to my shop and stops the car. Are you sure you're going to be all right? I nod, the motion making my headache that much worse. Yeah, I'll be fine. Just give me a day or two before the next crisis, all right? That gets a chuckle out of him. I'll try, he says. I open the door and stop when Dave reaches out and touches my arm. Thank you, Max, for everything. You didn't have to help us just now, but I think you saved a lot of lives by doing so. I really appreciate it. No problem, I say, gently pulling myself free before I start getting all sentimental and shit. Let's not make a habit of it, though, okay? My life was nice and dull before you came along. He chuckles. After this zombie thing is all over, I'll lose your number. When I open the door, the faint sulfuric scent wafting through my shop triggers a rush of adrenaline through my body. Shit. Smoke fills the room, and a shape materializes from it. Before I can command my sluggish legs to move, the demon whirls around me and presses a thin, curved blade to my neck. A line of hot blood trickles down my skin as the knife slices into my flesh. Fuck. Fuckity fuck, fuck, fuck. Bartholomew, I croak. Who let you out of your cage? His bloodshot eyes practically glowed red in the dim room, and as usual, his clothes were about a century out of style. I think he had a bit of an obsession with Edgar Allan Poe and never moved on. You know, Max, I think I'm going to enjoy this, he says, a low chuckle vibrating against my back. I dig my heel into his instep. He growls in pain, but it distracts him, and the pressure from the blade lets up enough for me to reach into my waistband and pull out my dagger. Before Bartholomew even knows what's happening, I plunge the dagger into his side. He roars in pain, thrusting me away from him before I can stab him further. "That hurt!" he yells, ripping the blade from his side and flinging it to the ground. The ichor from his blood hisses as it burns into the floor. Damn it. Now I'm going to have to replace that too. Well, if I live to tell about it. "You're going to pay for that," he sneers, curling his lips from his sharp, pointed teeth. His fingers elongate into black-tipped claws, each loaded with enough poison to kill 100 people. He stalks toward me, an apex predator with his prey in his sights. "You know," I dance away from him, the adrenaline having chased my earlier weariness away. "That line is way overused. Can't you come up with something original?" "But then again," I muse, baiting him until I can get closer to the scythe leaning against the armoire. "You never were very smart, so it shouldn't surprise me." With a roar, Bartholomew rushes me, his eyes flashing red. I spin and dart to the armoire and grab the small wood-handled scythe leaning against the wall. Whirling back around, I slice through the air with the blade, murmuring the invocations that'll cleave a portal right from this world into hell. Sure, I could just lop his head off. God knows he deserves it, but then I'd have to clean it up. I'd rather send him back to hell, and my uncle take care of him. Whatever is going on, my uncle doesn't tolerate rogue demons. The air shimmers in the wake of my scythe, and a long, glowing white tear appears. Sparkling and swirling with energy, the rip lengthens until it's as tall as a man. Electricity buzzes through the air, and my hair whirls around my head like an unearthly halo. Barty's eyes widen and he skids to a stop. He doesn't want to go back. Interesting. "Why are you here?" I hold my scythe above my head like a katana. Barty grins. "Now who's the idiot? You know why I'm here." "No, dipshit," I snap. "If I did, I wouldn't be asking. Is this business or pleasure?" Honestly, Barty likes killing so much. It doesn't matter. "Both," he growls. Shit. If it's business, it means someone paid him in favors for a hit. And that hit was me. It's got to be related to Luke's case. There's no other reason, well, off the top of my head, that anyone would want me dead. Scratch that. There are no other current reasons anyone would want me dead. Who paid you to come after me? I never kiss and tell, Max. You should know that. He twists his wrist, and a long gunmetal gray blade slides out of his jacket sleeve into his hand. Sigils carved along its length glow blue. Crap. It's not a cursed blade that sends you straight to hell, which would be inconvenient but not the end of the world, or one that turns you into a monster or a vegetable or something like that. No. I recognize those symbols. Ghosts talk, but with this kind of blade, there are no ghosts. It's the kind of blade that makes you stay dead once it kills you. Dead means dead in the most final sense. And I may not have been home in years, but even I remember that a blade like this is way above Bartholomew's pay grade. Mine too, to be honest, although I did get a lot of perks when I was still on the job. Too bad those ended when I went rogue. I'm surprised they let me keep my scythe. Not that I need it, but it's still a super cool weapon. "Did my uncle put you up to this?" I ask. The question tastes like ash in my mouth. I wasn't a threat to him, not really. I thought I'd proved that by leaving, and I never thought he'd make a move against me, not with my father still around. Barty runs his tongue over his teeth. "Times have changed, Max. I'm a freelancer now. I answer to no one." Great. So much for narrowing down who wants to kill me. My uncle and I were never close, and when I left, things got heated. Of course, he never knew the full truth. He just thought I was abandoning my role, and my family. He talked about duty and honor and privilege. I told him I was disgusted with the whole system. Words were said that can't be taken back, and I'm pretty sure I'm not on anyone's Christmas card list anymore. "Prepare to die," he snarls. I drop my scythe to my side. Wait, that's your line? Like, of all the quotes you could come up with, you tell me to prepare to die? That's the lamest bad guy line ever, Barty. Did you steal it from a movie or something? The rift crackles. Shit. If I don't get him to go through, it'll close and I'll have to open it again, but this time without the element of surprise. Barty's eyes flash and he leaps toward me. I dodge out of his way, rolling easily to my feet. The rush of adrenaline, of danger, makes me feel alive. Part of me misses this. This is who I am, who I was raised to be. But then Barty pulls out another blade and it slices across my upper arm, leaving a burning trail in its wake. Okay, that's it. I snap my fist against his wrist, and he drops the knife. I scoop it up midair and hurl it at Barty. He must not have been expecting that, because it impales him in the chest, right where his heart would be, if he had one. The demon howls with pain and rushes at me again, this time knocking over my table. The laminate wood tabletop cracks down the seam. Damn it. Now I have to buy a new table. I'm cursed. Right before the demon reaches me, I deliver a somewhat rusty roundhouse kick, which he barely blocks, and follow that with the butt of my scythe to his cojones. He grabs the wooden shaft and tries to wrench it from my hands, but I follow him and slam my head into his face. Somehow, I manage not to get stabbed or bit, but then Bartholomew twists, and the blade of my scythe is pressed against my sternum, and the sharp retort of a gun echoes through the room. "Fuck!" Bartholomew shoves me away, dropping my scythe. He clutches the side of his head, matted flesh and blood dripping through his fingers. "That hurt!" His left eye is gone, and a black hole gapes back at me. Getting shot won't kill a demon, but it hurts enough to slow them down. Plus, he'll have to get a new body or wait for this one to regenerate. Gasping, I roll away and grab my scythe. What the hell just happened? People rush around me, and then suddenly, Bartholomew is flying through the air. He tumbles, head first, through the rift, and it closes up behind him, leaving a smoky trail in its wake. Using my scythe for support, I stand up to face the strangers surrounding me, weapons drawn. Who are these people and what the hell are they doing here? Luke pops into existence, murder in his eyes. "I'm so sorry, Max, I couldn't get in here. After I lost the guy at the elementary school, I tried to come back, but I was locked out. I did everything I could, but I couldn't get in." "It's okay," I whisper. I want to make him feel better, but I'll have to figure out what happened. As much as Luke's a pain in the ass, he's my pain in the ass. And if anyone's going to lock him out, it should be me. I eye the strangers. Except for the young blonde woman, they watch me just as warily, weapons held loosely in their hands. I peg the two in the front, one male and one female, to be the leaders, based on their confident stances and the way the others branch out from them. They're both about my age, and they have rich, chocolate skin and piercing green eyes. The woman's hair is long and braided down to her waist, and they're all dressed in black. They look like they've seen The Matrix too many times. "Not to sound ungrateful for saving my ass," I say, "but who in the hell are you?" The man's fingers twitch on the gun in his hand. He must have been the one to shoot Bartholomew. I really ought to thank him for that, but by the look in his eyes, he'd like to shoot me as well. "We're watchers. We look for monsters breaking the law and stop them." What an original name. "We were alerted to the situation in Lost Lake and came to check it out." Oh, great. A group of supernatural vigilantes with an axe to grind. Like Robin Hood, only with more guns and less tights. Then what in the hell are you doing in my shop? They have no right to be here, and I bet they know it, but they don't care. These types of people never do. "We saw you with the zombies," the leader says. Shit. Not good. I clench my scythe in my free hand and glare at them. There's only one of me and a pretty useless ghost against 6 of them. The odds are not in my favor. Yeah, well, then you can see we've got it covered. One of the others, a kid who looks to be in his late teens with scraggly black hair and a patchy goatee, clears his throat. We've never met a Scythe before. Good for you. There aren't a lot of us. Now you've got a story to write home about. Don't let the door hit you on the way out. Not so fast, the group's leader says. We aren't leaving yet. What do you know about the zombies? Nothing. Same as you. I'm not a necromancer. Controlling the dead isn't a Scythe thing. Then how in the hell can you do it? He glares at me. What can I say? I have a charming personality. I can tell my flippant tone pisses him off by the way his lips tighten and his eyes narrow. Good. Maybe that'll make him leave faster. His jaw tightens and his eyes flash. What is he? I try to get a read on him. He's not aware. I've spent enough time with those to know the difference. And he's not a vamp, because surely the fangs would be out by now. Vamps love a good fight. He must be some sort of witch or sorcerer. There are hundreds of different branches of that tree, so figuring it out might be next to impossible. But then his hands curl at his sides, and a gold fire glows within each palm. His eyes flash gold, and the shadow of a pair of wings unfurls behind him, invisible to the naked eye. Well, hell. He's an angel. Not full-blooded, or he wouldn't be stuck here on Earth, but probably around half angel. They don't get their wings unless the angel is dominant. Man, I haven't seen one of those in years. They don't come around where I'm from very often. The woman puts her hand on his arm. The man takes a deep breath, and the fire in his hands goes out. I'm sorry, she says. I'm afraid we got off on the wrong foot. We didn't plan on breaking into your shop, but when we saw that demon, we wanted to help. I had it covered, I say. The man laughs. I pick up one of the chairs knocked over by the table and gesture at a few other end tables scattered around throughout the shop. Why don't you guys sit down, since it doesn't look like you're going anywhere? How gracious of you, the half-angel says with a snort. That pisses me off. You know, if you want to be an asshole, you can leave. I've far exceeded my asshole quotient for the year. Bass'll be good. The woman glares at him. Right, brother? Brother? I pull up a chair for myself next to the ruined table. The top is cracked in two, and there's not enough duct tape in the world that'll put it back together and make it stable again. This could be good. I have 2 half-angels in my shop at the same time. Dad would love this. Maybe I should give him a call if they don't end up smiting me. Luke hovers next to me. Are you sure this is a good idea? I don't trust them. I don't either, but they're in my shop, and they might have sort of saved my life, so I should probably give them a listen. Besides, it's not like I can really kick them out on my own. Angels, half or otherwise, tend to be a pain in the ass. Suit yourself, Luke grumbles. But if they kill you, I'm not going to your funeral. Fine by me. Chapter 13. Once we all sit down in a circle, they introduce themselves. Bas, short for Sebastian, and Sasha are the leaders, and twins. They don't mention what they are, but they don't have to. Blondie is Grace, and she can talk to animals, surprise, surprise. Iggy's the kid with the patchy goatee, and Dominic is a former cop or military. I can tell from the way he carries himself. The last one is Maddie, and she introduces herself as Sasha and Bas's cousin, though I don't sense anything angelic about her. She's a healer, Iggy says, as if reading my mind. Holy shit. As if reading my mind. I clamp my mental wards down faster than the door on Fort Knox, and Iggy winces. Sorry about that, he says, ducking his head. Yeah, Well, hasn't anyone ever told you that messing around in people's heads is rude? Dominic's lips twitch. I might as well go for broke. It's not like these guys are going to be my besties anyway. I already know Bass and Sasha are half angels, Iggy's a telepath, and Maddie's a healer. What does that make you? Witch, he says. I was a cop in Chicago until the war broke out. And that's all he says. All he needs to say, really. The supernatural fever was pretty bad. I imagine he was run out of town, most likely by the brothers he swore he'd give his life for. That was before we had supernatural case units, like the one Luke was on. I figured. He has that grizzled, worn-down cop look. He eyes me shrewdly, and I wonder what he sees when he looks at me. Bass clears his throat. If you're finished, we'd like to ask you a few questions. I fold my arms across my chest and remember the wound I'd received from Bartholomew. I wince. Shit. I really need to deal with that before the poison from the blade causes too many issues. Are you hurt? Maddie stands up, worry in her eyes. I'm fine. Sit down, Maddie, Bass says. His voice is firm, and Maddie sits. He's got some sort of problem with me, and I can't for the life of me figure out what it is. I haven't specifically wronged him in some way, unless it's some righteous angel bullshit attitude that he's got going on. Blood trickles down my arm, but I ignore it. The sooner I answer whatever questions these people have, the sooner they leave, the sooner I can salvage some semblance of peace and quiet before the next crisis hits. Hit me. What do you know about the zombie crisis? I blink, incredulously. Let's see. I know they eat people, tear them to shreds. I know they're controlled by someone, not me. I add before anyone gets any bright ideas. Who put that notion into their undead skulls? But I don't know why they're here or what they're here for. All I know is this whole situation is really starting to piss me off. Dom chuckles. My turn for a question, tit for tat. Where are you from? L.A., Bass says. Do you know who's controlling the zombies? I arch a sardonic eyebrow at him. If I did, do you think I'd really be here, answering your stupid questions? No, I'd be chasing his ass, ready to drive a stake through it. So he's a vampire? Sasha looks confused. No, I reply. But there'd be something vindicating about planting a stake in the heart of whoever created these things and sent them after a bunch of elementary kids. Bass inclines his head. Is it possible that he agrees with me? He was there at the elementary school. That gets their attention. Standing across the street. I pause to pull the image up in my mind. I've never seen him before, though. Besides, I hesitate, aware this will probably come back to bite me in the ass. There are only 2 people I know of who can raise the dead who aren't necromancers. And I'm one of them. Are you talking about your dad? I heard he lives in hell, Bass says. I raise my eyebrows at him. This guy is way too well informed for my comfort. Yeah, hell, Michigan. A tiny little town in the middle of nowhere. But no, it's not him. The only thing my dad can raise is a bottle. The other guy's in the real hell. Think fire and brimstone and all that good stuff. So there must be a new player in the game, Bass says, apparently buying my story. Unless he knows who the other person who can control the dead is. If he does, I wonder why he's wasting his time here. I can't tell him anything he probably doesn't already know. Pythias's words come back to haunt me. A new heir apparent. What the hell does that mean? I'll have to find out, but not right now. Not with these watchers judgy-McJudging me all over the place. Do you have any more questions? I'd like to take care of this. I gesture at my arm. And then start putting my shop back together. Yeah, why aren't you on the registry? Bass asks. Iggy checked, after we saw that stunt by the elementary school. There isn't anyone registered, well, anyone of any power around here. Which is why I chose Lost Lake. I like to blend in, keep it on the down low, so to speak. They have me as a witch, and that's good enough for me. Besides, if they knew I was a Scythe, do you really think they'd let me walk around freely? Luke stands behind the group, but I can tell he's listening. Guilt keeps me talking. I should have told him this earlier, and he's dead, so it's not like he can tell anyone else. Dom nods. He knows what I'm talking about. So you hide it? Bass continues. What should I do? I gesture wildly, exasperated. Walk around in a black cloak with my scythe, looking for souls to rip from their bodies? No thank you, I still have to live here. How did the demon get in here? Sasha asks. You have wards up around this place, pretty strong ones too. I grimace and cast a glance at Luke. They're not as strong as they should be. He probably had a mark or something that he used to come right in. Mind if we take a look? Grace says, standing up. Then we can help you destroy it so he doesn't come back. She's so helpful, so different from Bass, her cousin, that I have a hard time saying no. It's okay, really. I can look later. It's no problem. She gives me a sunny smile. We'd love to help, right, Dom? The former cop grunts. As they search the room, I grab a towel to wrap around my arm. Is this a real hand of glory? Iggy exclaims, his hands itching to lift the glass globe protecting it. Yeah, and don't touch it, I snap. Why is it always the young guys who want to mess around with that thing? It's a tool, a gross tool, but a tool nonetheless. Dominic chokes back a laugh, and Grace blushes when Iggy next brandishes one of the penis candles. Sasha and Bass, on the other hand, don't help with the search. They talk quietly at the mouth of the kitchen, and every few seconds Bass casts me a quick glance. I'm not sure if he's doing that to make sure I'm still here, or that I haven't gone crazy and hurt one of his people. Halfway around the room, Grace reaches my armoire. She grabs both brass handles and starts to open it. Don't! I yell, but it's too late. The doors are open. Rows upon rows of little glass vials, each stopped with a cork and wax, are stacked within the armoire. Inside each one is a little tiny filament of smoke. Most are a filmy gray, some lighter or darker than others, but every once in a while, there's one that glows blue, or green, or red. The smoke swirls in the little vials, but other than that, they're innocuous to the uninitiated. Grace gives them a cursory glance, but as a healer, she has no idea what they are. Unfortunately, Bass does. What the fuck is that? He explodes, gesturing at the cabinet. Is this some sick, perverted fantasy of yours? You've got fucking souls in there, people, trapped in little glass vials like some fucking insect collection. What the hell? That's worse than what a demon does. That's eternal torture. I stomp past him and shut the armoire. The words, "You weren't supposed to see that," sound pretty lame on my tongue, but they're the truth. I remind myself that I don't need to explain who I am and why I do what I do to anyone. He wouldn't understand either. He's got that whole righteous angel thing going on. We're done here. I spare Luke a glance, and the horrified look on his face almost breaks my composure. Later, I promise him without saying anything. Later, I'll explain everything. But then Bass's fingers twitch on the trigger of the gun, and I wonder if we'll have a later. Damn right we are, Bass says. A look of revulsion crosses his face. Bass, Sasha says, we still need her. There are too many zombies for us to take on by ourselves. And even if we did, their maker will just make more if we can't get close enough to kill him too. We don't need her, he snarls. I will not work with a monster. What the hell? Self-righteous prick. Whoa, wait a second. 1, I highly doubt your hands are much cleaner than mine. That's debatable. And 2, Who said anything about working together? I don't work well with others. I don't do the whole team spirit thing. Bass barks out a laugh. I think the initial shock of what's in the armoire is slowly wearing off, so hopefully he won't try to kill me just yet. Sasha turns away from the armoire and takes a deep breath. She seems the more level-headed of the two. Bass and I were wondering if you'd like to join us. What? That must be what they huddled up talking about. They must be crazy to think that would work. You want me to join you? Now it's my turn to laugh. As in be a part of your team? We'd be what, like the really fucked up X-Men? No, thank you. Dom smirks. At least the ex-cop has a sense of humor. I should introduce him to Dave. They can be besties. But we need your help, she pleads. And we think with you on our side, we'll be able to defeat the zombies. There's no defeating them, I say. Unless you spike them in the head or lop it off. Like you said, the asshole who made them will just resurrect more. You've got to kill their maker, kind of like if you're trying to empty out a nest of vampire supplicants. Cut off the guy controlling them and the rest are pretty much useless. Good thing we don't run into those often outside of Vegas. They're like drug addicts desperate for their next fix. See? That's what we're talking about, she says. You know so much about this, and we don't. If you help us and tell us what you know, then together we can defeat the person who created the zombies. And then we'll all live happily ever after. Right? Hard pass. I was doing just fine without you. Oh, yeah? Bass chimes in. How's the arm? Asshole. Or should I say basshole? I like the sound of that. Screw you, I mutter. Look, I appreciate the offer, really. But I don't think it'll work. I'm involved in the case, but it's kind of peripherally associated with another case I'm working on. I don't have time to work with a team, nor am I a team player. It won't end well for any of us. Trust me. Well, that's that. Bass stands up, wiping his hands clean of the situation. He seems happier than he was when Sasha was trying to get me on their side. He clicks the safety off on his gun. Whoa, wait, what? I won't join you, I said. So you want to kill me? Do you think we're going to let someone who keeps a collection of trapped souls walk around free? You're like the worst kind of serial killer, except you take it a step further. You don't know what the hell you're talking about. I drop my hand to my side casually, in case I need to grab my scythe and slice another hole to push them through. Newsflash here, Bass. I've been walking around for a long time and I haven't killed anyone. Well, anyone who didn't deserve it, in quite a while. I keep my head down, I read tarot cards and tea leaves, and I leave everyone else the fuck alone. So shut your trap and get the hell out of my store or I'll send you to hell with the demon. You wouldn't dare, he says, stepping forward in challenge. Angels have no place in hell, for pretty obvious reasons. Try me. Chapter 14. We've got to get you out of here, Luke whispers, his eyes never leaving Bass. Drop the wards, Luke says. I blink. What? No. If I did that, anything could come in. Do it. I've been thinking about how some ghosts are able to move things and do stuff, and I've been working on that. One half of his mouth twitches into a smile. Mostly while you've been asleep. He shrugs. There isn't a lot else I can do. Anyway, I think I can help. No. Grace stands up, nearly knocking her chair over in her haste. We are not killing anyone who isn't evil. She paces from the window to her chair. That's not who we are. Some monsters deserve to be killed, Bass says. You saw her collection. She's got a bunch of souls in jars, Grace. Think of them. They can't move on, they can't be reborn, they can't do anything but sit there, trapped. I stand up too, incensed. I am not a monster, I snap. Those souls in there, they chose that fate. There are options other than heaven and hell, and you'd know that if you pulled your head out of your ass. Who would choose that? He scoffs. It doesn't matter. Once you're gone, we're setting all of these souls free. My temper flares, rage and power boiling just under the surface. Oh hell, no. Ignoring the pain in my arm and the throbbing in my head, I raise my hand and push my power out, encompassing the watchers. I tighten my hold, and it hurts like hell. I've expended so much already today, I feel like I don't have much left to give. The 6 of them freeze immediately. Luke folds his arms across his chest. I think I should have expected you would do something like that. What are you going to do now? Get the hell out of here, in a minute. But there's something I gotta do first. I stride past Boss and the others until I reach my armoire. Then I roll up my sleeve and stretch the skin on either side of the cut from Barty until it wells with fresh blood. Dipping my fingers in the blood, I draw a thick sigil across the entire front of the armoire, bridging across the doors. Then I slam my hand onto it, infusing it with power until it flashes red and hums with energy. That done, I walk over to Boss and get right up in his face. His eyes flit back and forth, but that's the only motion he's got. See that over there? I gesture at the armoire. That's a blood-cursed sigil. Anyone touches it, tries to deactivate it, or tries to mess with it in any way, and they'll be transported straight to hell the hard way. No comebacks, no healing, nothing. Dead, and there won't be enough of Humpty Dumpty to put them back together again. His nostrils flare. Interesting. I wonder how much energy it takes for even that. Then I march up to Iggy. And if you so much as lay a finger on anything in this store, especially the hand, I will find you, and I will hurt you. Understand? The kid's eyes widen. Yeah, that's what I thought. Then I grab my Scythe, a bag of necessities, and stalk to the door. Exhaustion encroaches the edges of my vision again, because I haven't fully recharged from the last time. Hopefully, I won't have to hold them for too long before I can release them. Preparations done, I turn to face the watchers. Now, it isn't in my normal MO to leave, but even I recognize that I can't kick your asses in my current state, and I'd rather not kill all of you, so I'll take this opportunity to make an exit. I hope you all have a wonderful day. I lay on the sickeningly sweet sarcasm, and enjoy your brief stay in Lost Lake, California. Toodles. I wave my fingers at Bass, because I can't help myself, and walk confidently out of the front door, letting it snick shut behind me. I'm sure they'll probably tear the place apart while I'm gone, but it's nothing that can't be replaced, and I'm confident they can't get inside my armoire anyway. Looking particularly morose, Luke floats into the passenger seat of my car. I kinda wish you would have kicked their asses, he says as I'm pulling out of the driveway. That was anticlimactic. True, but I do live here, and I don't really want to get run out of town or arrested. I'm lucky Dave let me walk out of the police station as it is. There are too many unanswered questions for me to make a scene. I guess, he says. Were those really souls in your armoire? I thought you were kidding. My mind sobers instantly. For some reason, I don't really want to explain it to Luke. Not right now, anyway. Can we talk about it later? I really need to find a place to crash. You can use my apartment, he says quickly. No one else is, and it's paid up until the end of the month. Dave's on my emergency contact, and I'm sure he hasn't touched it yet. He wouldn't. That's true. Dave wouldn't. From what I understand, losing one's partner is like losing a spouse, though possibly closer in a way, since you have to put yourself in danger with each other all of the time. My apartment's out, because I'm sure the Wonder Twins will head there next, and I don't fancy sleeping in a storage unit, so Luke's place sounds like the best alternative. I need to stop at the apartment first and grab the stuff from the case. They'll be busy with the shop for a while, so we have a little bit of time before they come after me in earnest. Good idea, Luke says. 2 blocks away, I release my hold on the watchers and focus what remains of my energy on the steering wheel. I have a pounding headache, but at least now I'm not seeing double. I just might make it. After grabbing all of the case files and photographs, we drive across town to one of the slightly less seedy locations, and Luke directs me to a white brick triplex. Dead ivy snakes up the side of the building and wraps around the windows. Black iron grates cover the windows and protect the front door. I can't believe you were criticizing my place and this is where you live. At least I have grates on the windows, he replies. He's right. I park behind a shopping mall 3 blocks away and use the side streets to get to Luke's house. I can't take the risk that someone either calls the cops because I'm parked in Luke's parking spot, or the watchers see my car and find me. I'm sure they'll track me down eventually. I'm not hiding nearly well enough to elude them forever. But I don't need forever. I just need enough time to recuperate. Then, if it's a fight they want, it's a fight they'll get. I just need some sleep first. I find the key where he hid it behind a loose shutter near the first unit in the triplex. I'm sensing a trend here. Then, with a glance to either side to see if anyone's watching, I let myself into Luke's house. Technically, I'm breaking and entering, and I doubt saying the ghost of the former resident gave me permission is a good defense if the cops come knocking. Luke's apartment is small. The front door opens into a living room complete with a black leather sofa, a glass coffee table, and a huge wall-mounted TV. The kitchen has white cabinets, a bar with a couple of stools tucked under the fold-out leaf, and dishes piled in the sink, growing a fair amount of mold. I drop my bag on the couch. This is a total bachelor pad. What can I say? Luke shrugs. Was a bachelor. I plop on the couch and put my feet up on the coffee table without exploring the rest of the house. Exhaustion hits me hard and fast, and I can barely keep my eyes open. When this is over, can I keep the TV? Sure thing. Luke chuckles. You can have everything you want. And that's the last thing I remember before falling into a deep slumber. For some reason, knowing Luke's there makes me feel safer and more secure. I wake up, unable to breathe. The room's pitch black, and I'm haunted by a nightmare about running from the zombies that wear my dad's face and the faces of everyone I've ever loved. Perched on one of the bar stools, Luke chuckles. I was wondering how long it'd take you to wake up. I grimace, still feeling the sleep burning the backs of my eyes. Shut up. It's not my fault you don't need to sleep. I head to the kitchen and veer around the sink full of moldy dishes. God, couldn't you at least do the dishes on a regular basis? This is disgusting. I died a few days ago, remember? I forgot to plan ahead and hire a housekeeper. Smartass. I rummage around in the cupboards until I find a glass and fill it up. The water helps clear my head. Anything happen while I was out? Luke grins. I checked out your place after you fell asleep. That Bass guy was so pissed. He tried everything to get into that cabinet and nothing worked. The rest searched the shop some more, well, except for the kid. He was too scared to do much of anything but stand guard. Good. Are they gone? Yeah, but I'm pretty sure they planted a bug on the way out. They also have the kid watching from across the street in the abandoned gas station. Figures. Thanks for the heads up. For some reason, it sounds like they're still thinking I'm their best bet for solving this thing. Luke's brow furrows. So, what do you want to do now? I lean against the bar. Remember when we were back in the storage unit? You talked about interviewing some supernaturals. A werewolf, right? And didn't he mention a dead spot in the middle of the woods? I should have thought about this earlier, but that stupid zombie attack happened and... Luke lights up. Oh yeah, I remember that. He was kinda intense. Are you sure you want to talk to him? I flash him a grin. Intense is my middle name. Luke chuckles. I knew you were going to say something like that. After I recreate the map with the pictures, I open up the files with the interviews. There are a lot of them. You sure were thorough. Luke shrugs. I was only doing my job. Already tired of scanning through them, I close the folder. Do you remember the werewolf's name? There are a couple local packs and it's easier to approach them if I know exactly who I'm looking for. Luke cocks his head to the side. Remy Sinclair ring a bell? Dude, really? I hadn't thought things could get much worse, but I was wrong. I take it you know the guy? Luke raises his eyebrows. What is he? An ex-boyfriend? A flush crosses my cheeks. I don't know if I'd classify us as boyfriend and girlfriend. It was right after I moved here, and it didn't last very long, but it was, a thing. Luke throws his head back and laughs. Oh, man, this is gonna be good. I glance at the utilitarian black and white clock on the wall. It's almost 11, and I know exactly where to find this particular werewolf. I hop to my feet and grab my coat. No time like the present. Besides, the sooner I can see Remy, the sooner he can go back to the past, where he belongs. The Full Moon Saloon is on the south side of town. Just off the highway, it's got a gas station across the road, the kind truckers stop at with a full-service laundromat and showers. A lot of the pack members use it too, because they spend more time in the woods than in town. Remy owns the bar, I say, pulling into the wide dirt parking lot. It's almost completely full, and I recognize several of the vehicles as ones belonging to pack members from the time Remy and I ran around together. He usually doesn't show up until after 9, so he should be here. I scan the parking lot until I spot a huge black pickup truck. Yup, he's here. Luke rubs his hands together. I think I remember a joke about a situation like this. A werewolf, a witch, and a ghost walk into a bar and... Shut up. He cackles. Just having some fun. Yeah, at my expense. What else am I supposed to do? Well, I could always send you to the other side. That could be fun. For me. As long as you don't stick me in a jar for all of eternity, I'll be fine. He snaps. That sobers my mood immediately. Damn. Thanks for the reminder, Luke. After I park, I stare at the single-story wooden building stretching before me and take a deep breath. I can do this. I just never thought I'd have to see Remy again. There was a reason I'd stayed away. You gonna be all right? Luke asks, an unusual note of concern in his voice. Yeah, I'll be fine. I brush past him and push open the wooden double doors. Inside, the acrid scent of smoke and wolf washes over me. I wrinkle my nose. All of the conversation in the room, the laughter, the low grumbling comments, everything stops. All eyes turn on me, and every single one of them is a werewolf. Let's hope Remy doesn't still hate me too much. Luke and I scan the smoky room. Apparently, wolves never got the message about secondhand smoke, or firsthand smoke, for that matter. The bartender, a big bald guy with tattoos covering most of his head and face, narrows his eyes at me. Looking for someone? Hey, Tiny, long time no see. The bartender grunts in response. Yeah, I'm looking for Remy. Is he here? It's really just a formality. We both know the boss is in. Hey, Max, a smiling, gray-haired older woman says. She's easily the oldest person here, and she commands them all nearly as well as Remy, the alpha. She envelops me in a tight hug. Hi, Louise. Long time no see. Heck yeah, she says. Never thought we'd see you again. Me neither, but it's important. She laughs. Miss Remy that much, eh? I echo her laughter with my own, uncomfortable with the topic. Where's your better half? She cranes her head around the bar, standing on tippy-toe. Walter's around here somewhere. I'll let him know you're here. Don't be a stranger. Let's grab a drink sometime, okay? Thanks. It's good to see you. You too, kid, she says, squeezing my arm before disappearing into the crowd, presumably to go find her mate. Tiny clears his throat to get my attention and puts 2 fingers to his lips and whistles. Hey, boss, Max is here. The crowd parts, and a tall, broad-shouldered man strides toward me. Confident in his own skin, Remy Sinclair walks like he owns the place and everyone in it. And since he does, in fact, own the bar and lead the wolves in here, this is pretty much true. His dark hair is longer than I remember, and he's wearing his signature look, dark jeans and a black t-shirt, with studded leather bracelets that accentuate the tattoos creeping up his arms like ivy. Before I can take a step toward him or run away, a wide smile breaks across Remy's ruggedly handsome face, and he sweeps me into his arms. He buries his face into my hair and takes a deep breath. I missed you, mon ami. I knew you'd be back. His Cajun accent is out of place in California, but like he'd told me when we first met, Louisiana has a huge werewolf population, thanks to the True Blood series. They see the state as like a mecca for the furry and fanged, so there isn't a lot of territory up for grabs. And for some reason, wolves see California as too yuppie and hipster, which made it the perfect place for Remy to relocate. I thought you said it was just a fling, Luke remarks from his vantage point over my shoulder. He sounds pissed for some reason. You seem to be awful familiar if it's just a little something that happened when you moved here. A fling that lasted the better part of 2 years, but I wasn't going to tell him that. Luke already knows too much of my sordid past as it is. Remy releases enough to take a deeper sniff of my hair. You reek of demon and blood. What happened? He looks me up and down. Are you hurt? I'll kill him. His fingers graze the homemade bandage on my arm. You are hurt. He snaps his fingers. Yuria, come here. Max is hurt. A tiny sprite of a woman flits through the crowd. I'll meet you in the back, she says. She dashes her long red hair from her face and gives me a guarded look. I don't blame them for hating me, mostly because I'm not a wolf and I wouldn't let Remy turn me. Wolves don't date outside their species. I'm fine, I protest, as Remy leads me through the crowd to the back room. He chuckles. Let's talk in my office. Yeah, his office. If it's possible for my cheeks to burn anymore after Luke's comment, they do now. The last time I was in his office, I was flat on my back on the desk, papers strewn all over the floor, and we were making good use of his lunch break. Very good use. Remy's office is still cluttered. Cases of beer are stacked up against the walls and paperwork towers on his desk and the chair sitting opposite it. He moves all of that to the side and gestures for me to sit. Then he pulls his chair from around the side of the desk so he can sit closer to me. What happened? He asks, touching my arm where my wound is. Of course he can tell I'm injured. He can probably smell it. Darn wolf senses. I shift uneasily in the chair. I don't like attention, and I'd forgotten that when Remy is focused on me, he's almost obsessively so. It's not always a bad thing, but it still takes a lot of getting used to. Demon attack, but that's not why I'm here. He frowns. You were attacked by a demon and you didn't ask for help? You know I would have come. But we're not together anymore. It's not your job to save me. I try to be kind about it, but his jaw still tenses. It is your choice that we're not together, he says softly. Not mine. Uria picks that moment to breeze into the room with her first aid kit. She gestures for me to take off my jacket, and then she unwraps my arm to inspect the wound. A demon did this. She pokes at it, and I wince. There was poison on the blade, yes? I nod. I can almost guarantee it. I thought I got it all, though. Almost. She touches a red streak traveling up my arm. But I can fix this. She digs around in her bag and pulls out a vial of silver liquid that gleams in the light. This is going to hurt. Of course it is. Holy shit! I jump. Yuria pats the wound and uses butterfly bandages to hold it together. You should get stitches if you want to avoid a scar, she says. I'm good, I say. Explaining this one at the local hospital would attract more attention than it's worth, and I wasn't worried about scars. So tell me, Remy says after Yuria leaves. He sits back in his chair and steeples his hands before him. Why are you here? I take a deep breath. Nobody knows all of what I can do and who I am. I parcel it out in little chunks, depending on what I think that person can handle, because no one's ever been able to handle all of me. Remy, being a werewolf, understands the supernatural aspect, as well as how being an outsider affects you. He lives it every day, even within the safety of his pack. There's this ghost. His name is Luke, and he was a cop in the SCU. Luke's jaw drops. You won't tell Dave about me, but you'll tell this werewolf? Shut up, I hiss. Remy doesn't bat an eye as I glare at what must look like thin air to him. Anyway, I turn back to Remy, pointedly ignoring the swear words and accusations Luke hurtles at me. He was investigating a case that involved some unusual murders. You mean those things that are eating people in the woods? The zombies, Remy says. His voice is flat, but there's a tremor of something else in his eyes. Unease, maybe? Fear, perhaps. That doesn't bode well if the alpha wolf is worried. Yeah, anyway, he said he interviewed you and you mentioned a dead spot in the forest. I'm thinking maybe they're related. You don't want to go there, Remy says, shaking his head. It's not a good place, mon ami. There's a lot of death there. I almost lost several pack members before we called the surrounding area off limits. Then it's the perfect place for zombies. Remy narrows his dark chocolate eyes at me. Why the sudden interest? It started out because that SCU detective who interviewed you won't stop haunting me. But now, I shrug. I don't know. I think that maybe I can help. Remy's eyes soften. You have a good heart, but this is too big, too dangerous. Even Pierre and his clan are afraid of these creatures. Who's Pierre? Luke asks. A vampire, I say. The top sire in our county, holds a lot of weight with the local supernaturals. He also polices the lesser vamps and makes sure they don't kill people or take more blood than the volunteers offer. Oh, Luke paces behind me. Why haven't I heard of him? I glance over my shoulder at the ghost. Because what you know, what you've seen in your time at the SCU, is just the tip of the iceberg. There's a lot out there between heaven and hell, dear detective, than you could ever imagine. I turn back to Remy, and a slight smile curves his lips. He's here, I take it? I flush. Yeah, I can't seem to shake him. I jerk my head at the ghost next to me. He's been my shadow ever since a demon killed him. He was a good cop. Annoying, but a good cop nonetheless. I am not surprised he's haunting you and trying to solve this case. There's a note of respect in Remy's voice. He understands working hard and how important it is to do the right thing. At least someone appreciates my efforts, Luke grumbles. Was it the same demon who did that? Remy nods at my injury. Yeah, but I sent him back to hell. He'll be back, Remy states. He's not wrong, so I don't correct him. Do you want protection? You can stay here. The pack will keep you safe. I snort. Your pack hates me. Remy's eyes flash yellow. But I don't. They'll do as I ask. You're important to me, so you will be to them as well. A rush of compassion floods through me. I wasn't expecting this. Thank you, Remy, but I'll be okay. I was wondering if you could take me to this place in the woods. Remy regards me for a long moment. you're serious about this. I nod. And if I say no, you'll go anyway. Probably. I shrug like it's no big deal, but if I have trouble controlling 20 or 30 zombies, then the sheer number that could be out there would most definitely overpower me. Then I will take you myself tomorrow night. I would go tonight, but I need to call a pack meeting and ask for volunteers. I will not force anyone to come on such a dangerous mission. He stands up as if the problem is solved and helps me to my feet. You don't have to do this. I want to, he says, squeezing my hands in his. It's been too long, but I am glad that you came to me for help. Of course, Good. And remember that if you want our help with the demon, you have only to ask. I know how independent you are. His lips twitch in a smile. Luke snorts. That's a nice way to put it. Shut up, I snap at the ghost. I'll pick you up tomorrow night. That's not necessary. I can meet you here. His eyes search mine. He must be able to tell there's still more that he doesn't know. Remy always was too good at reading me. All right then. I will see you tomorrow, mon ami. He lifts my hand to his lips and kisses it, the rough stubble on his chin sending shivers down my spine. That was interesting, Luke says after we get into my car. God, I hate you. I rest my forehead against the steering wheel until my heart stops racing. Maybe I'm not as over Remy as I thought I was. So this Pierre guy, is he another one of your exes? God save me from annoying-ass ghosts, I groan. Please. Luke laughs. I don't think he's going to help you. No, I snap. Pierre and I never dated, though not for lack of trying. Pierre spent 6 months trying to get a taste of my blood, which was so not happening. Lots of people get off on the whole vampire sucking their blood thing, but I don't have that particular fetish. No, I am not going to talk to Pierre. Not now. Not ever. So what are we going to do now? Luke asks. Just as I'm about to tell him I don't know, my phone rings. Dave. Saved by the Bell. I click to answer. What's up? We caught him, Dave says. My blood chills. Who? But I'm afraid I already know the answer. The demon in the video, the one who killed Luke. Shit. I cover the phone. They caught Bartholomew. He's back already. I thought you sent him to hell, Luke says. I did. Someone must have shipped his ass back here. Luke whistles. Whoever it is must really want you dead. Tell me something I don't know. I put the phone back to my ear. So, how in the hell did you catch him? Dave pauses. Well, that's the strange part. He just walked into the station and started throwing shit around, like he wanted to be caught. He put up a bit of a fight, but it was almost like he was restraining himself. Is everyone okay? Mostly, Dave says. There's only one problem. Uh-oh, I'm not going to like the sound of that. And that is? He says he'll only talk to you. Chapter 15. I pull up to the back of the police station. My free hand twitches at my side, but I left my weapons at home. I wouldn't get very far in a police station, helper or not, if I were armed. I pull a metal nail file from the glove compartment and tuck it into my bag. It's not much against a demon, and I'm not sure I'm strong enough to open another portal so soon. But it's a small comfort. The bright white lights in the parking lot give the illusion of day in the middle of the night. I wonder if they're UV lights, so vamps can't sneak up on the cops. Probably. It would only make sense that they take into account the nuances of the human and supernatural population. There's no way I'm going in the front door, I tell Luke. It'll ruin what little cred I have left if anyone I know sees me. Luke laughs. Like you even need any. You're a badass. I'm pretty sure most people are scared shitless of you. I glare at him. Then why aren't you affected? He shrugs. There's not much you can do to me that hasn't already been done. He doesn't say anything about the collection of souls, but he doesn't have to. It hangs in the air between us, and it's a conversation I really, really don't want to have right now. Dave meets me at the back door. He looks wearier than he was the last time I saw him, as if he hasn't slept a wink since this case started. Maybe he hasn't. I imagine Luke was the same way when he was alive. I mean, he's still this dedicated and he's dead. He still has some time before he has to move on. But still, most ghosts aren't this focused. Thanks for coming, Dave says. I was trying not to call you again so soon, but... He shrugs. I didn't have much choice in the matter with this one. Bastard won't talk to anyone but you. Are you sure it's him? Demons can change forms pretty easily. Dave shrugs. That's what he said his name was, and he matches the person in the surveillance video. He leads me past the interrogation room where the zombie was, and to one closer to the front. Outside of the door, I pause. I guess I'll just have to see then. To be honest, it probably is Barty. He likes to wear the same form until he's killed enough people that he's easily identifiable. Then he has to change, so he can go on another murder spree before getting arrested. Don't worry, Dave says. He's restrained. Yeah, as if that'll protect me. I'm positive that Barty is only here because he wants to be here, and I'm also pretty sure that he'll try to kill me as soon as I walk into the room. But I need answers, and I'd rather face the demon I know here, where there are potential witnesses and help around, than in my apartment and alone. Something must have happened to lift the protections I've lived under for so long. Something big. I might have to call my uncle when I get out of here, after all. What do you want me to ask him about? I've never interrogated anyone before. I'll be in there with you the whole time, so I can guide you. We're looking for anything to tie him to Luke, and why he decided to plant a bomb in his truck. I'm not sure this is a good idea. That demon could kill you. Dave glances at the door. Yeah, but he could kill you too. Which is his point for coming, I'm sure. There's no way I'm letting you go in there alone. He put 2 of our men in the hospital. Then he must have been going gentle. He could have sent them to the morgue. Dave grimaces. I'm not budging on this, Max. I will not let you go in there on your own. What if he doesn't talk while you're in there? He lifts a shoulder and then drops it. Then we'll send him to Alcatraz. They have ways there of making prisoners talk. Yeah, one of the reasons I never want to pay that place a visit. The supernatural version of a CIA secret interrogation site. He'd never get there, and you know it. He's a demon. One hint of Alcatraz, and he's out of here, probably leaving lots of bodies in his wake. Dave lets out a deep breath. Which is why we need to get him to talk now. Are you sure you want to do this? I reach for the handle, but Dave beats me to it. I don't think I have much choice, I say. Maybe I can get something out of Bartholomew before he tries to kill me. I can't get rid of him myself permanently, at least while I'm here. But even if I did, I'm sure whoever sent him would send someone else. Bartholomew is shackled around his wrists, ankles, waist, and neck with thick iron chains. It won't hold him for long, but maybe just long enough for me to get some answers. God, I hope it's worth it. The demon looks up, meeting my gaze with his deadened black eyes. I knew you'd come, he says. Half of his face is bruised where it's healing after getting shot in the head, and his lip is split. Not from me, so he must have given the cops a hard time. He doesn't look all that better than the fresher zombies, but at least he has a pulse. I couldn't resist your charming personality. I grab one of the chairs by the door and sit in it opposite him. His leer makes my skin itch. God, I hate this. I set my bag on the table meaningfully. It's small, but big enough for a weapon that could reap his ass if it comes to that. Not that it did much good last time. Normally, it would take at least a week for a demon to find his way through hell to one of the nearest passages back to Earth, and it wouldn't be a pleasant journey. Unless he got promoted, someone was definitely pulling strings for him. So, are you here to finish the job you started at my shop? I ask. You didn't have to let yourself get arrested. You could have just met me at home. I ignore Dave's surprised glance. So much for him not knowing what happened. I'm sure he'll have plenty of questions for me after we're done now, too. Great. It's more fun this way. He shrugs, his shoulders straining against the ripped black t-shirt. Okay, time to change the topic. Why did you kill Luke? Bartholomew rests his hands on the table and taps the metal top, his sharp claws clicking against the metal. It was a job. Have you met him before? I told you I didn't know him. Luke sulks, hovering next to Dave. I don't associate with demons. Nope. Bartholomew cracks his knuckles. Never met the guy. That corroborates Luke's story. Business is business. It's nothing personal. Except for Luke. Bartholomew squints, narrowing his eyes at me. He ain't the first, and he won't be the last. What's it to you? I sit back, putting some physical distance between myself and the demon. Nothing. I'm just helping solve this case, that's all. Did you flip? He asks, incredulity rife in his voice. You're a cop now? I never thought I'd see the day Maxine Norton would turn her back on her family. Go to hell, I snap. Just got back from there, actually, thanks to you, he says. Wait until the guys hear about this. Your dad will lose his shit. I stand up, planting my hands on the table to keep from strangling the demon. I'm not a cop, just a sometimes decent human being. And that's your problem, Barty snaps. You think you're human. Dave's eyebrows go up in surprise, but I press on. Who hired you to kill Luke? Bartholomew rubs the pads of his fingers on the pointy nails on his other hand, as if looking for blemishes. Wrong question. Okay, who hired you to kill me? Not gonna say. That'd take all the fun out of it. Son of a bitch. Was it the same person who hired you to kill Luke? Barty's eyes flash red and meet mine. Bingo. Finally, we're getting somewhere. Dave jerks his head toward the door. Can I talk to you outside really quick? Sure, I say, but I frown at the interruption. Dave's just heard a bunch of things I'm not ready to explain, and I don't have time to walk him through my family tree. Don't run, little Scythe, Barty calls out as I shut the door behind me. We only get a few steps toward the exit when an explosion rocks the building. The door to the interrogation room flies off its hinges and falls to the ground. The lights crackle and go out, but the emergency ones flicker on in their wake. A ceiling tile crashes to the ground. Someone yells, and the smell of sulfur fills the air. Bartholomew saunters from the interrogation room. Come out, wherever you are, Max, he calls out. You can't leave yet, he says when he spots me. We're just getting started. Get out of here. Dave pushes me toward the back door with one hand while drawing his gun with the other. We'll distract him. Just get yourself home. I'll call you later. I feel my side for my weapon, but it's not there. Oh yeah, I left it at home because the cops would never have let me in armed. And my nail file is still in my bag, on the table. Shit. I can't leave you. Okay, so I'll probably end up dead, but I don't want Bartholomew to kill Dave just because he couldn't get to me. Just go, or he'll kill you for sure. I bite my lip as Bartholomew struts closer. Don't run away now, Max. We're going to have so much fun. I still owe you one for the shot to the head." He mimics a gun going off at his temple. Then he flicks his wrist and a curved blade appears in his hand. The sigils glow in the darkness. "Go!" Dave yells. I hesitate, looking around for anything sharp enough to cleave a portal. But there's nothing. This was just a setup to get me here, and it worked. I won't survive a fight in my weakened state, with no weapons. "Do it!" Luke hisses. He tries to grab my arm, and for a second, I swear I can feel his touch. "You're no good to us dead." That shakes me out of my funk. That and Bartholomew's guttural chuckle. As I race out the back exit and to my car, I hear the sharp crack of a gun. Someone screams, and I feel that sharp internal tug on my energy that tells me someone just died, and I hope to God it isn't Dave. I'd never be able to forgive myself if it is. Luke is right, though. I have to get out of here. Hopefully, once I'm gone, Barty will get bored and leave. Back at Luke's house, I spend the next hour drawing warding sigils and signs on all of the walls, windows, and doors, using enough blood to make me lightheaded. Once I've done all I can, I collapse on the couch, gripping my scythe in case Barty shows up. "You'd think someone died in here," Luke remarks, watching me from one of the kitchen bar stools. "Is that going to come off of the walls?" "Why do you care?" I groan. "It's not like you can get your security deposit back." "Just curious," he says. Something about his words at the police station bothered me. "What did you mean when you said I was no use to you if I was dead? You said us. What was that about?" Luke's image flickers, and I wonder if he's consciously trying to leave, but the wards are keeping him here. Unintended side effect, but I'll take it. Then he sighs. "After the bomb went off, I saw the whole light at the end of the tunnel bit. I heard my mom and dad who died when I was younger, and my aunt, and I swear I even saw the dog I had when I was a kid. I could feel myself floating toward the light, but then I heard other voices too. And they kept telling me that I can't go yet. I have to help solve this case, before everything's destroyed. Then they told me about you, and said that you had one foot on this side, and one foot on the other, and that you were the only one who could stop the zombies. So the ghosts told you to find me?" He nods, still staring at the floor. His expression is morose, and his shoulders hunched. "Did they tell you I could control the dead?" He doesn't nod, but he doesn't shake his head either. "Is that why you didn't act that surprised after the zombie thing in the police station?" Again, no response. "Damn it, Luke. Why didn't you tell me?" I wrap my arms around my waist, for some reason, feeling betrayed. I get up and walk to the window, peering around the curtain at the darkness beyond. "You've been using me this whole time." "You knew that, though," he says, his voice angry. "And it's not like there isn't anything in it for you?" "Oh yeah. How could I forget all of that money in your bug-out bag?" I spit out the words like they're poison on my tongue. This isn't about the money anymore. And I guess if I think about it, it hasn't been about the money in a long time. It's about the zombies and stopping the guy that's controlling them. It's also about Luke, though, and me, and Dave, and everyone impacted by whoever created those creatures. "Whatever." I stand up. "I'm done with this conversation. As far as I'm concerned, the sooner we stop this guy, the sooner you can cross over." I brush up against Luke as I pass him, and once again, I swear I can feel his touch. He must be getting stronger. I shove that thought to the back of my mind and grab my phone. It's time to find out who ordered the hit on me. Dad answers on the second ring. "Did you send Bartholomew out to kill me as a way to get me to come back to hell? I'm not scared of him, if that's what you're after." It's a long shot, but it wouldn't surprise me that much. Silence. "No, but that's not a bad idea. Would it have worked?" I snort. "You know me better than that." He sighs. At least tell me you vanquished him. That demon has been a thorn in my side for years. I flush, remembering how I booked it out of the police station when I was unarmed. Not exactly. I was dealing with things and couldn't. I will soon, though. Dad chuckles. In my head, I picture him holding a tumbler of whiskey, sitting on a leather couch next to a crackling fireplace. When are you going to just give up and come home? It's been 3 years. My spine stiffens. Escaping the tendrils of my dad and uncle and all the kingdom of hell wasn't just some stupid teenage rebellion. He still didn't understand. Back to the question, Dad. If you didn't call out a hit on me, then who did? Nobody would be stupid enough to put out a hit on you. Barty was probably just playing around. Have you talked to your uncle? I'm sure he would know what's going on. Also, have you cleaned up that little mess you've got going on over there? 1. I am not calling Uncle Jethro. He hates me, for one, and I'm sure he's got better things to do than talk to me. And 2, I'll figure this out, I swear. I say, my teeth grinding together so hard I force myself to stop before I get a headache. Good. People are already talking. There's nothing in Lost Lake except you, and now a bunch of empty graves and unexplained zombie attacks. If you wanted to keep a low profile, you're failing. I swear, Dad, this wasn't me. Is there anything else you need, dear? He asks. But he says it distractedly, like he's ready to end the conversation because his mind is clearly otherwise occupied. Over the line, I hear another voice, this one female. She's giggling, and my dad chuckles back. No, thanks, Dad. I hang up the phone, cradling it in my hands. Fuck my life. Chapter 16. Are you sure you want to do this? Remy asks as we stand outside the saloon. He caresses my arms, his gaze searching mine. It's dangerous. You can't run as fast as we can. You could get injured or worse. A couple of other wolves mill around us. So I take it Loverboy doesn't know you can control the zombies, Luke asks, his voice re. He's wearing a leather jacket he materialized out of somewhere and shoves his hands in the pockets. Yeah, I need to see it for myself. These zombies aren't going away, and if this is where they're hiding, I need to know so I can figure out how to destroy them. I still don't know why Barty is after me, but it has to have something to do with whoever is controlling these zombies. Oh, Max. Remy pulls me into his arms and brushes my hair away to press his lips to my forehead. You are an amazing, incredible, irresistible woman, but even you cannot take on a couple hundred zombies on your own. It's too much. You'll be killed. I'm not alone, I say, casting a glance at Luke. As much as I'm still pissed at him, I'm coming to realize that he's got my back. Well, as much as he can. Apparently, Remy mistakes my comment to be about him because he smiles. No, you're not. No matter what, you have me and the pack. Except that I don't. Not really. Not since I ghosted Remy almost a year ago. I have a hard time with relationships. One of us usually ends up dead, and it just hasn't been my turn yet. One of his pack members, the bartender from earlier, calls him over to discuss the quickest route to the dead spot in the woods. Luke stares at the forest beyond the parking lot. He didn't say a word on the drive over, and that doesn't look like it's about to change anytime soon. Not that I blame him. He has an entire laundry list of things to hate me for. What I am, the half-truths I've told, the things I've kept back. It's a lot. And now this? Yeah. I don't blame him at all if he wants to skedaddle right after we figure this whole thing out. Remy waves me over. Luke opens his mouth, but I hurry over to the pack leader's side so I don't have to hear it. I'm not good at this stuff, especially if he's going to apologize. Remy spreads a well-worn map out on the hood of his truck. It looks like this access road over here. He traces a thin red line snaking through the forest. We'll get us as close to where we want to go without alerting them to our presence. From there, we'll shift to make sure the coast is clear, and you can follow us. I'll stay with you at all times, Remy says. And so will Tiny. He gestures to the bartender. You'll be as safe as you can be. I touched the short-handled scythe strapped to my hip. The wolves had side-eyed me when I'd shown up with it, but hadn't tried to make me take it off. I wonder if Remy told them that I'm no threat to them. Even armed, I don't have the kinds of defenses they do, and I'm pretty weak unless I use my powers. Sounds good. I touched the line on the map. It's not far from here, maybe a couple of miles, but the less I have to walk or be chased by zombies, the better. Plans made, we head out. I ride with Remy and Tiny in his truck, while the other wolves who apparently volunteered for this insane mission take another. The night is dark, warm, and the humidity makes my clothes stick to my skin. Remy navigates the dark stretch of highway a lot quicker than I would. He knows this area. It's deep in his pack's territory. No wonder he was spooked and mentioned it to Luke during his interview. Once we pull down the 2-track dirt road, Remy turns off his lights. The darkness swallows the road, but I guess Remy's werewolf abilities let him see in the dark a lot better than I can. Tiny rests his burly arm on the windowsill on the other side. I don't really like being squished between the two wolves, but Luke's stuck somewhere in the back, so at least I have the better view. A few miles in, Remy stops the truck and we all get out. The other wolves park behind us. Louise, you and Walter head north. It shouldn't take long for you to find the edge of the dead zone. Max, Luke's here, right? I glance at the ghost and nod. Yeah, he's here. Have him go ahead too. I assume he can pry himself away from you for that long, right? He gives me a wry smile. I flush and almost say something sarcastic, but he's right. Yeah, he'll go check ahead and then pop back when he finds something. Hey, thanks for asking. No problem. I'd love to help. He rolls his eyes. At least I don't have to worry about the zombies eating me. I smirk and repeat what he said for the wolves, but they find it a lot less funny than I do. I guess they don't share my gallows sense of humor. It happens when you've dealt with the dead as long as I have. I turn away when the wares start shifting. It's not the nudity that bugs me. Well, it kind of does, because I don't really want to see Tiny naked, but shifting is gross. All those body parts melting together and then sprouting fur and fangs is not for the faint of heart or stomach. Luke apparently doesn't share my sentiment because he whistles in appreciation. Haven't you ever seen someone shift before? I ask. He shakes his head. No. They talked about it at the academy, but I never actually saw a werewolf shift in person. That's so cool. We weren't encouraged to get too friendly with the soups either. They said it was too dangerous. They were probably right. Remy, a big black wolf with light gray undertones to his fur and glowing golden eyes, rubs his head up against me. Two of the other wolves, a reddish-brown one and a gray and white one, disappear into the forest. That leaves Tiny, who's quite a bit smaller than the rest, sable brown and gray, and not much bigger than a coyote. I see where he got his name from. Luke chokes back a laugh. I decide it's not in my best interest to repeat that, so Tiny doesn't attack me, and glare at Luke instead. Don't you have a dead zone to check out? Luke gives me an elaborate bow. Yes, ma'am. Your wish is my command. I shake my head as he pops out of sight. With the other wolves and Luke gone, I follow Tiny and Remy down a winding deer trail into the forest. The trees and brush close around me, suffocating me. Branches brush against my skin and I jump. Remy glances over his shoulder at me, his golden eyes laughing, and I'm sure he'll make fun of me afterwards. That's fine, as long as there is an afterwards. Farther and farther into the woods we go, The tree canopy blots out the stars, and I begin to feel something off. It's like my powers are muted, or I'm underwater. The very ground seems to hum with this shield, but it's not a glamour. I'm specifically feeling for one of those, and there isn't one right now. Which makes sense, because a glamour of this magnitude would take a lot of energy to maintain, and it wouldn't make sense to have one until you get closer to wherever we're going. About 15 minutes into the hike, I notice it. The absence of sound. Not only can I barely see the stars above me and the wolves before me and behind me, but there aren't any birds or crickets or little woodland creatures moving about. There's nothing. What the hell is going on? I reach down and my hand finds Remy's scruff. Without thinking, I run my fingers through his hair. When he looks over his shoulder at me, I jerk my hand back, embarrassed. Sorry, I forgot you were still in there. I'm used to my dad's hellhounds. He bares his teeth in a wolfy version of a smile. We pass under a break in the trees, and the feeling of unease grows stronger, thicker. Then there's an audible pop, and Luke appears before me. Eyes frantic, he's almost hyperventilating as he paces back and forth. You've got to go back, he says. They're everywhere, just standing there, waiting for something. Shit, Max. It's bad, really, really bad. You've got to get out of here before they notice you. I pause and relay what Luke said to Remy and Tiny. But I don't feel anything, I say. If it's not a glamour hiding them, what is it? It's the iron ore, Luke says. He waves his arms around. It's like, I don't know, there's like this old mine, a really big one, and that's where they are. It's an iron mine, and whoever created these things is using that to hide them. Of course. That's genius, I tell the wolves. Where are they? Luke's shape shimmers, and then solidifies. They're close, maybe 20 or 30 yards. Max, you've got to go. It's horrible. Come on. He reaches for me, and I feel a wisp of his touch, but it's not enough to actually make me move. No, I'm this close now. I have to see it for myself. Not that they're any less real if I don't see them, but I just feel like I have to. Damn it, Max. Luke runs his hand through his hair. This isn't a game. This isn't like the ones at the school. This is real. They're stronger here, hungrier. Hell, even I could feel it. You can't control these things, or this many of them. They'll rip you apart. His fear catches on at the base of my spine, and I shiver. He's right. This is dangerous. I could get killed. But if I don't at least try, I'm pretty sure things are going to get worse. I'd rather face danger from the front than have it sneak up behind me. Besides, maybe there's something there. Something I'll notice that the others won't. That'll help us solve this thing. Do you want to stay back? I ask Remy and Tiny. I'll only be a couple minutes, but I have to check it out. I should be able to get close enough so they can't see me or smell me, but I can't say the same for you. I'm not sure how much to tell them about my abilities. It's bad enough they know I can talk to ghosts. If Remy and Dave ever got together, they'd probably have some wild stories to tell. Remy snorts. Yeah, I didn't think he would, but it was worth a shot. Ignoring Luke's muttered curses, I brush past the ghost and crouch down, creeping through the brush as silently as I can. A few yards in, the acrid scent of decay, of rotting flesh, wafts through the air. It's gotta be the zombies. No magic in the world, at least that I know of, can keep someone both alive and immortal. Vamps are close, but as soon as they change over, they lose their pulse and their humanity. An inhuman snarl rises out of the forest. All of the hairs on my arms stand up and I sink to the ground, pressing my face into the damp leaf litter. I focus on my heartbeat, begging it to slow its frantic race, and the growling and snarling sound washes over me, surrounding me, louder and louder. A tree branch breaks, Something yelps, and my heart stops. The creature cries out again, before it's cut off, as if the sound is ripped from its throat. No wonder there aren't any animals around here. The zombies ate all of them. I slink forward, blocking out the thrum of the iron in the ground, the rising cacophony of the zombies, the cold, wet leaves clinging to my flesh, and peek around a thick fern. In front of me, the ground cover gives way to a small clearing. Zombies fill the clearing, spilling out of the mouth of an old, abandoned mine. Rotting heads bobbing up and down. A sea of corpses. Luke was right. There has to be over 100 here. Most of them mill back and forth, bumping into each other and staring vacantly off into the distance. Across from the clearing, something crashes through the brush, and a group of zombies stumble into view. They walk differently than the rest, more purposeful. It's terrifying. If they have some sort of consciousness or intent, we're doomed. The only saving grace so far is that I can break whatever control their maker has over them. If they didn't need a maker, well, I don't even know what to think about it. This smaller group of zombies passes under a shaft of moonlight, and that's when I realize they're holding something. 2 somethings to be exact. The other zombies gnash their teeth and clamor at the newcomers, reaching for whatever they're holding in their hands. Are they bringing food back for the others? That's way too advanced for them. The returning band of zombies lift whatever they're holding up above their heads, and that's when I see fur glinting in the moonlight. Reddish-brown fur. The kind that I saw not too long ago on the hide of a wolf. A wolf I care about. Oh God, no. It can't be. I squint my eyes shut and cover my face with my hands. I can't look. I don't want to see it, because then I'll have to recognize that it was Louise's body I saw the zombies holding, and she's gone, and we'll never have that drink because she's never coming back, and it's all my fault. Chapter 17. When we get back to the saloon, I collapse on a stool at the bar, burying my head in my arms. This is what happens when I get close to people. They get hurt, killed, torn apart and eaten by zombies. The rest of the pack crowds around Remy, a deafening roar of questions and shouts mixed with the wild keening of early grief. I block it out, covering my ears because it's my fault, even if they don't say it. I know it's true. They don't have to yell their pain and anger at me, it's there all the same. So when someone slides a bottle of rum across the bar at me, I twist off the top and take a long drink. It burns the whole way down, but that's the only thing I can feel. The rest of me is numb. I can't get drunk fast enough to forget what I saw. After explaining to the pack what happened, Remy joins me at the bar, drink for drink. "You shouldn't be doing this," Luke admonishes, perching behind the bar. He grimaces when I reach for the bottle and miss, my hand swatting the air. You shouldn't be doing this either," I say. Yeah, not my best line, but Remy cracks up laughing when I tell him what Luke said. The ghost disappears in a huff. For a second, I feel bad, but then I take another drink and it all fades away. Tonight, I don't want to think about anything. I don't want to feel. I don't want to remember that drink I promised Louise. It takes a lot to get the pack leader drunk, but we're a matched set in that regard. Maybe he wants to forget too, or just not feel like me. "It wasn't your fault," he says, his voice slurring. "I'm the one who asked them to go out there. It's my fault." "No, it was my stupid idea in the first place." And it was, he can't argue, even drunkenly, with that. If I hadn't asked him to take me out there, he never would have gone. I should have listened to you. You said those woods were off limits for a reason. I should have listened. Around us, the pack members slowly disperse. Some leave in wolf form, flashes of fur and fangs, running and hunting and killing their grief and anger off. Others pick up the bottle, like Remy and me, and still others huddle in tearful groups, clutching each other as they sob, remembering those they lost. I glance at the clock and blink. It takes me a few minutes to realize it's almost 2 a.m. I should probably go home, I say. But even in my drunken state, I know I'll never be able to drive. Shit. Remy grabs my hands and helps me stand. He gives me a look, one I know too well, one that's guaranteed to make me forget and just feel, at least for a little while. I've got a better idea, he says, leading me back to his office. I don't make it back to Luke's apartment until dawn's yellow fingers streak through the sky. Luke stands outside, next to 2 black SUVs. The daggers he stares at me match the ones pounding in my skull, and I groan. This is not what I wanted to come home to. Bass leans against one of the SUVs, and Sasha and Dom stand across from him talking. The good twin gestures with her arms, but Bass shakes his head. Dude, I don't know what I've done to deserve this, but I promise I'll be better if all of these assholes leave me alone. Exhaustion stretches every muscle in my body, and I rest my head against the steering wheel after I pull to a stop next to the SUVs. Luke pops into the seat next to me. You smell like wolf. Luke wrinkles his nose. Yeah, well, fuck you too, I grumble. Are you going to get out of the damn car? He says. I slant him a look. Fine lines pinch the sides of his face and around his mouth. He's pissed, and I've never seen him this irritated before. Damn it. I'm not in the mood for ghost drama. I'll get out when I feel like it, I snap. Good job, Max. Way to show your maturity. Fine, but Bass still looks like he wants to kill you. Take a number. I swing the door open and force myself to stand. Man, I am never drinking alcohol ever again. Ever. Stone cold sober from this point forward, that's me. I stride over to the watchers and plant my hands on my hips. Took you long enough to find me. It wasn't exactly that hard, Bass says. He gives me a long look. You look like hell. Run-ins with zombies and demons tend to do that to you. I scan the crowd. There's Dom, Sasha, Grace, Bass, and Maddie. Iggy still watching the shop? Sasha flushes. Yeah, I knew all about your little surveillance thing. You can go ahead and call him off. I'm not going anywhere. You mean you're not going to run like you did last time? Bass arches an eyebrow at me. Screw you. I was weak from when Bartholomew attacked me and you were threatening to kill me. I'm a survivor. I'll do whatever it takes to stay alive. So, what's the consensus here? Are you going to kill me or not? The jury's still out, Bass says. We're not going to kill you. Sasha elbows him in the side. Don't listen to him. She says about the guy with the gun. I crack my neck, feeling more of the weariness set in. Whatever, I'm too tired to deal with it right now. Want to come in before something else really crappy happens? That'd be great. Sasha beams at me. Dom scans the parking lot, looking for threats, and Boss grunts his disapproval. Follow me. I turn and leave without waiting to see if they're following me. I don't have the energy. Inside the apartment, the watchers gawk at the bloody sigils adorning the walls, windows, and doors. You're one hell of a witch, Dom says. There's a bit of awe in his voice, while Grace looks more afraid of me than anything and sidles behind the former cop for protection. Not really. I just don't want to die. This seemed like the better option. Do you think the demon will come back? Bass turns from inspecting the sigils to arch an eyebrow at me. Of course. Barty's a lesser demon, a henchman really, but still dangerous. I quirk a smile. I may know my stuff when it comes to magic, but I'm not immortal. Bass mutters that that's good to know, but I ignore him. Luke watches them warily, his arms crossed over his chest. I wonder if it's just them he doesn't want in his apartment, or me too. Before, I would have hands down said it was the Watchers. After last night, I don't know. Is this your blood? Sasha gestures at the walls. I nod. Yeah, it works a lot better if it's the maker's blood and fresh from the source than if I were to get rejects from a blood bank. Grace pales. How are you even standing? That's a lot of blood. I heal fast and mix the blood with paint. I don't have a lot of choice. Barty's a powerful demon, but he's still only a minor one. You should see the big guys. I wave at the couch and the bar stools. Have a seat. Want a beer? It's about all Luke had in this place. Hey, Luke says. Forgive me for not having the foresight to go shopping before getting blown up. I ignore him. In the morning? Sasha asks. I shrug. It's 5 o'clock somewhere. Sure, Bass says. Dom also agrees, while the other three pass. That's fine with me. The less they drink, the longer I can go without going to the store myself. After the Watchers sit down, I perch on a bar stool. Did you pick this place because of the cop who got killed? Bass keeps his voice light, but there's that razor-sharp scrutiny in his eyes. I shrug. Seemed like a good place to hide where no one would look. It's not like I can rent a hotel room, you know. True, he replies, but his voice is flat. He doesn't really believe me. Maybe I should write down all of the half-truths I'm telling everyone before they come back and bite me in the ass, because they could, and it would be really, really bad. So, if you're not here to kill me, why are you here? Sasha glances at her brother. Like I said, she says, we need your help to get rid of the zombies. Join the club, I say. Bass stares at me with such intensity, I barely resist the urge to look away. Look, these zombies aren't like anything I've ever dealt with before. I explain finding the Shermans' bodies, and then finding the base deep in the 100-year-old iron ore mine. I skip over what happened at the elementary school. They were there, after all. This is insane, Bass says. What is this guy's endgame? I chug the rest of my beer. I have no clue. At first I thought it was world annihilation, but why would he start here? I live in the middle of Podunk, California. There's nothing here for miles. If he really wanted to make an impact, he'd hit New York or LA. It doesn't make any sense. And it's only a couple hundred zombies, from what I can tell. Not exactly enough to take down millions of humans. No, it doesn't, Bass replies. But we've got to figure out how to stop him and kill the zombies. Finally, something we agree on. Dom snorts. We spend the next few hours hashing out some sort of plan. It's not a good plan, and it'll almost certainly fail with lots of bloodshed and tears. But Bass seems adamant that it'll work. Sasha and Grace fell asleep about an hour ago, and Dom's patrolling the outside perimeter. I'd told him that wasn't necessary, but he said it gave him something to do, and helped him feel useful, so I told him to go for it. I still think we can get close if we disguise ourselves like zombies and cover ourselves in blood. That way we can find the guy who controls them, kill him, and then theoretically they'll all die, right? I mean, he's got to be close if he's controlling all of those zombies. If he went anywhere, they'd either die again and need to be reanimated, or they'd follow him. Bass says, Dude, have you seen The Walking Dead? Covering yourself with blood and gore only works until it doesn't, I say. He rolls his eyes. Besides, you forgot one thing. You have a pulse. Sure, a glamour can mute it to some extent, but that takes a certain degree of power to maintain over a long period of time. Only Dom and I can cast the glamour, and I don't know how long he can hold it up since he's never done one before. I can teach him, but he'll still be a novice at it. So that makes only two of us, me and him, going into the lion's den. Those are not good odds, no matter how much blood and guts we plaster all over ourselves. And on top of that, I don't know how long I'll be able to hold the glamour if I'm trying to keep from getting eaten at the same time. we're pretty much screwed from the start. You're such an optimist, Bass says. I know you're ignoring me, but for what it's worth, I think you're right, Luke says. It's too risky. At least I have the ghost's support. So let's hear your great idea, Bass says. He's sitting on the couch, one foot crossed over the other, but he vibrates with a nervous energy. I don't know yet. I pace from the kitchen to the living room and back again. But there's got to be a way we can figure this out. Could we get a bunch of snipers out there and take the zombies out one at a time? We could, but we don't know if that works. I still haven't heard back from Dave about his beheading project. Besides, how would they get close enough to do it? The trees by the mine aren't very tall. It'd be a nightmare. The front door bursts open. Dom races in and slams it behind him. Sasha, Grace, and Maddie hurry from the bedroom, weapons drawn. What's wrong? Bass says. Look outside. Bass and I share a look and rush to the window. I grab my shortened scythe, a crescent moon of metal carved with runes, and use it to tug back the edge of the curtain. I've been keeping it close since the police station in case Barty shows up again. Bass looks first, and then jumps back, swearing loudly. How good are those wards? Stumbling still in the parking lot are about half a dozen zombies. These are all fresher ones, victims of the first zombie wave, given the state of their clothes and the blood and guts staining their dripping and dangling from their bodies. But they're not actively trying to attack anyone or break into the triplex, like they were when they attacked the school. The other watchers join us, their weapons in their hands. Maybe working with them wouldn't be so bad, if they come armed like this. I could use more backup than a ghost. Look. Grace points at one of the zombies in the back, her hand shaking. Its nearly fleshless skull is stained brown with dried blood, and bits of flesh clump like moss on its jaw and neck. But that's not why she's pointing. There's a dagger plunged into his chest, and between it and the zombie is a bloodied piece of paper. A note. What the fuck? What do you want to do? Sasha asks. Bass's jaw tightens when he realizes that she's asking me, not him. Ha! Take that, angel boy. I heft my scythe from one hand to the other. A blade is a blade, and I keep mine sharp. It's meant for reaping, but it should be able to cut through their necks well enough. Adrenaline floods my system, and with it, the sweet anticipation of finally being able to kill something that actually deserves it. A kind of macabre stress relief. I need it, and I bet they do too. Who wants to see if we can actually kill these things a second time? Chapter 18. Amidst the crumbled bodies of 6 twice-dead zombies, I unfurl the sticky, bloody note. Just for the record, this is super disgusting, I grumble. Sasha and Grace agree with me. Duly noted, Bass says. Now, what's the note say? Rolling my eyes, I spread the piece of paper out on the hood of his truck, ignoring his muttered protests. Serves him right to get some blood on his truck. Luke hovers over my shoulder. Stay out of hell, it's mine. He cocks his head to the side. What does that mean? I have no idea. I murmur, but I kind of do. Pythias's comments flood back, as well as the way Barty was acting, and every other damn thing that's gone wrong since Luke showed up in my shop, including the fact that he was investigating zombies in the first place. But I don't want hell. I never did. What's it say? Dom asks. I read the contents of the note aloud, and they're just as confused as Luke. While Sasha and the rest seem to believe me when I tell them I don't know, Bass watches me curiously. Damn. He probably knows I'm lying. I'll have to work on my game. But before I can come up with another plausible lie to keep them from getting too close to the truth, all hell breaks loose. Literally. We don't hear the rest of the zombies until it's too late, and by then, they've surrounded us. The bastard must either be using a glamour to get them here or forcing them to be quiet until they're close enough that it doesn't matter anymore. But when they see us, they start to groan, their jaws clacking open and shut, their sounds clawing their way under my skin. In a panic, we group together, weapons out, but the wall of zombies is too thick, too impenetrable. It's probably only 50 or so, but against the 7 of us, it might as well be 100. Holy crap, Sasha says, her eyes wide with panic. They're everywhere. She shifts her bloody machete from side to side, as if unsure when she should use it. No shit, Sherlock, I snap. I'm kind of with her there, though. I can only hack into one zombie at a time, leaving plenty of opportunity for the rest to get a bite in. Thank God they're not the movie kind that infect you with a bite. We'd never survive those. These, we might have a chance, if we can get away, of course. I feel my own heart rate skyrocket. I can't fend them all off myself. I can't control this many, and I feel them sucking the energy out of me, draining me. Getting drunk last night was a mistake. I'm too weak to use my powers. Get to the truck, now, Dom yells. Without waiting, he sprints to Bass's truck and wrenches the door open before piling inside. I don't have the keys, Bass shouts. Dude, seriously? Not that I have mine, but I'm perfectly fine with ragging on Bass for a change instead of me. I got this, just get in, Dom calls out. He bends over, and I think he's popping the underside of the dash off. He's going to hotwire the truck. I make a mental note that if I survive this, I need him on my team. Screw the rest, but Dom can stay. Bass, Luke, and I jump into the back of the truck, while Sasha and Grace follow Dom, slamming the door and locking it behind them. The zombies surge closer, spilling into the parking lot, bumping into the cars. One of the zombies in front stumbles, and the ones behind it trample over it, mashing its rotting, decaying body into the cracked parking lot. That's going to leave a mark. They're 30 feet away. I can still breathe. But there's no escape that I can see unless Dom gets the truck started. The zombies' groaning and gnashing grows louder, taking on a more frenzied pitch as they get closer to us. The truck's engine turns over, but then stalls. From inside the truck, Sasha shrieks, attracting more attention. Damn it! Do something! Luke yells. Like what? I hiss. I can't stop this many of them. I reach out with my powers, trying to hold them back. They slow to a stumble, but keep moving forward. 20 feet. Luke paces from side to side, his hands balled into fists. He must feel so helpless. I pull my phone out of my pocket, my hands shaking. The police won't get here in time to save us, but these people in the other apartments still have a chance. Dave picks up on the first ring. Max? What's wrong? No time. Zombies, a lot of them. Luke's apartment. Got it, he says. We're on our way. Hold tight. The line goes dead without another word. Did you really call someone? Bass asks. I ignore him. Who could you possibly be calling when we're at the mercy of a zombie horde? The Ghostbusters, you dipshit! I snap. Seriously. I called a friend. He's on his way. If we can just hold out a little bit longer. Is Dave a friend? I don't know. He hasn't tried to kill me yet, so that puts him one step up from Bass and his team. 15 feet. What aren't you telling us? Bass asks. He's watching me more than the zombies. Said, hey, why don't you pay attention to the things trying to eat us and less to me? I'm on your side. Well, for now anyway. You're going to have to tell me eventually. 10 feet. Not if we're dead. Bass and I crouch, back to back, each of us facing an opposite side of the truck. When we go down, we'll go down fighting, and he's a good fighter. The zombies in the front raise their heads, staring straight at us. Maybe it's our smell, our heat, or who knows what because some don't have eyes, but they know we're here. Or maybe their leader is here too. I scan the writhing mass of zombies, searching for the one who created them, but I can't see anyone standing there. He must be hiding somewhere. The stench clogs the air. I hadn't really noticed it before, but now it's overpowering, thickening the air around it, making it hard to breathe. A couple of the zombies in the back turn toward the apartment complex. Shit. No, 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 no. I reach out my hand, pushing power through and instantly snare them, stopping them in their tracks. Sweat beads on my forehead. It's not that much energy, but I'm running on mostly empty already, with a hangover to boot. I haven't had enough time to adequately recharge my powers. The zombies I caught waver back and forth, torn between my control and their creators. Damn it. I can't hold them forever. I'll lose them for sure. Fear sinks its teeth into my spine. If Dave isn't here by the time that happens, we're all doomed. Note to self, Bass says. If these things become an everyday occurrence, I need to invest in some of those little pine tree air fresheners. A laugh bursts from my lips at the image of the zombies wearing little pine tree air fresheners around their necks, which sends them into a frenzy. They surge forward, and they're clawing at the truck, using each other for leverage to try to get to us. Every time I kick one over and it falls back, another one takes its place. I can't control this many of them, and I lose the ones in the back. Damn it. A half-skeletal hand grabs the back of my shirt. I whirl around, hacking its arm off at the elbow. Bass chops off another's head and punts it into the crowd. The truck sputters to life, but then dies again. Can you please keep your damn keys in your pocket next time? I wrench my scythe free from another zombie's skull. It drops back and gets swallowed by the rest. I'm sorry I didn't realize we'd be attacked by zombies and have to hide in the back of a truck. Next time, I'll make sure I have them on me at all times. Bass grunts, kicking another in the chest as it rolls over the side of the truck, rotting teeth gnashing for a taste of flesh. Sounds like a plan to me. The truck starts again, and this time it rolls over. From inside the cab, Dom lets out a whoop of excitement and guns the engine. It jerks forward, mowing over the first of the zombies, but then it clunks over several bodies and gets stuck, wheels spinning. Damn it. Unless someone with a death wish gets off and drags the zombies out from under it to free the tires, we're not going anywhere. Just as I'm about to do something I regret, the roar of several engines drown out the zombies' moaning. 1, 2, then 3 black Hummers fly into the parking lot. These shiny black automobiles are probably responsible for a third of our global warming, but they're also bedecked with guns on the top, the kind troops man from the tops of tanks, guns sticking out the windows, and probably more firepower inside. The passenger side window in the lead vehicle rolls down and Dave sticks his head out. "Get down!" he yells, and that's all the warning we get before the gun starts spitting out bullets. I drop to the bed of the truck and curl up into a little ball, trying to be as small as possible. I don't think Bass's truck is bulletproof, but even if it is, bullets could ricochet and still nail us before it's all said and done. After the initial barrage of bullets, the moans die down, and I peek over the top of the truck bed. Almost as one, the Hummer doors pop open, and black uniformed SWAT team-type men with SCU emblazoned on their flak vests jump out and zero in on the zombies still twitching. Maybe I need these guys on my team too. I stand up and brush myself off, taking inventory of my limbs to check for bites and bullet holes. None. Bass does the same. The sporadic rat-a-tat is our backdrop as Dave strides toward us. "You all right?" He reaches out and I grab his offered arm as I jump out of the back of the truck. "Yeah, I'm good." I turn to Bass. "You?" He grimaces and touches his side. "Yeah, I'm fine." I reach for his shirt, but he sidesteps me. "I said I'm fine. I just got skimmed by a bullet. No big deal." I drop my hand to my side. "Fine, whatever. I was just trying to help. I'm not the guy's mother. He's not my problem unless he dies and starts haunting me or turns into a zombie. Dom, Sasha, and Grace hop out of the truck and join us. That was so awesome, Dom says, surveying the zombie carnage. You didn't almost get eaten, Boss grumbles. Working together, Bass, Dom, and a couple SCU agents remove the zombies stuck under the tires of the truck. I wander a few steps away from the others. Now that we're not in immediate danger, I don't want them to see me talking to Luke. That could get awkward. What do you think about all this? Luke surveys the parking lot. I think whoever sent them wanted to send you a message. It's personal. They've seen what you can do at the school, so they know you could do it again. What I don't know is if whoever sent them thought the zombies would actually kill you. Maybe he was hedging his bets after seeing you control the small mob of zombies at the school. Or maybe it was a test, and he wanted to see how you'd handle it and if you could get out of it. Do you think he was close? I have to ask the question, even though I feel like I already know the answer. I looked for him, but I didn't see anyone. He had to be. Remember how your ability to control the zombies was weaker the farther away you were? I bet his works the same. That sucks. Agreed. Around us, the men work quickly to pile up the bodies by the Hummers. Once that is finished, Dave barks out an order for a couple of his men to stand guard until a truck can come for the bodies. It must be a semi-truck or something if he wants it to hold all of them. I wonder where they're going to put them. The morgue isn't big enough, and now that they're dead, they can't be reanimated again. At least that bit of movie theater history appears to be true. They'd be safe to rebury. But I guess that's not my problem. As long as they're not coming after me or trying to eat innocent schoolchildren, then I'm good. Once he's done telling his men what to do, Dave strides over to me, a thunderous expression on his face. Damn. I know that look. What did I do now? Is it too late for me to run? I murmur to Luke. Luke watches his former partner, his hands in his pockets. Right now, he'd probably just shoot you. Not anywhere life-threatening, so the leg or the foot, just enough to stop you. That's what I'm afraid of. We need to talk, Dave says. You lied to me. He waves at Bass and the others, who are quickly following Dave. Probably to all of us, and we deserve to know the truth. Now. Well, damn. Maybe I should have let him shoot me. At least then I'd have an excuse not to talk to him for a little while. Chapter 19. There is way too much testosterone in this room, I grumble, my gaze flitting from Dave to Bass to Dom, and then to all of Dave's men to finally Luke. And all of those men are looking at me. I agree. Grace sits on the arm of the couch, legs crossed. She doesn't seem the least bit perturbed, but Sasha is looking at me with the same annoyed expression her brother wears. We're waiting, Dave harumphs, stretching out on the recliner. Tell us what you know about the zombies, the demons, my partner's murder, everything. Not with them around. I jerk my head at Dave's men, desperate for any excuse I can find to delay the inevitable. I think I have a valid point. I don't know these men. Yeah, they saved our asses right before the zombies got us, but I don't really know them. I haven't fought with them, argued with them, talked to them. Nothing. I'm not saying a thing with them around. Dave raises one salt and pepper eyebrow. Fine. While he ushers his men out, I fiddle with my hands, trying to figure out what to tell them, and what, if anything, I can salvage of my secrecy. It's like a second skin, protecting who I am and keeping me safe. I can't just shuck it at will. Okay, done. He glares at Bass and the others, as if he wants to kick them out too, but I know that won't fly, so I don't mention it. Now talk. I let out a hollow laugh. This could take a while. Dave opens his mouth to snap at me, but I hold my hand up to stop him. Just relax. And I won't tell them anything either. Not really. Just enough to get them to believe me. Just enough to leave me alone. Just enough to let me live. Luke floats behind the couch between Dave and Bass. He's waiting for the story too. Hopefully, once he hears it, he doesn't hate me. For some reason, that matters, and I don't like that. When people matter to you, it hurts more when they leave. And they always leave. Eventually. You've probably never heard of my kind before because we're super rare, but I'm not just a witch. I'm a scythe. What the hell is that? Dave demands. Okay, back up a second. When most people die, they go to heaven or hell. It just happens. Every once in a while, a soul gets lost or refuses to go. That's where scythes come in. You remember the stories of the Grim Reaper, right? He nods. Good. Well, he was based on us. We have the ability to use a blade to open a portal and send souls where they're supposed to go. Souls aren't meant to stay here after they die. It causes an imbalance. We correct that imbalance. Dave cocks his head, as if considering my words carefully. But this isn't part of the witch thing? I shake my head. No. My witch thing, as you called it, comes from my mom, but the scythe thing is all mine. So what? Dave says. You just go around looking for ghosts and pushing them along to heaven or hell. I nod. Pretty much. There aren't a lot of us, and we tend to move around and go where we need to. Or where we're directed to by my uncle, but that's another story. What about that thing you did in your shop where I couldn't move? Oh, that. My cheeks burn. Sometimes we end up with a stubborn spirit who refuses to leave. That ability to freeze things in our immediate environment lets us deal with the ghost before anyone gets hurt. Works on unruly cops, too. This doesn't make sense, though, Dave says. You don't move around a lot. You have a business here. Well, if you can call it that. Luke chuckles. Jerk. My shop is totally a legitimate business. If you want to know the truth, I quit being a scythe about 3 years ago and decided to draw upon my other talents to make a living. And you can just do that? Dom asks. I cross my arms over my chest. Who's going to stop me? I don't know, Satan, Boss says. Yeah, I'm not ready to tell them that the king of hell is my uncle. I don't think it'll endear me to them. Dave pushes himself to his feet and starts pacing the living room in front of the bay window. Back and forth, hands in his pockets, brow furrowed. But that still doesn't explain why you're involved in this case with my partner. Dave stops, and his face goes white. I can almost see the little light bulb flashing above his head. Is he one of those ghosts that won't cross over? I raise my hands to ward off the storm that I know is coming. Promise not to shoot me? Every muscle in Dave's body tenses, as if ready to attack. The day Luke died, he came to me. He showed up in my shop and asked me to help him. The ghost in question folds his arms across his chest, waiting for me to continue. Good. All of this sharing is taking a lot out of me. I don't have enough energy to banter with both the dead and the living. What did you do? Dave asks. I glance behind Dave at the ghost. I told him to fuck off. A muscle in Dave's jaw ticks. Hey, he wanted the truth. He got it. But eventually he wouldn't leave me alone, so I told him I'd check it out. He took me to a storage unit where he'd been working on the case during his off time. I saw the maps he made, and we went to the Sherman's house after they were killed, before you got there, and after I saw what those things were, well, I told him I'd help. Dave's hands ball into fists, but his expression is anguished. Is he here right now? Yeah. Time stops, and it's not me doing it this time. For how long? Dave croaks. I force myself to meet his gaze. I can't be ashamed of hiding this from him. If he only knew what I've been through, he'd understand. They all would. Well, if they didn't kill me first. Since the day he died. Dave lunges for me, hands outstretched, curled into claws. He wants to kill me, I can feel it, and I don't blame him. He wants to lay his hands on me and shake me, choke me, or do something else to take out his rage at my lie. I don't blame him for that either. I can't. I deserve it. Luke was right. I should have told him, but I was so wrapped up in my imaginary world, where nothing and no one could hurt me if I don't tell them who I was, what I was. So I let him come. Bass and Dom jump up and grab Dave's arms, and that's the only thing that keeps him from reaching me. The others circle around us, as if they don't know who to protect and who to attack. "Son of a bitch!" Dave yells. "You should have told me. You knew how much he meant to me, but you didn't say anything." He wrenches against Dom and Bass's grip, a crazed wildness in his eyes, but he can't break free. "I'm sorry. I thought I was doing the right thing. I was wrong." This is probably the truest statement I've said in a while. Bass murmurs in Dave's ear, and slowly the SCU detective relaxes until Bass and Dom cautiously let him go. "Where is he?" I point behind him to where Luke still stands, glowering, eyes hooded and hands stuffed in his pockets. "Right there." Everyone turns to look, but of course they can't see him. "How do I know you're telling the truth?" Bass asks. He's got a point. I wait for Luke to say something, but he's silent. Then he shakes his head. "I don't know if I should give you anything," Luke says. "You've made your bed. Maybe you should lie in it." "Dude, Luke, don't be an ass. You've wanted me to tell Dave since the beginning." I can't keep the hint of desperation from my voice. "Just help me prove to them that I'm not making you up." Uncomfortable under everyone's scrutiny, I shift from side to side, until finally, Luke harumphs. "Fine. Ask Dave if he remembers that time he got so shit-faced he showed me the mermaid tattoo on his ass. He made me promise not to say anything to anyone, but it'll let him know you're telling the truth." I relay the story, my lips twitching. A stream of expletives bursts from Dave's lips. That asshole said he'd never tell. A wide grin breaks across his face. He's really here. I shrug, thrown off by his rapidly changing mood swing. That's probably why he picked that story, because he knew you'd believe it. Jesus, I can't believe he's here. This is insane. Then he looks at me, really looks at me. How is he really? I know what he's saying without him having to ask directly. Maybe Dave and I aren't that different after all. My gaze meets Luke's. He's good, well, as good as can be expected, given the circumstances. This is hard on him, a lot harder than he wants to admit, but he's determined to see this through and help solve his case. Luke clenches his jaw, but he doesn't disagree with me. Dave rubs his hands together. So what does Luke think we should do next? Wait. Bass holds up his hand. You still didn't tell us what you know about the zombies. I almost let out a physical sigh of relief. That I can tell them. Compared to the ghost stuff, zombies are easy. That information won't paint a much bigger target on my back because they already know half of it. What do you want to know? They're not the Hollywood zombies created by a virus. These were controlled by someone with magical abilities similar to mine. On the plus side, like conventional zombies, shooting them in the brain or severing their heads will stop them and, in this case, break the tie binding them to their creator. But I have no idea who brought them back from the dead. How do you do it? Sasha asks. Bring them back, I mean. I hesitate, fishing for the right words. I don't really know. It's not on purpose. Maybe it's the combination of powers I have, since witches can control both the light and the dark, as well as work with death. There isn't really a rule book for stuff like this. All I really know is that almost every time I go near something that's dead, as long as it has a head, it starts to suck in my energy and come back to life. It's like the very cells want so badly to live that they're doing it on their own. Humans, animals, it doesn't matter. I can't do plants, though. I think it has something to do with the creature having a brain. That sucks, Grace frowns. I wonder if she's thinking about the implications of having an ability like mine. You're telling me. When my mom died, I couldn't even go to her funeral. I stroke the protective amulet around my neck. It sure hasn't done me a lot of good lately. She grimaces in sympathy. I'm sorry. Can all Scythes do that? No, only me and apparently this guy we're after. And my uncle. God, if all Scythes could do that, it'd be a nightmare. There'd be people coming back from the dead all over the place. Is that why they followed you at the station and the school? Dave asks, refusing to go off topic. Yeah, it's like an energy exchange, only I don't get anything in return except a headache or new zombie friends. But the guy who created these things, he's operating on a whole new level. Not only can he raise the dead, he can control them. I can't do that. Well, I can. A little bit, at least. But not like he can. Again, that's something I'm not up for sharing right now. What about the demons? Bass leans against the wall, his arms crossed over his chest, looking for the world like a brooding dark angel. Demons? Dave asks. As in, there were more than one? I swallow a lump in my throat and nod. Sort of. One demon tried to kill me twice. I'm not going to mention Pythias. It's damage control time. I'm pretty sure Bartholomew was hired by the same person who made the zombies. And before you ask, he probably paid in favors, not cash, because demons like holding those over people's heads. That's what they do. It honestly wasn't that big a favor. Barty's wanted to kill me for years. He might have even done it pro bono. How do you know so much about demons? Boss eyes me over the lip of his beer. I lift one shoulder and drop it. I thought everyone knew that. And throw in the fact that my dad is a drunk with an illegal gambling ring in the Midwest. He hires demons to do his dirty work. Freelancers. So why did you quit doing your Scythe thing? Dave asks. I hug my arms around my waist. I needed a change of pace. I didn't choose that life, and it's not something I ever wanted in the first place. So I left. Or something like that. It was enough for now. Silence settles on the room. Outside, Dave's men load the corpses into an unmarked semi. They've moved the Hummers so the vehicles form a protective ring separating the corpses from the road, hiding them from passing motorists. Luke talked a little about a case before he was killed, Dave says. It must have been this one. He said something big was happening and that all the deaths had to be linked. There's no way there was a single supernatural out there capable of that. At first, he thought it might be a wear on LSD or something, but I didn't want to tell him about the zombies because I knew he'd laugh at me, Luke says. At least, not until I knew for sure. But by then, it was too late. I relay to Dave what Luke said, and he grimaces. Yeah, I probably would have. Damn it. Zombies. Who would have thought there'd be zombies? I don't think any of us were expecting this, Sasha says. She must have filled Dave in on who they were outside, or I bet he would have objected more to their presence. Do you know what this guy is planning next? There's a weariness in his voice that has replaced the grief. It's like now that he knows Luke is here, he can focus more on the case at hand. No. I gesture outside at the semi and the men and the few bodies still remaining on the ground. But what I do know is that that's only about a third of the zombies that we saw. I quickly recount going with the wolves to find the zombie camp. So there are more, a lot more, and I have no idea what this asshole is planning, but whatever it is, it's not good. Bass follows my gaze. In other words, we're probably fucked unless we can figure out how to get close enough to the guy to kill him and kill all of those zombies without getting eaten ourselves. Yeah, pretty much. My phone rings. Not a great time for a phone call, and I almost ignore it, until I recognize the ringtone. The song, Highway to Hell. A cold prickling at the base of my spine makes me pull my phone out and answer it. Are you really going to answer the phone? Luke snaps. I hold up a hand to shut him up, which probably looks stupid since no one can see or hear him but me. The phone line crackles. Dad? I stare at the screen, willing him to answer. Are you there? What's going on? No answer. Then gunfire. A lot of it. More than the rat-a-tat of the submachine guns from earlier. I put the phone on speaker and the rest crowd around me. Someone screams, tinny and distant. More gunfire. A crackling whoosh, an explosion, and then more gunfire. Dad! Panic claws at me. Dad, where are you? Are you okay? What's happening? But there's no answer. Only more gunfire and more screaming. Max? Panic changes my dad's voice, making him sound more human and less, well, underworld mob boss. Are you okay? I'm fine. What's going on? Thank God, I was so worried they said... The line goes dead. Dad? Dad! I stare at the phone, willing it to ring, but it doesn't. Then I try to call him, but there's no response. Damn it. What's going on? Dave asks, staring from the phone to me and back to my phone again. My dad. Something's happened. Bass gives me a well-duh look. We could hear that. What do you think it means? I stare at my phone. Shit. My dad basically lives in a fortress. It's so protected, no one could get through. Well, someone did, Bass says. Yeah, I know. Smartass. My mind whirls a mile a minute. This is bad. Really, really bad. There was real panic in his voice. Something's wrong, and for some reason he's worried about me as well. I'm going to hell. I've got to find him. Hell? Grace asks. Like the hell? There's a note of fear in her voice. No, Jesus. I am not taking a couple half-angels, a healer, a witch, a ghost, and a human to hell. I'm not an idiot. Dad lives in Hell, Michigan. It's a tiny little town in the middle of nowhere, and his idea of a joke. I grimace. Okay then, Bass says, straightening his shoulders. Sasha and I are coming with you. He turns to Dom and Grace. You guys stay with Iggy and make sure the zombies don't get too out of hand. And if Dave needs any help, you can help him too, okay? They nod. Yeah, I say. Thanks for the offer, but no. It's probably better if I do this on my own. He glowers at me, his hand hovering over his weapon. It wasn't an offer, he says. I shrug. Fine, it's your funeral. Chapter 20. Our plane touches down in Detroit at 8 a.m. the next morning. As the wheels hit the runway, my fingers tighten on the armrests until my knuckles turn white. Bass studies me from the seat next to mine. Hate flying, eh? There's nothing natural about it. People are meant to live with their feet on the ground, not miles up in the air. Car crashes, yeah. At least I have a chance at surviving one of those, not a plane crash. Huh. I side-eye him as the plane coasts to a stop. What's that supposed to mean? He lifts his hands up in surrender. Nothing. It's just interesting. For such a badass Scythe, you're terrified of flying. Couldn't you have just opened a rift from here to hell? Hell the dimension, yeah, but not the town. My abilities don't work like that. Besides, I'm not exactly welcome there, and bringing you guys wouldn't help. God, I can't imagine the kind of reception I'd get taking a couple of half-angels to hell. 1, they'd get torn apart, and 2, I'd never live it down. If I lived at all, that is. An hour and a half later, after picking up a rental car, we passed the bright yellow Hell, Michigan sign at the edge of town. Just beyond the cash depot, the general store, and the mini golf, I pull into the rear parking lot for the Hell Saloon. This is as good a place as any to come up with a plan. I don't see anything out of place yet, but Dad has a glamour around his property, so the lack of evidence doesn't surprise me much. There are only a couple of other cars in the parking lot, and we're far enough away from them so that hopefully no one will notice us. Luke leans between the seats. Interesting place. They have great food, I say. Why'd you stop? Bass asks. He keeps eyeing me suspiciously, like I'm going to do something dramatic and explosive or something. And honestly, it could happen, depending on what we find when we get to Dad's house. I'm not known for my patience. Before we go to my dad's house, we need to talk. Bass and Sasha stand next to me around the passenger side of the rental car. There's a hum of energy in the air, a sense of excitement, that we're actually getting somewhere and not just sitting on our thumbs, waiting for something to happen. My dad's compound is on a road called Angel's Pass. Yeah, I know. Great name. My dad's a funny guy. There's a glamour surrounding it, so it won't make sense to you when we turn down his road. You might even think we're driving off of a cliff or something. I don't remember what the glamour's supposed to show. It's been a while. Why does your dad need a glamour? Bass cocks his head to one side, as if trying to figure me out. Good luck there, buddy. I hesitate, almost falling back into the familiar rut of lying to save my ass. But I don't. I guess the best way I can describe it is to have you think Tony Soprano for the supernatural. He deals in gambling, racketeering, strong-arm tactics, money laundering, you name it. Pretty much every illegal thing you could think of except for prostitution or drugs. His compound is pretty much like Fort Knox. But if something got through, then that could be really, really bad. But before we get there, we'll stop at a cache of weapons he's got hidden in an underground shelter right off of Kelly Road. This is insane, Bass says. How come nobody has ever heard of him, or you? I shrug. We're good at hiding, and I've been out of the game for a few years, remember? Bass grunts and shades his eyes, looking over the parking lot at the forest beyond. Anything else? I shake my head. Nope, I'm good if you are. Are you sure you want to do this? Luke asks after Bass and Sasha have gotten into the car. I can go first and report back to you if I find anything. I shake my head decisively. I have to. Even though he hasn't exactly been supportive of my choices these last few years, he's still my father. Imagine that, Luke says dryly. I glare at him. And while I might not agree with his tactics or his cement shoes method for getting rid of problems, he's the only family I have left, and a major player in the underworld syndicate. If something's managed to get to him past his security details, then we're all in trouble. Bass rolls down the passenger side window. You know, if we didn't know Luke was there, we'd think you're nuts. Sasha chuckles, and we're following her into God knows where. Probably not our best idea. With a groan, I flick my middle finger in the air and get in the rental car. The sooner we get this over with, the sooner I can get back to Lost Lake and peace and quiet. Now, if only I could calm the growing sense of dread in my gut. Despite the phone call, and the fact that he hasn't picked up since, Dad's got to be all right. He has to be. On our way to my dad's house, we stop at the underground shelter and load up on enough gunpowder and ammunition, as well as blades and tactical body armor, to supply a small army. Even then, I still don't feel like I'm ready for what might await me down Angel's Pass. My dad's compound is off of a dirt 2-track road, or at least it looks like that from the outside world. Once we pass through the glamour, it becomes a smooth paved drive leading to a tall cement barrier and a wrought iron gate that's always locked unless you call ahead and have one of Dad's lackeys open it. It's always locked, except for today. Today, the wrought iron fence's gate hangs wide open. That's not good. "What's wrong?" Bass asks. "The gate. It's never open." My fingers twitch on the steering wheel. I've got 2 pistols strapped to each thigh and an assault rifle, but I want my scythe. I can't imagine what kind of force could overpower my father. But if he couldn't stop it, I have a feeling bullets won't help either. Sasha leans between the seats to get a better look. Luke disappears from the car, probably going to check it out on his own. I park outside the gates and get out of the rental car, feeling the weight of a million eyes watching me from the leafy forest around us. Maybe I'm just paranoid, but there's no birdsong, no insects, no terrifying barking from my dad's hellhounds. I strap the rifle around my neck and hold it loosely in my hand. Something's very, very wrong. Even without the gate or the panicked phone call, I can tell something terrible has happened. Bass joins me on one side, and Luke stands on the other. As if sensing the ghost's presence, Sasha stands next to her brother. "I don't like this place," Sasha says. "It doesn't feel right." "That's probably the glamour," I say, even though I know that's not true. The feeling of unease she's talking about has nothing to do with the glamour and everything to do with whatever happened here. It's created to hide and drive away anyone who isn't supposed to be here. We'll go with the glamour, if it makes her feel better. "But it doesn't affect you," Sasha says, countering my argument. "Why?" I crack a smile. "Because this is home." That much is true. I've been trained in glamours too, and the thing about glamours is that if you know one is there, it doesn't affect you. We've always had them around our houses. Dad had a list of witches he kept on retainer, but I learned how to maintain them myself when I got older. They're a bitch to create, so I don't do it very often. Before we head in, we double-check our weapons and make sure everyone's got extra ammunition and at least one blade. None of us want to face what's inside unprepared. "One last thing," I say, staring at the open gates as a sense of foreboding settles over me. "If I tell you to run, you have to haul ass out of here. I'm serious. No heroics. Dad has booby traps and enough weapons to arm a small country. And if the hounds are loose, they'll come after you too." But that's not what I'm really worried about. In fact, it might do Bass some good to get tossed on his ass. What I'm inwardly freaking out about is the portal to hell, the real one. There are things in down there, things without names that make even my uncle cringe, and it could very well be one of those things that got loose. Then we're all screwed. Because there's no way whoever's responsible doesn't know we're here. If they're still here themselves, we follow the driveway up to the main house. On either side, luscious oak trees usher us in, their leaves whispering in the summer breeze. I scan the grounds again for the red-eyed hellhounds, but Bugsy and Tommy aren't anywhere to be seen. Those 2 dogs never leave his side. What happened to them? We trudge to the end of a drive and through a small copse of trees. On the other side, I can see the roof of Dad's house and smoke rising into the sky. Smoke? There shouldn't be any smoke. Dad has a couple of fireplaces, but he doesn't use them until the fall. My heart starts pounding and I take off at a run. Bass yells behind me, but I ignore him. "What are you doing?" Luke keeps pace alongside me. "Slow down. We need to be careful and assess the situation before jumping in. It could be a trap." "It's my dad," I snap. "I'm not fucking assessing the situation." But once I break through the deceivingly idyllic trees, I skid to a stop. Almost the entire front of my dad's Mediterranean-style mansion, once a pristine ivory with columns stretching from the ground to the 3rd floor, has been destroyed. There are holes blasted into the sides, and the smashed windows look like accusing black eyes. On the left side of the house, what looks like dried brown paint is smeared into the side. The circular driveway before us is scorched and rutted, the pavement buckled as if from an enormous force. There's a huge crater in the grassy median of the driveway, and several of the ornamental fruit trees that my dad's crazy about are blackened and charred. The body of one of my dad's hellhounds lies thrown up against a tree, so burnt I can't tell if it's Bugsy or Tommy. Poor thing. I can't get too close, though, because I feel the corpse already starting to pull at my energy, begging to come back to life. If only it were that simple. The front door has been ripped off, and there's a hole to the right of it where I can see into the sitting room. The stables and kennels next to the house have been flattened, with hunks of wood and metal jutting out of the rubble like ancient dinosaur bones. To the left of the door is a large scorched circle, maybe 10 feet wide. There's wood and refuse in the middle, and smoke that still drifts lazily toward the sky. But it's only when I approach it, stiff-legged and with a whooshing sound in my ears, because I really, really, really don't want to see what someone or something burned there, that I smell it. The unique, nose-curling scent of burned flesh. I stop, frozen in disbelief, at the burning pile of bodies on the front lawn where I used to play when I was younger. "What the hell happened here?" Bass asks. He rests his gun on his shoulder. "I don't know. My dad pissed people off, but not like this. This is massive. What do you want to do now?" Luke glances from me to the house and back again. I can't answer him, because I don't know. I hate having to make the decisions all the time, pretending to be strong. Every hour of every day I put on this stupid bravado, this armor that nothing can hurt me. But here, when my dad's house has been destroyed and someone burned fucking bodies in the front yard and suddenly I'm paralyzed, frozen. All my life my dad has been bigger, stronger, and almost invincible. He's always had this air of strength around him, like nothing could touch him. He was wrong. I can't breathe, and I drop my gun to my side. If Barty leapt through the front door and tried to kill me right now, I wouldn't be able to stop him. I wouldn't care. Bass calls out my name, and from the corner of my eye, I see him and Sasha glance at each other before following me. Without saying a word to the others, Luke included, I warily approach the pile of burning wood. I guess it's a funeral pyre now, because none of these bodies will ever have their own burial. No one will know what happened to them. I make a mental note to call Dad's lawyer after we leave. Jenner will know who I can call to clean this up. The twisted limbs and grotesque bodies, their jaws frozen open in a scream, sear themselves into my mind. I can't escape them, and in a way, they're worse than the zombies, because one of these might be my dad. I check the faces that haven't melted, and I don't see him, but it's not a relief. God, how can this be real? I just talked to him. I squint my eyes shut, but the blackened bodies are still there, imprinted into my retinas. I gulp, acid burning up my throat. I will not throw up. I will not lose it. Not here. Not now. "Who do you think did this?" Sasha asks, standing next to me. "I don't know," I croak. "Demons, maybe? Monsters unleashed from hell? One of my dad's ex-girlfriends? How, though? Dad had precautions, safeguards, set up to keep shit like this from happening." Bass clears his throat. "Why were you so scared of something getting into this house?" I stare at the ruins. Because there's a literal portal to hell in the basement, one of 5 in North America. Dad retired and moved up here to guard it. It's a cushy job, monitoring the traffic and profitable, a supernatural smuggler's dream. Shit. Pretty much. Carefully, I make my way up the wide stone steps to the front door, a machete held loosely by my side. Through the splintered front door, under the high-arched ceiling that's now crumbled and scorched, past the kitchen and down the back stairs to the basement, I pause at the door and stare at the portal. Or, well, what's left of it. What had once been an oval, swirling maw of darkness and little bits of glittery things set up against the rough-hewn stone wall is now nothing more than a blackened scorch mark. The stones surrounding the portal which held it open and stable are scattered across the basement, and some of them are even crushed. It's gone. Destroyed. No one has the power to do that, except maybe my uncle. Puddles of muck and blood squelch beneath my shoes, and one of the beams holding the basement ceiling up is cracked in two. I crouch down and shine the light from my phone on one of the metallic-looking puddles. Ichor. Demon blood. Figures. Son of a bitch. What's that? Luke crouches next to me. Demon blood. I stand up. Dad employed demons, strictly on a freelance basis, but never as actual staff. They wouldn't have fought for him, and he didn't trust them. He preferred Wers as his security and personal bodyguards because they're so loyal. For there to be demon blood down here, well, it tells me demons were involved, and they rarely, if ever, do things on their own. I step around the puddle, and the body of a man I don't know before he can start coming back to life, when I hear a sound, high-pitched and out of sorts in the darkened basement. I whirl around, my heart pounding. The sound echoes again. There. It's a whimper, really. A small cry that shouldn't belong here. I know that sound. In the debris left of where the portal used to be, a small black shape wriggles from the ruins and limps toward me, its red eyes glowing in the darkness. Bass trains his gun on the creature, but I bat it away. "What is that?" he asks. "A puppy." I crouch down, and my dad's newest addition, a midnight black baby hellhound, leaps into my arms, its little tongue lapping at my face. Dad had 2 adults, Bugsy and Tommy, that protected the property. He just got this little one. He hasn't even been trained yet. "What's it doing down here?" Bass stares at the puppy as if it's the strangest thing he's ever seen. Hellhounds are originally from hell. I pretty much thought everyone knew that, but apparently Angel Boy didn't read the history books. So if something happens to separate them from their owners, especially if they're not fully bonded yet, they'll naturally gravitate toward the closest portal back to hell. This little guy, I feel around his neck for a collar and twist it so I can read the tag. Al, must have been trying to do just that. Instincts are strong in these guys. I scratch the puppy behind his ears and his back leg thumps against my thigh. Something about finding this innocent little creature here, amidst all of this death and destruction, centers me, makes me feel at least a tiny bit calmer. Al's a part of my dad that's real, that I can feel. Bass shakes his head and turns his attention to the defunct portal. "So this was it?" he asks. "Yup." "What about your dad?" he asks. "Do you think he's—" I gulp. No, he can't be. Nothing can take my dad down. He's too smart, too strong. He must have found a way to escape. But how do you know? An idea, more a memory really, sparks in my mind, and I hurry back toward the stairs. "I have an idea. Follow me." I take the steps 2 at a time, Al tucked under my arm like a football, until I reach my dad's study on the 2nd floor. There, behind a false bookshelf, is a safe. I open the safe, having memorized the combination years ago under my dad's tutelage, and look for the black book amidst all of his papers. If my dad escaped, there would be no way he'd leave that black book behind. It contains all of his secrets. Dad's uber paranoid, and when I was a kid, he was even worse. He had a black book with all of his transactions and associates in it, because he didn't trust computers, and there's no way he'd leave that behind. I hand Bass the puppy and reach into the back of the safe, past the loose-leaf papers and a couple of engraved guns until my fingers graze the back wall. I almost miss it at first, but then my fingers skim across the top of something hard and leathery. Stomach sinking, I pull out a small black leather book, about 6 inches long, and open the cover. There, in my dad's familiar scrolling cursive handwriting, is a list of names and dates. Everything stops. My breath freezes in my lungs and my vision tunnels until all I see is this book, these lined pieces of paper that are filled with scrawls and scribbles, and nothing that could tell me where Dad went. I stare at the words until my vision blurs. "Is that the black book?" Luke asks, looking over my shoulder. A sob catches in my throat. Dad would never have left the notebook behind, not if he had a choice. He carried it with him everywhere, religiously almost. My stomach churns. This can't be happening. This isn't possible. Luke reaches for me, and I swear I can feel him. But that doesn't make sense, because I can't feel anyone. I can't feel anything, except the crushing, all-consuming knowledge that my dad never would have left without this book. Something came, destroyed his home, killed his men and animals, and left them in a funeral pyre in the front lawn for all to see. For me to see. That's why he called, wasn't it? Someone wanted him to know they were coming for me, so he called to warn me. And if that's true, and my gut feelings generally are, then my dad is dead because of me. Chapter 21. 2 days later. I plop Al on the bed and drop the carrier I used to bring him on the plane to the floor. Grabbing another suitcase out of the closet, I pop it open and pull out some clothes from my dresser. I don't know where I'm going, but I'll take everything I can since I won't be coming back. What are you doing? Leaving. What does it look like? I've got to get out of here before someone else gets hurt. But you just got back. I pause from my packing and look up at him. Look, I'm exhausted. I just spent the last 2 days cleaning up that mess at my dad's and talking to his lawyer. I don't have the energy to argue with you, too. Luke paces my bedroom, an angry, confused energy practically radiating off of him. You can't just run away, Max. That's bullshit. You don't understand. My life is hell. There are zombies and at least one demon out to kill me. I got 2 of my ex-boyfriend's pack members killed, and now my dad's dead. My voice breaks. It's the first time I've said it out loud. It's only a matter of time until something happens to another innocent person, and it'll be my fault too. Maybe if I leave, they'll come after me. Then nobody else I care about has to get hurt. My phone rings, and I glance at the screen. Dave. Damn it. I'm not in any sort of state of mind to deal with him right now. At least if I answer, I don't have to deal with Luke for a few minutes. What's up? I collapse on the bed, and Al bounds over to me and jumps up to lick my face. You're back. I'm sorry about your dad. Bass stopped by the station and told me. Of course he did. Asshole. Yeah, well, I think I've got a handle on things. Luke stops his pacing to give me an incredulous look. Good. Good. Listen, I just wanted to let you know you can take a couple days if you want, before diving back into things. I know that, well, sometimes you need to take a break when stuff happens, and I just wanted to let you know that it's okay. You're not the only one on this case, so don't feel like you have to come back if you're not ready. I pull the phone away from my ear and stare at it. Who is this Dave? Bass must have said something, or maybe Sasha or Grace. If something happened to my girl, I don't know what I'd do. He clears his throat. But anyway, I just wanted to let you know that I don't expect you to get back into the thick of it right away. We haven't had a zombie sighting since you left, so we're good for now. Take all the time you need. After we end the call, I give Al a final pat on the head and start packing, trying to ignore the ghost pacing from one side of the room to the other. What if the guy comes back with more zombies? I'm not the only one who can fight them. You have Dave and Bass and the others. Besides, I'm starting to think this is all about me somehow. It can't be a coincidence he just showed up in Lost Lake of all places. Luke runs his hand through his hair. But you can't just leave. What about the case? You still have to help me solve it. I zip up the suitcase and collapse on the bed. Al jumps at my feet and I lift him up so he can run around on top of the bed with me. I can't. I'm sorry. Luke paces the bedroom. You can't just keep running when the going gets tough. You have to stay and fight. I jump to my feet, pointing a finger angrily at his chest. Don't you understand? Fighting is just going to make it work. Look what happened to my dad. Running is what's best for everyone. That's not true. Al dances at my feet, so I grab him and take him outside. In the cool night air, he frolics, a darker black against the night, and my only reminder of my father. I collapse on the grass, and Al jumps on my lap, dandelion puff in his mouth. He drops it on my lap and scampers back, bowing down, waiting for me to throw it. Silly pup. If I do, all of the seeds will float away, and we'll never be able to catch them. But he doesn't care. Maybe I should petition to be reborn a dog next time. Luke follows me outside and settles on the grass next to me. I know there's something else you're not telling me. I want to understand. Please. I can't. I haven't told anyone, not since it happened. Luke's eyes meet mine, and they look so real, so caring, that I feel the wall I put up, the one that's already taken one hell of a beating, crumble a bit more. It's my powers, I blurt. Not the scythe stuff or the witch stuff, but the ability to control the dead. Until the zombies started attacking, I only knew of 2 people who could animate corpses, and it's the reason I left hell. This power, it's rare and dangerous. I toss the dandelion stem and Al scurries a couple of feet after it and brings it back. The little white puffs mostly gone, a few still clinging to the stem. Luke waits patiently, so I sigh and back up, trying to explain from the beginning. My mom was a witch, and my dad, well, aside from the whole underworld empire thing, he likes to gamble and screw around. He's had more girlfriends and mistresses than I have weapons, and that's saying something. Lucky for you, right? My mom raised me as best she could, but she didn't know what powers I'd develop. No one did. My whole childhood was pretty much a waiting game to see what I'd become. Would I stay a witch or turn into something else? I ended up with option B. When I became a teenager and started developing abilities, that's when my dad and uncle really took an interest in my training. They pulled some strings and got me into the Scythedom. Of course, that was after my mom died. She'd never have let them go as far as they did. Before that, they pretty much left me alone. Maybe I wasn't interesting enough for them. I liked the attention for a while. It was great, in fact, until, well, it wasn't. What happened? Al hops in my lap and buries his nose in the crook of my neck. I've always kept the whole resurrecting the dead thing under wraps. Scythes are just meant to open portals and push wayward spirits through. It's a one-way thing. But I was in Boston for a while, and a woman asked me if I could help her daughter. She was a witch, probably a C-class, and I don't know how she heard of me, but she did. She said her daughter had drowned, but she wanted my help to bring her back. But Scythes can't do that, he says. Right? Normal scythes can't, but I can. It's part of the extra oomph I have. Not only can I send souls to their next destination, I can also put them back in their bodies. I close my eyes, trying to keep the painful memories at bay, but I can't. It's not easy. Not at all. It's messy and painful and involves me reaching into heaven or hell, forcing a soul to come back. I wasn't going to do it, but there was something about that mom, something about the look in her eyes, that made me say yes. I'd see what I can do. I swallow the lump in my throat. I can still hear her voice clearly, even after 4 years. 4 years of running, 4 years of solitude, 4 years of trying to escape. But somehow, I don't think I ever will. So I went up to the hospital room and met Angela. She was so sweet-looking, 16 years old, long, soft, mousy brown hair and a smattering of freckles across her nose. She was perfect, and she had her whole life ahead of her. Except that she was indeed brain dead, and her soul was already in heaven. What did you do? Luke watches me solemnly. I brought her back, I say, my voice quiet. She didn't want to come with me. I could feel it, but most souls are like that. Once you get to heaven, if that's where you're going, it's great there. You don't want to leave. Hell's a different story. But anyway, I brought her back and put her soul in her body, and then she opened her eyes. She started crying. Her mom started crying. Everyone started crying, and I left, feeling like I saved the whole damn world all on my own. I close my eyes, unable to continue. What happened next? I bite my lip. The words are there, ready to spill from my lips, but it's like they're stuck. Max, what happened? Lukey prompts, his voice gentle but firm. 2 days later, the day Angela was released from the hospital, she took her stepdad's gun and killed him. It turns out he'd been abusing her for years. Holy shit, how do you know? His ghost came to me after he died. Is he in heaven? Lukey asks. Of course not. That fucker is stuck in hell for all of eternity. I made sure of that. Did her mom know about the abuse? I stare at the puppy in my lap. Angela said she told her. She said she told everyone she could, but no one listened. Where is she now? Jail. She'll get out. But that doesn't excuse what I did. It's my fault she was put in a situation where she felt that killing her abuser was her only solution. It didn't have to be that way. She went to heaven the first time. She was safe. Now her fate is uncertain. Because of me. You had no way of knowing what would happen. No. But I also had no right to do it in the first place. I should have just talked to her more in heaven. Listened to her. But I was in a hurry. The corners of my lips twitch. I'm kind of persona non grata in the good place. If heaven had a 10 most wanted list, I'm sure I'd be on it. I broke a lot of rules to get Angela out, and angels don't forget. So you left after what happened with Angela? Yeah. I just couldn't take it anymore, so I packed up my stuff and left. I moved around for a while, from coast to coast and sea to shining sea and all that. But I never really found a place I wanted to put down roots until I found Lost Lake. That was 3 years ago, and I've been living here ever since. When Luke doesn't say anything, I hazard a quick glance at him. He's watching me, his cool eyes assessing, studying, but he still doesn't say anything, and somehow that makes the silence thicker, deeper, more painful. Maybe I shouldn't have told him. I bet he hates me. I don't blame him. I hate myself, too. I'm sorry that happened to you, he says, finally breaking the weighty stillness between us. I stroke the now sleeping hellhound puppy. You don't have to be sorry. It was my fault, all of it. I thought I was all-powerful, that I had the right to choose who lives and who dies, but I don't. None of us do. I don't blame you for leaving, he says. I wait for the but, because there's always a but, and Luke doesn't disappoint me. But you can't keep running forever. You have to face whatever it is you're running from, or it'll catch up to you eventually. I laugh, a hollow sound that jolts the puppy awake. He gives me a bleary, red-eyed blink before tucking his head under my arm and going back to sleep. Point in case? Maybe. We've got to figure out who this guy is and what he wants, because my gut is telling me that he's not going away. And if he's not going away, then there's nowhere you can hide where he won't come after you. His words have a ring of truth to them, but I shake my head. No, I can't fight this guy. It's pointless. Just like it was pointless for me to bring Angela back into that hellhole. Yeah, I didn't know her stepdad was abusive, but I should have just left her in heaven. That's where she wanted to stay. In the moonlight, my hands work their way through the shiny hellhound's fur. Light against darkness. Except the darkness in this case is so much more pure and innocent than I ever was. Did I tell you she invited me to her sentencing? Luke frowns. No. Did you go? I nod. Oh, yeah. And in her final statement, she blamed me. Called me out in front of everyone for what I did. She sounded crazy, saying all of those things in a room full of normal humans, but she was right. I couldn't deny any of it. I betrayed her, violated her independence just because I wanted to be a hero. And look what happened? I finally lift my gaze to meet his. Shadows pass in front of his gaze, and he flinches, almost imperceptibly. I wonder if he sees the darkness in my eyes that I see every night, here in my head when I'm trying to sleep, and carry with me every day of my life. I'm nobody's hero. I just fuck things up. I stand up and go back into my apartment, leaving Luke behind me. Once there, I quickly finish packing and load everything I think I'll need into the car. Where are you going to go? Luke stands in front of the door, his hands in his pockets. He can't stop me from leaving, but I'd rather not walk through him. It feels weird. I shrug. No clue. Maybe Al and I will travel for a while, up and down the coast. Once whoever it is realizes I'm gone, he'll come after me, so Lost Lake should soon be safe again. What if he doesn't? I know my partner. Dave won't stop until he solves this case. He won't. Like I said, I have a hunch that this guy will come after me. Dave will be fine. I just need to keep moving so he doesn't catch me. As if sensing my agitation, Al wakes up and growls at Luke, which would be pretty scary if he was a full-grown hellhound, but a 10-pound puppy is another story. Luke pauses, staring at the puppy. Huh, I didn't know he could see me. He's a hellhound. They're so closely tied to hell they can see a lot of things normal dogs can't. I still don't like this. I know, me neither, but sometimes you don't get to choose what happens to you. Only how you react, and I'm doing the best I can. Maybe I'll just find an island somewhere and wait him out. At least, then, I'll die in paradise. At the shop, I grab my scythe and inscribed blades. I contemplate the rug embroidered with sigils to call demons, but it's too big to fit in my car. Damn it, now I'll have to destroy it. I can't leave that to be sold at some garage sale where an innocent kid might accidentally summon a demon. In the back room, I pick up an empty tote and some newspapers and drop them in front of the armoire. Luke follows me, and his hand hovers over the blood-stained sigil. Now brown and cracked, it still exudes enough power to keep people out. He glances at me, his eyes full of questions, and I swallow back a lump in my throat. I knew it would come to this eventually. It was always going to come to this. Should I tell him? I don't want to, but he deserves to know. He is a ghost, after all. My fingers close around the handle, and the energy of the sigil runs through me before dissipating. The seal's broken. Are those really souls in there? Luke stares at the armoire. I nod. Death is complicated. People think that when you die, that's it. Heaven, hell, or nothing at all. But it's not that simple. There's a lot of things that could happen when you die. Not everyone is ready to face it. How did the ghosts know you could do this? It's not exactly something you can hang a shingle on your door about. How'd you find out I was different? Ghosts are terrible gossips. They don't shut up about the living. Word got around, and here I am. I swing the doors open and gently remove the first small glass bottle. I cup the soul in my hands. the bottle's cork stopper sealed with spelled wax. The crooked sticker on the front is as legible as the day I stuck it there. Luke peers over my shoulder. Who was Adrian Fellows? I suck in a breath when he says the soul's name. It's been so long since I've heard it. He was a teacher. He got cancer and died young. He came to me afterwards and wanted me to give a message to his family. And I did. I'll pretty much do anything to get rid of annoying ghosts. I give Luke a pointed look, and he chuckles. But then he wouldn't leave. He was afraid of letting go, and no matter how many times I told him it wasn't bad and heaven was a great place to hang his hat, he wouldn't transition over. So why didn't you leave him alone? Luke's voice is gruff, harsh. I deserve it. Because you can't stay here forever. My words hang in the air. I'm not just talking about Adrian, and Luke knows it. He looks up, sharply, his blue eyes meeting mine. What do you mean? I sigh. I don't know if you've noticed it yet, because you haven't been dead all that long, but after a while, ghosts tend to forget. It's not natural for them to stay here forever. They're supposed to move on to heaven or hell, and when they don't, they start to forget. They lose themselves. It'll be little things at first. Your childhood phone number, the name of your first kiss, but eventually, you'll forget who you are and what you're doing here. And after a while, a long while maybe, there's nothing left. Some become shadows of themselves, like the legends of the ghosts in wedding dresses floating downstairs in old castles. It's always the same repetitive action, always the same ghost. There's nothing left but a memory. Who would have thought that death would be so complicated? My lips twitch in a weak smile. Welcome to my world. So if I don't go, you're saying I'll die again? The pain in his voice is raw, real. For good this time? I don't know, but I think so, yeah. No one knows what happens to the ghosts who disappear. Maybe there's another dimension, another place that nobody's heard of. But these ones, these souls here, are the ones I couldn't let that happen to when they refused to move on their own. They weren't ready yet, and I wasn't ready to see them disappear. How could anyone agree to this? Luke spits out the question, gesturing at the softly glowing, swirling bottles. I nod. I would never force a spirit into something they didn't want to do, not after Angela. So, you're telling me that every single soul in there chose that over moving on? Yeah. Some of them were probably afraid they were going to hell, and those ghosts begged me for it. Others wanted to wait for their loved ones so they wouldn't be reborn without them, and some were just afraid. It's terrifying to go into the unknown. Everyone fears it. Everyone except you. I lift a shoulder and drop it. I know where I'm going. Being mostly human, I won't live forever, and they're holding a place for me in hell. As a scythe? I look down at the bottle and then set Adrian back gently into the armoire. Not exactly. The things I can do, it opens up some particular employment opportunities. But it's a very competitive assignment, and I want no part of it. I refused and quit my training. It made me some enemies. I was protected by my father mostly, but now that he's gone, I don't know what will happen. I'll probably wish I faded out too. It would be a kindness compared to what they have in store for me. That's bullshit. They can't do that to you. Just because you quit your job doesn't mean they should be able to torture you once you die. At this, I bring my gaze back to meet his. To them, it does. But I'm not the only one at stake here. You have a choice to make, too. Well, I can tell you one thing, he says. You won't be sticking me in a damn jar for all of eternity. Good. Then go to the light. It's easy. I'm sure you'll end up in heaven. You're one of the good guys. After you solve this case? I start wrapping the tiny glass bottles and carefully place them one by one in the box. Go find someone else to haunt. Like I said, I'm done. I'm not going over this again with you. So some night, when you're asleep and a bunch of little kid ghosts show up, terrified, and ask you why this happened, why the zombies got to them when you could have stopped them, what are you going to say? Because if that bastard is after you, he'll do whatever he can to get to you, even if it means going after kids again. He did it once already, and one of these days, you won't be there to stop him. I put down the bottle containing Patricia Marsh a little more forcefully than necessary. I can't stop anything, don't you see? Whoever this guy is, he's stronger than me, and better than me. I almost lost it controlling the zombies at the school. You saw what happened. There's no way I can control all of the ones he has left in the woods. I tried to fight back, and people got hurt. They went after my dad. Whatever is going on, it's way over my head. The best I can do for Dave and everyone else involved is to leave. Al snaps at Luke, and the ghost jumps back. I scoop the puppy up. I don't think he could actually hurt Luke, but I'm not going to risk it. Luke watches in silence, a stony expression on his face, as I package up the rest of the bottles and load them in the trunk of my car. Outside, I stare at the contents of my trunk. Boxes and bags. The contents of my life. It's sad. I should have more than that. I should have more that's important to me. But I don't. If you're still bent on solving this thing, there's a medium on 10th Avenue who will probably help Killian Kosniewski. He's a good guy. I give the shop one last look, grab Al and lay a blanket out on the passenger seat so he doesn't eat my car. Then I get in the driver's seat and drive away from the only home I've ever known. Luke stands in the driveway, watching me leave. I've never felt so alone since I left Boston. Chapter 22. As dawn's first lights spread their tendrils across the sky, I pass the city limits sign when 4 police cars fly past me and my phone starts ringing. I glance at the screen. Dave. I send it to voicemail and turn the ringer off. I can't help him. Not anymore. He calls again, the phone vibrating annoyingly in my center console. I mute it. On the third call, my thumb hovers over the answer button. I'll just tell him my decision and he'll leave me alone. Right? Yeah, right. Instead, I take the coward's way out, because I'm weak, like Luke said, and decline the call again. More sirens fly past. Fuck. My left foot starts tapping and my hands twitch. The urge to go back pulls at me, but I can't do it. The phone rings again. Don't answer it. I have to get out of here. On the next long, winding curve, I roll down the window and chuck my phone out the window. In the silence that follows, a weight lifts off of my shoulders and I take a deep breath. A free breath. Al gnaws on the seatbelt in the seat next to me. Hey now, I pull it out of his mouth. Take a deep breath, Max. Everything's going to be okay. You can do this. You're gone now. Everything's fine. I pull into a gas station and grab a sandwich and a corn dog for Al. He'd prefer fresh meat. Maybe we can find somewhere remote where he can hunt. Once he gets big, he's going to be hard to hide. More lights flash overhead, this time from a helicopter. Shit. Mostly out of stubbornness, I get back in the car and drive in the opposite direction. Lost Lake was doing fine before I got there. I didn't owe them anything. My fingers drum on the steering wheel. Al whines, sensing my unease. I turn up the radio. Then there's an audible pop, and Luke pokes his head between the seats. Max, thank God I found you. You've got to come back. The urgency in his voice has me pressing on the brakes. We've been over this before. I'm not going back. I'm done, remember. You have to. He reaches between the seats and grabs my shoulder, and I swear to God I feel him. That's how upset he is. He looks down at his hand, realizing what he's doing, but doesn't pull away. Please, it's bad that bastard unleashed the zombies at the beach. Then have everyone run in the water. Zombies can't swim. Worry gnaws at me, but I push it aside. This isn't my problem. Not anymore. You have to come. Dave's there. Tell him to find the guy in control and shoot him. Problem solved. All the corpses will drop dead again, and life will be good. God, I should have answered the damn phone. He can't. He's trapped, surrounded. No way. Dave's too smart for that. Damn it. Listen to me. Luke reaches across from me and grabs the steering wheel. Of course, his hands go right through it, but reflexively I wrench away and slam on the brakes. The car behind me lays on the horn as I skid off the road. What in the hell are you doing? You're going to get me killed. Listen, for God's sake, the zombies have Dave and his daughter, as well as a bunch of other people surrounded, and they're all going to die if you don't do anything. That bastard doesn't know you left, and by the time he figures it out, it'll be too late. Heart beating right out of my chest, I pull over and turn off the engine. I thought he sent her away. He did. She came back for the weekend. Damn it. I don't want to turn around, but I can't let Dave lose his daughter. He already lost his wife and his partner. I pull a U-turn in the middle of the highway. A car coming toward me in the opposite lane honks. Sorry, bud. I've got a bunch of zombies to attend to. By the time I get to the beach, the parking lot is full of police cars and ambulances and fire trucks and screaming. Lots of screaming. Lost Lake Beach is normally a quiet, peaceful, sandy inlet surrounded by trees. It adjoins the territory Remy's pack owns. But since it's not that close to the zombie epicenter, I didn't even think they'd attack here. Police officers crouch on top of cars and big trucks and shoot at the zombies, but there's so many of them, at least 100. The thing is, though, they're not facing the street or attacking the crowds. They're after the people on the beach. Many of them made it to the water, while others hide in cars or on top of them. All of them are screaming, crying, and begging for help. One of the fire trucks uses its hose, blasting away zombies where they stand, but the creatures keep getting back up. Bass, Sasha, and the other watchers take out the zombies on the edge, but there's no way they can kill them all. I drive my car over the curb and slam on the brakes, skidding on the grass. Al whines, but I can't risk him getting attacked, so I gently set him back on the seat and crack the window. Sorry, buddy, I say. It's safer for you here. I'll be right back. He cocks his head quizzically, and I whisper a prayer that I'll get to keep that promise. But once I get a few steps closer, the pull of the zombies sucks so much energy out of me that I fall to my knees. There's so many of them. God, it's too much. I can't do this. The hum of energy, the control binding them to their mission is so strong I'm helpless against it. Waves of need and hunger and want wash over me. Come on, Max. You've got to stand up. Luke crouches down next to me. You've got to get up. Hey, miss. A police officer jogs over to me. You can't be back here. It's too dangerous. I wave him off. It's all right. I'm with Dave. He pulls up short, the blood draining from his face. Detective Channing's on the beach. Yeah, I grunt under the pressure of the zombies and stand up. I know. I can help him. The cop wavers, and for a second, I don't think he's going to let me pass. But then there's more screaming off to the side, followed by a rat-a-tat of gunshots, and he leaves me, sprinting over toward the sound. Good guy. I stagger past the line of police cars. Word must have gotten around that I'm with Dave, or maybe some of them witnessed my earlier zombie show and tell, but either way, they let me pass. Every step is agony. I can feel the energy pulling at me, and I shore up my walls so high, so strong, that I don't have anything left to take over the zombies with. Any suggestions? I ask Luke, gritting my teeth. Before us, the writhing, gnashing mass of zombies is in a frenzy, battering a rickety lifeguard tower, upon which a few unfortunate people are huddled. People like Dave and his daughter. He said that she loves the beach. My stomach sinks. Are they alive up there? I ask Luke. He nods. Okay, I can do this. I take a deep breath. We can figure something out. The mass of zombies pressing up against the lifeguard tower grows thicker, and the tower teeters. The last rapid gunfire from the top cuts short. They must be running out of ammunition. It would be easy to do with over 100 zombies. With all the people and the moving targets, it's tricky to get the perfect headshot necessary to take one down. Most of the zombies have dozens of holes in them already, but show no signs of stopping. I've got to find the asshole who's controlling them. I scan the cops and the beachgoers and idiots watching this debacle, but I don't see him. Look, Luke says, pointing at one of the news vans in the middle of the parking lot. There. The man in the gray trench coat stares at the zombies so intently, he doesn't seem to notice anything else. Got it. I suck in a breath and run his way, which would have worked had his eyes not flickered up to meet mine. All of a sudden, the zombies on the fringe turn back from their onslaught on the tower, like ripples in the water. They lunge for the police and the onlookers and everyone else within range, blocking my path. Shit, shit, shit. Can't you control them? Luke yells, as someone screams behind him. I can't look. I know I'll see someone getting ripped limb from limb, and it's my fault because the guy saw me. He smirks and lifts an eyebrow. It's a silent challenge and a dare. But he's too powerful. His grip on the zombies is absolute. It's all I can do to keep the zombies away from me, and I can't protect everyone else at the same time. You've got to do something! Like what, genius? I can't handle this many. He's too strong. And it's true. Luke has to know that. Maybe if there were 2 or 3 of me, but there's only one. If only these bodies had souls I could reap, I'd be all set. But then they wouldn't be attacking people if they had souls, would they? I skid to a stop. They wouldn't be attacking people if they had souls. What did you say? No time. Follow me. With a new spring in my step, I race to the trunk of my car and pop it open. Then I pick up the big tote of souls and whip off the top. I'm so sorry, I murmur. Please forgive me. And I turn the tote over and dump all of the little glass bottles out on the ground, shattering them. Immediately, I'm surrounded by the dead. I suck in a breath. The ghostly forms of those I've helped and those who've helped me cluster around the car, confused, scared. The last time they were free, they'd agreed to me putting them in a bottle as an alternative to heaven and hell. Only now, they don't have a choice, and after this is over, if I live to tell about it, they won't be able to go back. What's going on? Max? Hello? Is something wrong? What are those things? Oh God, are they... I raise my hand to quell their rising panic. Stop, everyone, please. We don't have much time. Some bastard has raised the dead, and I'm not strong enough to stop all of them from eating everyone in sight. There are a lot of good people here, and these zombies are just going to kill them. I'm sorry to wake all of you up, but I didn't have a choice. I know you didn't sign up for this, but I need your help. Adrian floats forward out of the crowd, tall and wispier than I remember. He pushes his glasses up farther on his nose and nods resolutely. What do you want us to do? I cringe, awaiting their reaction before I even tell them. I need to put you into their bodies, just for a few minutes, to gain control and stop the guy who brought them back from the dead. Then I'll help you move on to your next destination. What happens next is a roar of panicked voices. I don't want to go back, coupled with never. I could never go into one of those things. And all variations of that in between. All the while, in the background, people are screaming and people are dying. This is a terrible idea, but it was the only one I have. Next to me, Luke puts 2 fingers to his lips and whistles. getting all of the ghost's attention. "Listen up," he says. "I was a cop for the SCU before the guy who created these zombies paid a demon to have me killed. He's already killed a lot of people and brought even more back from the dead. A couple of days ago, he attacked an elementary school. So when Max says she needs your help, she needs you to step it up and actually do the fucking thing. Does it suck? Yeah. I know she wishes she could have kept you sleeping. Hell, she wishes she could have kept driving and never come back to this town, but she's here now because she has an obligation to these people to keep them safe. She's doing her job. Now it's time for you to do yours." Damn, he's good. I should have let him speak for me earlier. He's much better at it than I am. The ghosts regard him silently for a few seconds. An older woman, Betsy McLeod, clears her throat. "I'm in. Let's do it." The rest of the ghosts look at each other, and then a chorus of agreement rings through my ears. "Thank you," I murmur to Luke. Without his help, I don't know if I could have gotten the ghosts to agree to do this. Maybe it takes one to know one. In the trunk of my car, I rummage around for a large calcite crystal to help amplify my powers, a small handheld scythe, and a chalice. "That's all you need?" I smirk. Truth be told, the rest is just window dressing. Fun to look at, but not necessary when shit has hit the fan. And it officially has. The top of the lifeguard tower creaks ominously, and the zombies' moans increase as they get closer to their prey. I run the scythe along the vein in my arm. I'll need blood for this, a lot of it, and as the blood flows freely from my arm and into the chalice, I chant the invocation. Power wells from within me, around me, and in the very air I breathe. The souls nearest me rise up and then pop, and I can feel their absence. Feel it deep inside, and then the zombies attacking the people start turning around. Pop, pop, pop. 100 times more, and the zombies stop attacking the lifeguard tower, their movements shaky and uncoordinated. They turn away from the men clinging to life on the lifeguard station and descend upon the parking lot. They pass the screaming people in cars, they pass the police, and they pass the firefighters. They have only one focus now, the man in the trench coat. With blood still running down my arm, I take off after the zombies, leaving the few extra souls floating by my car. Now that they have souls, the zombies aren't draining my energy like they were before. It doesn't look like he can control them anymore either, or he wouldn't have that panicked look in his eyes. The dead move quickly, and before he realizes what's happening, they've cut off his escape. By the time I get to him, he's backed up against the news van. The zombies surround him, and he holds his hand up, freezing the ones closest to him so they act as a barrier to the ones farther away. But even his power has limits, and he can't hold them back forever. I push through the bodies, his abilities having no effect on me, and stumble into the space between the slavering, partially frozen zombie mob. "It's a pleasure to finally meet you," the man gasps. He swipes the sweat dripping off of his brow with one hand, a grimace on his lips. Beneath the trench coat, he's wearing khaki pants and a blue shirt and a sweater. His face is young and smooth, and if I hadn't known any better, I would have thought he was just some suburban dad. But I do know better. I raise my scythe above my head. "Who are you?" He grins, his gray eyes meeting mine, and the zombies lurch forward. I'm not controlling them, so either the ghosts are trying to help me out with this guy, or his own spells have somehow backfired, bringing their bloodthirst back towards its creator. "Don't you recognize me, sister dearest?" He grimaces as a zombie latches onto his shoulder, sinking its rotting, yellowed teeth through his jacket. "I don't have a brother." He laughs, a choking sound, and another zombie grabs his other arm. "I'll say hello to our father for you." I freeze, scythe in hand. I know my father has had many lovers, but as far as I knew, I was his only child. Another zombie grabs his leg, jerking him off of his feet. I see a flash of metal as he pulls out a small blade. He slashes out at me, and I feel the knife sink into my thigh. I stumble back against the zombies, crying out. Then he grins and slashes the blade through the air again. This time, a blue-white burst of light appears, a tear that separates this world from the next. No! I lunge for him, swinging my scythe through the air so quickly I can hear it hum. But I'm too late. He wrenches his arm free from the zombie's jaws and throws himself through the portal, just as my weapon sinks into the side of the van, cutting it open like a tin can. The portal, weaker than a normal one anyway, closes up and disappears. That did not just happen. He did not just get away. Shit. Goddamn double shit. The wave of zombies, now unfrozen, surges around me, but I'm not afraid of them any longer. I can't move. I can't function. I stare at the spot where he disappeared. He can't be gone. A wave of exhaustion washes over me, and I slump against the van. What the fuck am I going to do now? Chapter 23. Max, wake up! A rough hand on my shoulder shakes me. My head pounds and I groan, reaching up to bat the hand away. Damn it, Max. Wake up. We did it. You can't check out on me now. I blearily blink my eyes. Can't a girl get 5 seconds of peace and quiet? Dave grins, relief erasing the weariness on his face. Blood trickles from a cut on his head, and his clothes are torn and dirty, smeared with dirt and blood. But other than that, he looks okay. Alive, which is better than okay. A teen girl, her dirty brown hair plastered to her face, and her long, ripped t-shirt covering her swimsuit, hugs his side. That must be his daughter. The breath whooshes from my throat. Thank God. I don't know what the hell you did, but it's over. The zombies. He waves at the parking lot, where over 100 zombies stand silently, waiting patiently. The cops surround them, but they don't shoot. They're waiting for something, or maybe it's someone. They glance over in our direction. Crap. They're waiting for me. I scrub my eyes. You're okay, I say, stupidly. Luke hovers over his shoulder, a ridiculous smile on his face. You did it. You killed the guy. No, I didn't. He's gone. I describe what happened, and Dave swears under his breath. The man's last words float back into my head. None of this makes any sense. Do you know who he was? He asks. I shake my head. I've never seen him before in my life. I keep the tidbit about the brother thing quiet, for now. I have to think about that for a while before I tell anyone about it. Dave offers me his hand. I give him a grateful smile as he pulls me to my feet. My head swims, but I don't black out again, so that's a plus. Once standing, I'm able to fully survey the damage. There are victims, yes, people who didn't see the zombies leave the woods before it was too late. Bass and the other watchers help the police officers tend to the victims, alongside the police and SCU officers, some of which lost their lives. I can feel their bodies pulling at me, but I don't have anything left to give. I'm tapped out. I probably couldn't bring anyone back to life even if I tried. It could have been worse, Luke says, coming up to stand beside me. A lot worse. Yeah. Dave looks at me quizzically, and I remember I just talked to Luke in front of him. Is he here? Dave asks. I nod and jerk my head to the side where Luke stands. Yup, he's the one who came and got me when the zombies attacked. So he saved my life, again. Dave's lips twitch. Luke's do too, but there's a sadness, a regret in his eyes that the smile can't quite take away. Can you tell him something for me? Tell him yourself. Dave and I walk around to the other side of the van, where there's a little more privacy, If the rest of the force doesn't know about Luke, Dave will look like a lunatic, and I'm sure he'd prefer the only lunatic to be me. I point out where Luke is, and Dave limps over to him. I don't know what to say. I'm no good at this. Luke reaches out, as if to embrace his former partner, but his hands pass right through him. Dave must feel something, though, because he looks over at me, startled. He just tried to give you a hug, I say. Dave runs a hand through his hair. The Luke I know isn't really the hugging type. Death will do that to you. Dave takes a deep breath, and when he lets it out, it's as if all of the air has left his body, and his shoulders slump. I'm sorry, man, he says. I know it wasn't my fault, but I should have listened. I should have been there. Maybe then none of this would have happened. Luke shakes his head vehemently. You couldn't have done anything. It was a demon in that man over there. He points angrily at the bloodied remains on the ground in the parking lot that may or may not be related to me. Who killed me? Not you. You're my brother, my best friend. You're the best man I've ever known. When Luke stops, I relay his words to Dave, my own voice cracking. I suck at this. I can't get the emotion right. The feeling. It's all wrong and comes out flat, awkward, but that doesn't seem to matter to Dave. Tears streaming from his eyes, the SCU detective drops to his knees. I miss you so much, he says, his voice ragged. God, I miss you. I don't know how to do this without you here. After losing Ashley, I just don't know. Luke drops down next to him, and I do the same on Dave's other side. He misses you too, more than he can say. As Dave's shoulders rack with sobs, both Luke and I wrap our arms around him, though to the world it looks like he's only being comforted by me. Chapter 24. The zombies wait in a scraggly line in the sand, along with the few ghosts who were left over when I released them since there weren't enough bodies for them all. I stand at the end of the line, along with Bass and Dave and a couple of the other police officers. To my left, an electric blue jagged rift crackles in the sky. There's a ring of people around us, mostly SCU officers, but this is so big they've called the state boys in, just in case things get out of control. I don't blame them. They're even video recording this. It isn't every day you get to see a Scythe work, especially on this grand A scale. The hellhound puppy leans against my feet, offering me support in his own way. I swear I can almost feel his energy, as if he's offering it to me. This isn't good. If he bonds to me, I'll never get rid of him. But that's a problem for another day. Luke stands opposite Dave and the police officers. His eyes are hooded, and I try not to look at him. Where does it go? Luke asks, his eyes glued to the glowing rift. Heaven, I think. He casts me an uneasy look. I thought you said some of the souls might be destined to hell and were afraid to go, and that's why they wanted you to freeze them. You said you don't choose where someone goes. I meet his stare with my own, and I wonder if he sees how exhausted I am, and how much I don't give a fuck anymore. I don't, normally, but as far as I'm concerned, they all deserve to be in heaven after stopping that massacre. If somebody up there doesn't like it, they can sort it out themselves. Al whines and scratches at my leg. I glance at Dave, who's watching me curiously. Luke, I say. Dave nods in understanding. Are you and your men ready? I ask him. He takes a deep breath. Headshot, one at a time, right? Right. They'll come up, you and your men take them out, and I'll send their souls on through. They know what's going to happen, so it's no surprise. God, when you say it like that, what we're doing sounds so callous, but it's not. It's the only way to ensure the bodies stay in the ground this time and release the souls from their decomposing prisons. The first zombie shuffles forward. I try not to cringe at the milky, opaque dead eyes that stare at me, unblinkingly. "Thank you for your help," I say. The zombie nods, a jerky motion from a soul trying to control a body not their own. I stand to the side, scythe in hand, as Dave raises his gun and pulls the trigger. The body crumbles to the ground, and I lift my hand, feeling for the soul. There. A pale gray wisp floats out of the body. It looks up at me, and I know him. He waves goodbye as I use my powers to guide his soul to the rift. "Safe travels, Adrian," I whisper, "until we meet again." After we finish with the zombies, I head back to the shop. Dave has assured me that they'll clean up and that I'm done, at least for now. Somehow, I doubt this will be the last time I hear from him. Al naps in a ray of sunlight, his little feet kicking in a dream, yipping quietly. I lug the box of grimoires back into the shop, my gaze skating past the empty armoire. I feel their loss like the death of a loved one, an entire family. Some of these souls had been with me for so long, they were family, and I'd just used them and sent them on their way. Luke rests his hand on my shoulder. I glance at it, feeling the coldness of his touch. Either he's getting better at this whole ghost thing, or I just suck at maintaining the wards around the shop. Probably a little bit of both. "It's not your fault, you know," he says. "And I don't think the other souls blamed you either. I think they were so thankful for the help you gave them that they were glad to have a purpose again, something they can do." He hesitates. "I think I can speak for all of us when I say that death humbles you. I was so used to being in control, to having all of my shit figured out, that this really threw me for a loop. For the first time in my life, I was wholly dependent on another person, and it sucked. Especially since that person didn't want anything to do with me." "Yeah, sorry about that." "No, I get it. It's fine. I wouldn't want to be a part of that situation either. It's just humbling, challenging, and it feels damn near impossible. But we did it. You did it." "No need to break out the pom-poms yet," I say. "I have a feeling that now people know what I can do. I won't be able to hide again like I did before. The SCU is going to call again. I just know it." He cocks his head to the side. "Then why aren't you still leaving? I thought you wanted the quiet life, one where no one would bother you. Why stay here?" One side of my mouth twitches in a semblance of a smile. "Because you're right, and I won't say it again, so don't get used to it. I need to stop running. This is my home. I enjoy my life here, and I don't want to leave." "Is this about the werewolf?" There's a note of jealousy in his voice that I'm not used to hearing. I didn't think Luke knew about the night I spent with Remy. Should I tell him nothing happened? No, let him stew about it. Nope. It's a lot of things, but mostly the fact that you're right. This is home, and I've got a lot of work to do before I even think about leaving again. He chuckles. "Yeah, I suppose that makes sense." He watches in companionable silence as I finish putting my books and supplies away. I'm just about to lock up and take Al back to my apartment when the familiar revving of a motorcycle down the street makes me pause. I peek out the window. Bud the biker kills his motorcycle's engine in the middle of my driveway. Dude, I do not need this right now. He then swings one leather-chapped leg over the side of his motorcycle and rummages around in the thing's fanny pack before pulling out a long black gun. Guess Luke was right again. Bud is back to finish what he started. "What's wrong?" Luke asks. "That biker's back," I say. "And this time he's got a gun." "Shit," Luke mutters. "What are you going to do about it?" "Fuck if I know." Bud swaggers up the sidewalk, emboldened with his weapon and seemingly unafraid of me. Fucker. The anger I'd been feeling ever since the zombies attacked the beach simmers to the surface. I stalk over to my tools and grab a short-handled scythe. We'll see how brave Mr. Biker Dude is when faced with one of these. Right before he can knock, I fling the door open. "What the hell do you want?" I snap. He shoulders past me into the shop. "To finish what I started." "What you started?" I laugh. "You didn't do a damn thing but run away like your chaps were on fire." At my feet, Al growls, and Bud pulls his foot back, as if he's about to kick the puppy. Oh, hell no. I raise my hand and stop the biker. Freezing time. Stopping him in his tracks. I may not have enough power to stop an army of zombies, but I can stop one asshole biker. Sometimes being a scythe has its perks. I am so fucking sick of this, of everyone coming after me and trying to start shit. I'm tired. I just fucking saved the fucking town, and you show up trying to kill me? I do not have time for this shit. Behind me, Luke snickers. While still glaring at Bud, I open a rift to hell right in front of Bud's head. It's not a big one, because I don't want any demons coming through during my little lesson about why Bud shouldn't piss me off. Then I carefully loosen my power just enough to shove Bud's head through so he can see what hell's like. Bud's arms twitch, and I imagine if he had full use of them, he'd be trying desperately to get free, fighting to escape the horrors of what he's seeing. Then I fist my fingers through his long, scraggly hair and pull his head from the rift, sealing the portal with my other hand. His eyes are wild and panicked. Sweat trickles down his forehead. He must have seen something good. There are a lot of monsters down there that'll hopefully put nightmares in his head for the rest of his life. Hopefully, it'll change him. But I'm not holding my breath. I just want him to stay away from me. You are one lucky son of a bitch, Bud. You just got a free taste of hell. That is what happens to people who fuck with me. I send their asses over there. One-way trip. Do not pass go. Do not collect $200. If you mess with me again, or my dog. I gesture at the puppy sitting resolutely at my side, staring at the biker with his unnerving red eyes. Then that is where you'll end up. And no one, not your buddies or your friends, or anybody, can save you. I wrench his gun from his frozen fingers so he doesn't get any ideas. Now get the fuck out of my shop, for good this time, and never ever come back, because if you do, if you even drive past my shop, or I see you on the street, I will send you straight to hell. Capiche? My father would have been proud. Bud swallows thickly and nods. I release him abruptly, and he turns tail and runs as fast as his leather-clad legs will carry him. That was awesome, Luke says after the door slams shut behind the biker. I lift one shoulder and drop it. Probably not my finest moment, but I'm tired, and I don't know what's going to happen next, and I hate that feeling. If I can get one asshole off of my tail without killing him, then I'm all for that. One less ghost I have to deal with. I pull out one of my chairs and collapse into it. Al jumps on my legs and I pick him up. As if sensing my unease, he covers my face in puppy kisses. If I didn't know any better, I'd think that was just a normal puppy, Luke says. He takes the other chair, and I'm impressed that it looks like he's actually sitting. That's what normal people see. A lot of the supernatural world is hidden from them, the mundanes. They don't see it, partly because they don't believe, and partly because they're afraid. So to them, Al looks like a slightly strange puppy. By the time he's full grown and comes into his powers, normal humans won't be able to see him at all, unless they're believers or close to death. They never taught us about them in the academy, he muses. I shrug. They never told you about me either. He chuckles. Then the mood sombers and he looks down and stares at his hands. Thank you for everything, Max. Seriously. I know you didn't want to help, but you did, and you saved Dave and the whole town. I owe you one. I give him a half smile. If I remember correctly, you owe me a bug-out bag full of cash, and they better not be ones. I don't have time to count all that out. Huh. Yeah, no, it's not, and it's yours. All of it. Everything I have, really, if you want it. I don't have anyone else. He sounds so forlorn that I just want to reach out and touch him, but I don't because I know it won't work, and I don't want to make him even more depressed. It'll be better next time, I promise, I say, and I mean it. I'll make sure he gets the peace and quiet he deserves somehow. What do you mean? Your next life, if you want it. Lots of spirits choose to be reborn again. We can't just hang out in heaven and hell for all of eternity. It'd get overpopulated in a matter of hours. I'll pull some strings and make sure it's a good one. I may not be welcome in heaven, but I do know some people who know some people. I'll call in all of my favors, if that's what it takes to give him what was robbed of him in this life. He hesitates. I don't want any favors, Max, but I don't think I'm ready to go yet. I sigh. Why not? You've done what you needed to do. I feel a gaping chasm opening inside me at even the thought of him leaving. I don't make friends often. Or, well, at all. And when I do, I don't want to lose them. I don't know, he says, staring at his hands. I just get this feeling like I'm not done yet. Whatever it is, isn't over. Oh yeah, I can sympathize with that. But it's not your fight anymore. You deserve to rest. He shakes his head. Don't worry about me. What about you? I ruffle Al's fur and the puppy gives me another swipe with his tongue. I'm going after this guy, and my dad. Hell's a big place, but I have a feeling they won't be too hard to find. But your dad's dead. Are you looking for his ghost? That guy said something weird right before he slipped away. I'll say hello to our father for you. Maybe Dad's in hell. I don't know if you've noticed, but dead doesn't always mean dead in my line of work. Sometimes things come back. I thought you weren't welcome in hell. I'm not, but this is something I have to do. This guy, I still can't bring myself to say brother. He's recharging and resting, but he'll be back. Besides, I've crashed a few parties over there in my teenage years. This'll be easy peasy. I force a confidence in my words that I don't feel. Getting into hell will be the easy part. It'll be getting out alive, that'll be the challenge. Luke flashes me a reckless grin. Then you're going to need some help, and I happen to know the perfect ex-cop for the job. I chuckle, but part of me, a big part, feels relieved. I need someone to have my back, and Luke will have more abilities in hell than he does here. So I guess that means I can't get rid of you just yet, eh? We'll be partners, like Turner and Hooch, only you're the dog. He laughs, and it's the most light-hearted sound I've ever heard from him. He's happy, he has a mission, and he's in his element. Maybe this is the peace he's been searching for after all. But first, I say, I need a nap. All of this zombie shit has really worn me out. Mortals, he scoffs, always whining and complaining. You know, I cock my head. I think you're the only ghost I've ever met that's been excited about going to hell. He chuckles. What can I say? I'm one of a kind. Keep reading. Book 2, Hell and Back, is now available. Author's note. Thanks for reading The Reaper Witch. If you enjoyed this story, please make sure you leave a quick book review. I entertain many fantasies and prioritize the ones that readers support. You can also join my newsletter to get a few free books and prequels to my longer fantasy series. For more fantasy and sci-fi books by D.S. Murphy and his alter ego Drake Mason, join the VIP Readers Group on Facebook or sign up to receive new release updates at urbanepics.com. What to read next? If you liked the style of Reaper Witch, check out Vampire Deception, another supernatural urban fantasy with dragons and fae, Prescient, a time travel dystopia, or Selfie, a technological thriller. If you're more interested in Gothic literature, read Taste of Vampire. And for Greek mythology, check out The Scarlet Thread